Let me be real with you for a second. The first time most people hear about Baki, they get the same pitch. Bro, it's just jacked guys punching each other into the ground. And yeah, that's technically accurate. There's a kid who eats full meals during fights. There's a man who fought a giant prehistoric demon back from the dead. There's a scene, and I promise I'm not making this up, where a guy defeats his own shadow in a fist fight, and people laugh. They share the clips, they call it insane and move on. But the people who stay, they don't stay for the absurdity. They stay because underneath all that madness, there's something this series does that almost no other shounen touches. It makes you genuinely believe that strength has weight, that obsession has a cost, that there are human beings so consumed by the pursuit of power that they have become something almost mythological. And the story never flinches from that. It leans in, every single arc. Baki started in 1991. Think about that for a second. This franchise has been running, evolving, and escalating for over 3 decades. From a teenage underground fighter trying to surpass his monstrous father, all the way to what we're talking about today, an arc that doesn't just raise the stakes, it rewrites what the stakes even mean, because at some point in Baki-Dou, Itagaki does something that should not work on paper. He reaches back 500 years and pulls out the greatest warrior Japan ever produced. Miyamoto Musashi resurrects him through some truly unhinged science meets spirituality logic, drops him into modern Tokyo, and just lets him loose. And the whole series shifts. See, Baki's world already had a hierarchy. It had Yujiro. It had Baki himself climbing toward that ceiling. It had fighters who'd spent entire arcs proving they belonged at the top of the food chain. And then Musashi shows up, carrying 2 katanas, wearing a kimono, with zero knowledge of what a car is, and he starts dismantling that entire pecking order without breaking a sweat. What makes this arc special isn't that Musashi is strong. It's that his presence forces every fighter in this world to confront a terrifying question. What does it mean to be the best if a man who's been dead for 4 centuries can walk into the future and make you feel like a beginner? That question is what this video is about. Now, I want to be upfront with you. This video is focused on the Musashi arc and what it does to this series at a structural and emotional level. But I know a lot of you watching this haven't seen Baki from the start. And I want to fix that if this video does well. If you watch it, share it, and show me there's an audience for it. I'm going to put together a complete Baki series recap. From the very first arc, from 1991, the original manga adaptation, the 2018 Netflix seasons Baki Hanma, all the way through Baki-Dou and the Musashi saga. One complete journey, every major fight, every insane moment, every piece of character work that makes this series more than just a highlight reel. That video is going to take serious time to make. So if you want it to exist, like this video right now, share it with one friend who's even slightly curious about Baki. That's genuinely how this happens. Alright, let's talk about Miyamoto Musashi, what he actually does to the Baki universe, and why this arc might be the most important chapter in a franchise that has never once played it safe. The story kicks off with the legendary Baki standing tall right at the top of a massive flight of stairs. He looks down and mutters to himself that running upwards is just a natural, basic thing that literally anyone can accomplish. However, he has made up his mind to completely break and rewrite this ordinary rule. He decides to sprint downwards at full speed instead. Even though doing this is absolute madness, my friend, Baki is incredibly stubborn and determined to pull it off anyway. He charges down the stairs with terrifying leaps and unbelievable speed. What he does is highly dangerous, and he moves so fast that the sheer rushing wind pressure starts pushing hard against his face. The intense air blasting directly into his face literally forces his mouth open, making him yawn in an incredibly casual manner. Finally, we see him hitting the ground safely, admitting that he honestly felt like he was going to die from that insane stunt. Frankly, no sane person would ever try such a ridiculous trick, but Baki just sighs and says he doesn't know why everything has suddenly become so boring lately. Afterwards, we transition to a massive fighter named Atlas. This guy is openly complaining about how incredibly bored he is of holding his championship belt. He is a world-class, top-tier boxer who has successfully managed to win and defend this prestigious title 7 consecutive times. Next, we see him standing inside the ring, staring down his next opponent. Right in the middle of the ring, he boasts that since he has won this championship for 7 straight years, It seems like he has simply won far too much. Suddenly, his opponent charges at him with incredible speed. But Atlas effortlessly dodges, throws a powerful counterpunch, grabs the guy by his waist, and slams him brutally onto the canvas, ending the entire match with that single devastating move. Atlas initially assumes that his opponent isn't completely finished yet, so he starts raining down rapid-fire punches on him, but the referee quickly steps in to stop the beatdown. Shortly after, a swarm of eager reporters crowds around him, bombarding him with questions and asking him exactly why he traveled to Japan. He confidently replies that this country is the place where everyone agrees the world's strongest fighters reside. They all agree that Japan holds the ultimate champion, and he claims he came here solely to prove that he is indeed the absolute strongest of them all. Afterward, he leaves the press and visits Mitsunari, who immediately questions him. Mitsunari asks why a fighter as powerful as him in the underground circuits would want to fight under his promotion. He answers that he witnessed the incredible showdown between father and son. He tells Mitsunari that watching that epic battle between Baki and Yujiro gave him a level of excitement he has never experienced in his life. Mitsunari asks him to explain further, and Atlas responds that he has never seen such breathtaking martial arts skills before. Mitsunari cuts him off, summarizing that, basically, he is deeply impressed by their underground matches and wants to participate. He admits he wants to join, stating that he heard Mitsunari promotes a certain legendary kid named Baki Hanma. Mitsunari looks at him with surprise and asks if he genuinely believes he can defeat Baki Hanma. Atlas confidently responds that he crossed the entire Pacific Ocean just to find out. Mitsunari then makes it clear to him that this particular match won't have any rules whatsoever. Hearing that there are no rules, Atlas declares that he has been craving this kind of brutal freedom for a very long time. Mitsunari points out that he heard Atlas usually charges a whopping 400 million yen per fight. Atlas replies that he knows exactly what Mitsunari is implying, asserting that he won't take a single yen for the fight here. He explains that simply being recognized as the absolute strongest warrior in the world is more than enough reward for him. Mitsunari warns him that the young Baki is incredibly powerful, to which Atlas boldly counters that he is extremely powerful as well. When Mitsunari inquires about his current physical condition, Atlas replies that he is in perfect shape, ready to fight even if it's scheduled for today. Mitsunari tells him that without a doubt, he won't let his enthusiasm go to waste, declaring that the match between him and Baki will actually take place tonight. Hearing this, Atlas is completely shocked by the sudden and rapid arrangement. Seeing his stunned expression, Mitsunari tells him that if he is planning to back out of his words, he should just say it now. Atlas quickly clarifies that it's not like that at all, but rather that Baki doesn't know anything about him yet, and the fight was set up solely based on his own request. He asks if they shouldn't get Baki's consent first. Mitsunari casually brushes it off, saying Baki has absolutely nothing else to do today anyway. Still, Atlas remains skeptical and wonders aloud. Atlas mentions that surely Baki wouldn't just blindly agree to fight without a proper heads up. Mitsunari responds by explaining a vital piece of information about him. Baki never, under any circumstances, rejects a challenge regardless of the time, the location, or who the opponent is. He is always fully prepared for battle, and that is precisely why he is the champion. He is the undisputed strongest because he never shies away from a fight. Next, we see Atlas standing in the center of the massive underground arena, recalling his conversation with Mitsunari. He remembers how Mitsunari called Baki, and how the young champion, upon hearing that he would be facing the strongest heavyweight fighter, accepted the challenge without a single moment of hesitation. The moment Baki steps into the arena, the crowd goes absolutely wild, cheering for him at the top of their lungs. However, Atlas is thoroughly unimpressed, whispering to himself, "So this is the guy known as the strongest fighter in the world. This little kid is Baki Hanma?" He notes that although he saw videos of him, he never imagined he'd look so remarkably small in person. He compares Baki to lightweight or featherweight fighters whose bodies are barely half his own massive size. However, as he takes a closer, more detailed look at Baki's body, he notices an unbelievable amount of scars and wounds. He suddenly realizes that every single scar on this young man's flesh represents a brutal, hard-fought battle from his intense past. It's as if Baki's scars tell his entire life story. Suddenly, before the fight even begins, Atlas is hit with a terrifying vision of a colossal, monstrous spider looming over him. The moment Baki locks eyes with him, Atlas realizes with absolute certainty that this terrifying monster is a physical manifestation of Baki's overwhelming battle aura and martial spirit. He is so completely mesmerized and paralyzed by this terrifying presence that he completely ignores the referee who is trying to speak to him. After snapping out of it, Atlas quickly apologizes, and the referee explains the incredibly simple rules of the arena. Weapons are strictly forbidden, but absolutely everything else is completely legal and allowed here. Then, both fighters take their stances. As they both square up, Atlas thinks to himself that since no weapons are allowed, he is going to absolutely dominate this kid. He is pleasantly surprised to hear the crowd chanting his name, realizing that he is surprisingly famous even in Japan. However, he soon notices that the crowd's loud chanting is actually meant to urge him to hurry up and start the fight. They are just impatient for the action to begin. Atlas wonders if these people seriously believe he could lose to someone of Baki's tiny stature. Given that Baki's body is barely half his size, he believes the outcome should be obvious to everyone. He is a premier heavyweight champion, and not just any fighter, but a 7-time consecutive title holder. He gets incredibly hyped, promising himself that he will show this Japanese audience exactly who Atlas is. The fight finally kicks off, my friend. Atlas immediately charges at Baki with his absolute maximum power, throwing heavy strikes. Baki, however, effortlessly dodges every single one of his attacks with a look of pure, unadulterated boredom on his face. Baki continues to dodge lazily until he suddenly grabs Atlas's head and violently shakes it with such rapid force that Atlas completely loses his equilibrium and sense of reality. The moment Baki releases his grip, Atlas collapses heavily onto the ground, completely defeated. Baki wins the matchup with absolute ease. After this brief battle ended, we see Atlas lying down beside a luxurious swimming pool, reflecting on the shocking defeat. He mutters to himself that he never expected the proud, undisputed heavyweight champions match to end in such a flashing instant. Next, my friend, we head over to the skyscraper tower, where Mitsunari enters alongside the Prime Minister, met by a welcoming lead doctor. After greeting them warmly, the doctor guides them to a special high-speed elevator, informing Mitsunari that they won't stop moving until they reach a staggering 366 meters deep underground. The Prime Minister is completely in the dark, unable to comprehend what is actually going on. Once they finally descend to that depth of 366 meters, Mitsunari immediately greets the chief scientist. The Prime Minister is utterly shocked, confessing that he had absolutely no idea this massive secret underground facility even existed. He calls out to Mitsunari, demanding to know exactly what is going on down here. Mitsunari proudly informs him that this entire incredible facility is actually his own personal creation, to which the Prime Minister reacts. He asks what he means by his own creation. Mitsunari explains further, revealing that they have decided to bring back to life a legendary human whose remains were preserved deep underground. The Prime Minister is stunned, asking if they are actually planning to create a clone. Mitsunari simply urges him to follow him so he can understand the full scope of the project. He leads the Prime Minister to a chamber housing a massive, well-preserved mummy. The Prime Minister, staring in disbelief, asks who this massive mummy belongs to. Mitsunari reveals that the mummy is none other than the legendary Miyamoto Musashi. The Prime Minister is so shocked he can barely contain himself, while Mitsunari jokingly tells him to keep his voice down so he doesn't wake him up. The Prime Minister asks him if he is aware that the international community has strictly banned human cloning. Mitsunari casually replies that he can go ahead and argue that point with a living Musashi. We then see the lead paleontologist explaining the cloning process, sharing how he originally discovered a breakthrough method to potentially resurrect extinct dinosaurs, though the international scientific community completely rejected his controversial ideas. When Mitsunari heard about his unique research, he immediately summoned him for a private meeting. The scientist asked what Mitsunari wanted from him, and Mitsunari openly declared his desire to recreate a human. The scientist was initially confused by this. Mitsunari made it crystal clear. They wanted to bring Miyamoto Musashi back to life. Now, let me remind you, my friend, that resurrecting a deceased soul is something only God can do, and this anime premise is pure science fiction. Anyway, the paleontologist points out to Mitsunari that he must know how strongly the global community opposes such cloning. However, the moment Mitsunari reveals the name of the specific historical figure he intends to resurrect, the scientist is completely stunned. He exclaims, "The legendary samurai Miyamoto Musashi?" Of course I know who Musashi Miyamoto is. He is arguably the most famous and elite swordsman in human history. Musashi Miyamoto was one of the absolute strongest samurai to ever walk the earth. Mitsunari then proposes that they go see the remains together. The scientist asks if he's being serious, and Mitsunari assures him that he is, adding that Musashi's skeletal preservation is in far better condition than any dinosaur fossil they've ever uncovered. So they hop into a car and drive straight to the secret location. Soon after, they constructed a massive state-of-the-art laboratory facility deep down at 366 meters below the surface. The paleontologist recalls that it was by far the largest and most advanced facility he had ever seen, but nothing compared to the absolute awe of seeing Musashi's remains. Seeing the physical specimen of Musashi was on a completely different level. So much so that when Mitsunari was speaking, the scientist was too mesmerized to even pay attention. From that moment on, the scientist became deeply dedicated to every single word Mitsunari said, declaring that he would do absolutely anything to bring Musashi back to life. Mitsunari agrees to the partnership, and the scientist joyfully embraces him, thrilled to be leading such a groundbreaking historical project. Leaving that underground facility for now, my friend, we check in on Baki, who is lying flat on his back on the floor. He has just finished a brutal training session, and at first glance, he looks completely exhausted. He seems to be resting from the heavy exertion, but the reality is entirely different. Baki is actually lying perfectly still on the ground to listen to his own heartbeat. However, he suddenly starts hearing a strange, unfamiliar rhythm echoing in his ears that sounds completely distinct from his own pulse. He places his hand over his chest. He confirms to himself that his intuition is correct. This mysterious sound is definitely not his own heartbeat. He wonders whose heartbeat it could possibly be, concentrating as hard as he can to decipher the source and understand why it has such a bizarre, heavy tempo. He runs through the mental files of all the elite fighters he has ever faced. He quickly concludes that it's impossible, as this deep, booming pulse is unlike any fighter he has ever known. Meanwhile, back at the lab, they are analyzing Musashi's extracted spinal cord. The research assistant is completely blown away by its sheer size, admitting he never imagined a human spinal cord could be this massive. He notes that it doesn't look like a standard human spinal cord at all. The head professor explains that this structure is the result of extreme physical habits that dominated the subject's daily life. The assistant wonders aloud that if Musashi's spinal cord is this incredibly robust, his actual physical body must have been absolute perfection. The professor explains that it goes far beyond simple muscle and skin. This warrior trained so relentlessly that he physically altered his entire skeletal structure over his lifetime. This brutal training was his everyday routine. The assistant expresses his desire to see Musashi's actual, living form since historical paintings don't show his true physique. The professor reassures him not to worry, because since their ultimate goal is the successful resurrection of Musashi, he will get to see him soon enough. The professor then carefully slices a section of the spinal cord to examine the preserved blood vessels, finding them in pristine condition. This delights him, as it means they are extremely close. They are on the verge of achieving their scientific miracle. Next, we see Baki casually completing a grueling 40-kilometer run with absolute ease, as this has become his standard daily workout. He complains to himself that this routine has become incredibly boring, and he desperately craves a far greater challenge to reignite his fighting passion. He notes that intense training seems to be the only thing his body recovers from, letting out a massive yawn born of sheer boredom. He starts reflecting again on that mysterious heartbeat he sensed earlier, wondering who it could possibly belong to and if he will finally meet an opponent worthy of bringing back his fighting spark. He hopes for someone to awaken his passion. Next, we see the elderly master Shibukawa Guki training intensely with Katsumi Orochi, and their sparring session is anything but ordinary. After wrapping up, they sit down to rest, and Katsumi admits he has been feeling an inexplicable, strange sensation lately. Guki replies that Katsumi is not alone. Katsumi asks what he means, and Guki explains that he has been feeling the exact same premonition. He adds that it's not just the two of them, but other elite fighters like Doppo Orochi have felt it too, which is why Doppo immediately intensified his training. In fact, most top fighters have started pushing their bodies to the absolute limit lately, even Oliva. Biscuit Oliva, known for his laid-back and carefree attitude, has begun undergoing the most brutal training regimens. Not to mention Retsu Kaio, who is currently in America pushing his limits. Katsumi asks Guki what this mysterious feeling could possibly mean. Guki admits he doesn't know yet, but it's clear something highly unusual is about to go down. An exciting storm is clearly brewing on the horizon. Meanwhile, we see Mitsunari speaking with the professor's assistant, whose name is Mono. Mitsunari asks him if he genuinely believes this cloning operation will be successful. Mono confidently replies, asking if he's doubting the professor's genius, promising that in exactly 28 days, he will see. The cloned embryo of Miyamoto Musashi right before his eyes. Mitsunari is shocked by the short time frame, but Mono boasts that they shouldn't be compared to ordinary labs, as what they are achieving here is impossible for anyone else. Next, we see an unfertilized egg, into which the professor is carefully implanting a cell nucleus. He takes the donor nucleus from Musashi's remains and painstakingly inserts it into the egg with absolute precision. Mitsunari watches the delicate procedure, thoroughly enjoying the scientific marvel unfolding. Meanwhile, Baki is back in the ring for a match against a champion boxer, yet he still feels that same overwhelming boredom. Despite his lack of interest, Baki finishes off his opponent with a single lightning-fast attack and exits the ring as an effortless winner. Mitsunari watches him leave and whispers to himself, telling Baki to wait just 10 months, because in exactly 10 months, he will present him with an unimaginable surprise. Of course, you and I know what it is. We know exactly what that surprise is, my friend. Meanwhile, we see another top fighter pushing himself to the absolute limit during training, trying to prepare for the ominous event he senses coming. He is lifting massive heavy weights, yet he experiences the exact same boredom as Baki, letting out a tired yawn. We also see Doppo Orochi training under a freezing waterfall. He is conditioning his body under the heavy water, but while his training is extreme, what Jack Hanma is doing is on a whole different level of insanity. Jack is undergoing highly painful bone-lengthening surgeries to increase his height, which has now reached a staggering 2.5 meters. Can you believe that, my friend? 2.5 meters tall. It's like he wants to live as a literal giant, as if the endless array of steroids and performance drugs he takes daily weren't enough. Yet, even the monstrous Jack is seen yawning, affected by the same mysterious boredom. Next, we return to the laboratory, where all the complex preparations are nearly complete, and everyone is ready to witness the birth of this extraordinary cloned being, the strongest samurai in human history, Miyamoto Musashi. The lead professor announces that they have officially reached the 11-month mark, and it is finally time to initiate the birth of this legend who will shake the foundations of the world, brought back at the physical age of exactly 32 years old, representing the absolute prime of his physical youth and strength. Soon, the artificial birth is successfully completed, and Musashi's body is presented before Mitsunari and the team of scientists. The best news they receive is that his physical vitals are completely normal, making the cloning project a perfect 100% success. As they carefully trim his long nails, the professor remarks that even a simple glance reveals the immense, latent power this individual possesses. Mitsunari is literally weeping tears of pure joy, declaring that this is indeed the absolute strongest samurai, Miyamoto Musashi. Next, we cut to a bar where Hanayama Kaoru is hanging out with his associate. When Hanayama lets out a massive yawn, his friend asks why he's yawning, wondering if he is really that bored spending time with him. Hanayama explains that last night, while he was walking down the street, an armed thug pulled a gun on him, threatening to empty the entire magazine into him if he took even a single step forward. Hanayama had looked at the thug and calmly told him to go ahead, but warned him not to miss his target. The thug hesitated, completely terrified and unable to pull the trigger. At that moment, Hanayama yawned out of boredom, instinctively grabbed the man's hand and crushed his wrist along with the gun. He tells his friend that this is exactly what happened. He says he has been yawning constantly ever since, and this strange sensation has been lingering for a while. His associate apologizes for doubting his company. However, all Hanayama can focus on right now is the ogre, Yujiro Hanma. Next, we see Hanayama sitting right in front of Mitsunari, formally requesting a match against the ogre. Mitsunari tells him that it has been a very long time since he heard anyone gather the courage to make such a request. He reminds Hanayama that fighting Yujiro the ogre is definitely no walk in the park, meaning there must be a deep reason behind this. He asks him what exactly is driving him to challenge this absolute monster. Mitsunari says he will answer for him. It's undoubtedly because he is suffering from intense boredom, which is why he requested this battle. Hanayama is surprised that Mitsunari read his mind so quickly. Mitsunari reminds him that his last major fight with Yujiro was about 5 years ago, and he surely remembers how brutal the outcome was back then. He recalls that Hanayama almost lost his arms entirely against the ogre in what was just a casual encounter. Mitsunari continues, pointing out that the pain and humiliation he suffered back then must have been incredibly difficult, yet his current pain of boredom seems to be even worse than that physical suffering. He notes that even he wants Yujiro back in Tokyo. He mentions that the name Hanayama Kaoru is certainly enough to draw the ogre back to the city, but cautions him that it won't be a simple matter. Meanwhile, back at the cloning facility, the doctors are monitoring the newly born Musashi Miyamoto. They report that every single physical aspect of his cloned body is 100% normal and healthy. However, despite 81 hours passing since his birth, he has not shown any movement whatsoever. Although his body temperature and heart rate are perfectly stable, his brain waves have shown absolutely zero response or activity. The head professor stands up and sighs, stating that they have done absolutely everything they possibly could. All that remains is for his brain to spark to life. It has been 3 days without a single twitch, so they decide to wait a little longer to see if anything changes. Soon, the scientists begin discussing the grim possibility that the cloning project has failed. Hearing this, Mitsunari quickly intervenes to challenge their scientific assumptions. He criticizes them for relying solely on concrete data, asking if they honestly believe numbers can explain everything. He tells them their flaw is depending entirely on formulas, whereas there are spiritual realms where science and data are completely useless. Mitsunari continues his speech, apologizing for what he is about to say next. He reveals that he has an older sister who is deeply gifted in spiritual matters and the unseen realms. He warns them that she might appear a bit eccentric at first glance, making people want to ask her many questions at once. The scientists mock this idea until one of them asks Mitsunari what his spiritual sister could actually do. He asks what exactly Mitsunari intends to ask her about their current dilemma. We then see Mitsunari's sister, my friend, sitting in a public space with a massive line of people waiting to ask her spiritual questions. If someone's question annoys her, she literally kicks them away. One man in line steps up and asks her a specific question. He asks if she can summon the spirit of John F. Kennedy, and she confidently replies that she can. He requests her to summon him right now. She complies, performing some bizarre spiritual rituals. Suddenly, her voice changes completely as she greets him. The man responds, and she remarks how unusual it is for a Japanese person to summon him. She speaks with him for a moment, leaving the client absolutely thrilled by this incredible spiritual encounter. The man leaves, and the next person steps up, immediately questioning her authenticity, asking if she is just a 100% accurate voice impersonator and where she could have possibly learned such a deceptive trick. She firmly corrects him, stating she doesn't impersonate but actually summons the real souls. Still highly skeptical, the man challenges her, explaining his father passed away 2 years ago and he wishes to see him, asking if she can summon him. She says of course she can, and begins performing her bizarre movements once again. After finishing, she stares intensely at the young man and asks if he is telling the truth about his father being dead. He asks why she would say that, and she replies that she can't locate his soul anywhere, meaning she can't sense his presence at all. The man defensively asks why he would lie, prompting her to repeat the ritual. She goes through the strange spiritual gestures again, and suddenly yells at the young man, calling him by his actual name, Takashi. She reveals intimate details about his private life that absolutely nobody except his father could ever know. Finally, the boy breaks down and admits that his father isn't actually dead and is still alive. The surrounding crowd is completely amazed, wondering how this elderly woman could possibly pull off such a feat. Later, when Takashi returns home, he meets his living father and recounts the entire bizarre experience. His father asks him exactly what time this occurred. When Takashi gives him the precise time, his father shares something shocking. His father tells him an unbelievable story. At that exact moment, he suddenly fainted at work, felt his consciousness transport to another realm, and saw his son standing in the very place where Mitsunari's sister was sitting. The father realized he had spoken every single word the old woman uttered. This proves that during his brief coma, he actually met his son. He had indeed met his son and yelled at him, proving to Takashi that this old woman is no fraud. Whether a person is dead or alive, she has the terrifying ability to summon their soul. Her name is Sabuko. Next, we see Hanayama walking down the street, recalling Mitsunari's warning that this upcoming battle isn't just an ordinary match. It will be a brutal, genuine life and death struggle, which is why he must never let the public witness it. At the same time, we see Yujiro the Ogre walking down the street, crossing paths directly with Hanayama. They stand face to face, my friend, which indicates that Yujiro actually listened to Mitsunari's message and showed up. He came all this way specifically to face Hanayama in battle. We see Mitsunari, dressed in unique tactical gear for the first time, secretly observing Hanayama and Yujiro. He whispers that this is exactly what he wanted, to see them unleash their full power anywhere they please. Meanwhile, Mitsunari's sister Sabuko arrives at the high-tech lab. After thoroughly reviewing all the medical charts and data of the cloned samurai, she tells the scientists that everything they have done is technically fine, but if they want optimal results, they need to make a 20% adjustment to his insulin levels, amino acid concentrations, and vitamin B complex intake. She claims doing so will make everything perfect. The scientists are completely dumbfounded by her deep biological knowledge, especially when she asserts that making these adjustments will wake Musashi up in just 5 minutes. One of the skeptical scientists turns to the lead professor, asking if he is seriously going to listen to this old lady. The professor remains silent, prompting the angry scientist to continue, arguing that even if she is Mitsunari's own sister, they are men of rigorous science, not magic and hocus pocus. He gives the professor a harsh ultimatum: either fire him from this historical project, or tell this clueless old woman to leave immediately and never return. He demands she get out of their professional space. In response, the old woman calmly performs her spiritual hand gestures and summons the spirit of someone extremely close to this arrogant scientist. Suddenly, her voice alters dramatically as she addresses him, telling him that his bad attitude is a terrible habit. She calls him Kenichi, completely shocking the scientist that she knows his personal name and speaks in that specific tone. She lectures him to drop his bad habits and confront his problems head-on. The scientist nervously laughs, asking who she is pretending to be this time, but she suddenly snaps and screams at him. She asks him if he seriously doesn't recognize who is speaking to him. Kenichi replies that he honestly has no idea, mockingly asking her to enlighten him. She responds by telling him he must study when he is hungry, sleep when he is tired, and that mathematics is all about feeling the numbers. Hearing this, Kenichi is utterly dumbfounded. He realizes that those specific phrases were only ever spoken by his late grandfather. The old woman continues to reveal personal details, but Kenichi desperately tries to deny it, rationalizing that she must have run an extensive background check on him to gather this information. However, things get way out of hand when this mysterious old woman starts revealing deep secrets that absolutely nobody could have known except for Kenichi and his late grandfather. Hearing this, Kenichi turns to the professor and says there is absolutely no harm in letting this strange lady give it a shot. Meanwhile, we cut back to Hanayama and Yujiro standing face to face in a tense standoff, where Hanayama sincerely thanks Yujiro for saving him some precious time by coming all the way out here to meet him. Yujiro arrogantly replies that when a call comes directly from Hanayama Kaioh, he has no choice but to show up in person. He then asks, "So, what's the plan? Do we start our brutal clash right here, or do you prefer another location?" Hanayama indifferently leaves the decision to him, prompting Yujiro to suggest they take a little walk first. As the two behemoths stroll side by side down the street, Yujiro boasts to Hanayama that ever since his legendary showdown with Baki, his face has become famous across the entire globe. He mentions how random people constantly approach him begging for autographs, especially little kids. On the flip side, he notes that ever since Hanayama's own brutal battle with Baki, everything in his life has felt utterly, painfully boring, to the point where he couldn't stop yawning out of pure boredom. Yujiro scoffs and claims that their massive clash was nothing more than a simple household argument that could happen in any family. Hanayama is dumbfounded, replying, "After all the insane destruction you two caused, you call that a family squabble? You're far too modest, Yujiro." Yujiro smiles and tells Hanayama that their combined power was so monumental that onlookers were absolutely thrilled to their core, taking photos and plastering them all over social media. But then, Yujiro abruptly stops walking, looks Hanayama dead in the eye, and says, "Let's not waste any more precious time. What exactly is it that you want Yujiro to do for you?" Hanayama agrees, admitting that they definitely didn't meet up just to have a casual chat. But right at that moment, an overly brave fan steps up to Yujiro and nervously asks, "Mr. Yujiro, would you mind giving me your autograph right here?" Yujiro obliges, but he leaves the poor guy with the absolute strangest and most terrifying autograph you will ever witness. Hanayama looks at the bizarre mark and remarks that this is exactly what one should expect when asking for an autograph from the ogre himself. Yujiro turns to him, annoyed, and asks, "Since when did you become such a talkative chatterbox? Haven't we talked more than enough already?" Hanayama calmly agrees, and you can practically feel Yujiro's battle excitement starting to boil over. Driven by pure adrenaline, Yujiro tells Hanayama, "In that case, you take the first shot. It's only fair that way." Hanayama accepts the offer instantly, saying his request is easily granted. He primes his massive frame, pulls his giant arm back with every ounce of physical power he possesses, and unleashes a monstrous, devastating punch aimed straight at Yujiro. The crazy part is, Yujiro doesn't even attempt to dodge or block it. He takes the bone-shattering blow directly to his face. Even though the impact was absolutely cataclysmic, Yujiro looks insanely happy afterwards, his excitement levels going completely off the charts. Meanwhile, Mitsu is secretly observing their clash from a distance as Hanayama prepares to launch yet another assault. Hanayama charges forward once more, but Yujiro stands perfectly still, refusing to budge an inch. The surrounding crowd is utterly baffled by Yujiro's passive behavior. Despite Hanayama landing incredibly heavy and powerful strikes, Yujiro remains rooted to the spot, entirely unfazed. Yujiro then looks at him and says, "Even though your conscious mind is completely ignorant, your physical body already understands the situation." He continues tauntingly, "Every single cell in your body is absolutely terrified right now, Hanayama." Hearing this insulting truth, Hanayama snaps, shattering the concrete ground beneath his feet, and launches a truly terrifying bloodthirsty charge. However, Yujiro effortlessly shuts him down by planting his massive open palm directly onto Hanayama's face. Meanwhile, we cut back to Mitsu's spiritualist sister, who is standing directly in front of Miyamoto Musashi's cloned body. She observes him closely and remarks that in his youth, this man was known as Takezo Shinmen, and it appears he lived a surprisingly peaceful life without taking a single soul. She adds that whenever she performed spirit summonings, she saw his face constantly, so it feels incredibly familiar. Since his appearance is nothing new to her, she sits down in front of him and begins performing her bizarre, ritualistic gestures to summon the legendary soul of Miyamoto Musashi. Suddenly, an incredibly intense and mystical aura starts emanating from her entire body, leaving the observing scientists completely bewildered and shocked by what they are witnessing. Out of nowhere, the old woman rises to her feet, and the scientists immediately notice that her posture has completely shifted into a traditional, calculated samurai stance. Mitsu's sister continues deep in her trance. The professor's assistant mutters that everything is fine for now, but the real terrifying danger lies in what is about to happen next. Just then, Mitsu finally arrives at the laboratory, confidently telling them not to worry about a thing. The frustrated professor asks him, "Where on earth were you on such a monumentally important day?" Mitsu dismisses the question, telling them to ignore him and keep their eyes glued to her. She begins circling the body, performing a secret ritualistic act. Suddenly, the monitoring equipment registers complete brain activity, and the lifeless clone's body begins to twitch. Indeed, Musashi's physical form starts making strange, jerky movements until his eyes snap open. The absolute first thing he does is aggressively grab the old spiritualist woman by the face, lifting her effortlessly into the air. He holds her suspended in that terrifying grip, looking highly confused by his modern surroundings. He glares at the trembling scientists nearby, hurls the old woman straight at them, and in a literal blink of an eye, vanishes from sight only to reappear standing menacingly right behind them. Naturally, the scientists are absolutely paralyzed with fear. They are frozen, terrified of what this ancient killer might do. Musashi calmly tells them he won't slaughter them if they answer his questions honestly. His intense interrogation lasts for 2 whole hours, but his most crucial question is simple. Why did they summon him back to life? Hearing this, Mitsu steps forward to face him. Mitsu boldly says, "Master Miyamoto, I only ask one single thing of you. I want you to unleash your legendary fighting skills." Musashi looks at him skeptically, asking, "Have you seen my current state?" Mitsu immediately presents him with custom clothing, reassuring him that these garments were tailored specifically to fit his frame perfectly. Once Musashi puts on the traditional attire and gets fully prepared, he asks Mitsu, "Alright, who is it that you want me to face in combat?" Meanwhile, we cut to Baki, who is in the middle of his intense training. He sits down, reflecting, "I used to yawn constantly out of sheer boredom, but suddenly that feeling vanished. My heartbeat is racing at an unfamiliar, rapid pace." Baki continues, "It feels like a completely different pulse is resonating inside me, and I can sense that the owner of this powerful heartbeat is incredibly close by. I wonder if this person is a dangerous escaped convict, a death row inmate, or some primitive beast. No matter who it is, I won't be surprised." Meanwhile, Musashi is riding in a car with Mitsu. Musashi is staring out the car window, utterly astonished by the modern world. Mitsu chuckles at his bewildered reaction and explains to him that this is Japan 400 years after his death. Seeing that Musashi is still completely overwhelmed by the technological marvels, Mitsu decides to park the car and suggests they take a walk together through the city streets. The moment Musashi steps out of the car, he stares down at his feet in confusion and asks, "Is the ground paved with some kind of smooth stone?" Mitsu smiles and explains, "This paved surface is called asphalt, but it's perfectly fine if you think of it as stone." Musashi then looks up at the towering skyscrapers, completely mesmerized by the modern architecture. Musashi is deeply awed, admitting that the era he lived in cannot possibly compare to this magnificent modern age. Even though he is completely baffled by how humanity achieved such grand progress, he turns to Mitsu and says, "I have countless questions and have no idea where to begin, but more than anything, I want to go to a place where I truly belong." Mitsu nods and replies, "I was already planning to take you exactly there." He guides Musashi back into the car and says, "I apologize for making you feel out of place. We are very close to our destination, and I promise to show you something that you are highly familiar with." He then drives him to the entrance of the secret underground arena. Mitsu leads him down into the depths of the underground fighting arena. Standing in the center of the ring, Musashi looks around and asks, "What is this place?" Mitsu explains that although it has been renovated many times, the arena still retains the ancient spirit of blood sport. Musashi kneels down and scoops up a handful of sand. As he sifts through the sand, he notices human teeth mixed in with the dirt. A smirk appears on his face as he says, "Now I finally feel at ease." Mitsu asks, "Are you absolutely sure this is where you belong?" Suddenly, Mitsu looks toward the entrance and announces, "Ah, our guest of honor has finally arrived to meet you." Entering the arena is a man wielding 2 swords, Kotashiro Sabu, widely recognized as the strongest swordsman in all of Japan. Mitsu whispers to Musashi, "I don't think I need to tell you what to do with him." But the moment Sabu steps in front of Musashi, an overwhelming mental pressure hits him, making him feel as if he has literally been sliced in half. Shaken to his core by this sheer imaginary threat, Sabu immediately turns to Mitsu and demands, "Who on earth is this man?" Mitsu slyly responds, "Our agreement was that you wouldn't know his identity until after the duel." Sabu snaps back, "Consider our agreement void. I demand to know who stands before me right now." Mitsu chuckles, saying, "The man with the fastest sword in Japan is backing out? This is getting interesting." Sabu defends himself, saying, "I may be old, but this man has already sliced me 6 times over. Every single invisible blow he landed was a fatal strike. I value my life too much to face someone who can end me instantly." Musashi calmly replies to Sabu, "The first strike was the Hachi technique, and the second was a completely different style." Mitsu, intrigued, asks Sabu what the Hachi technique actually means. Sabu explains, "It means being cleanly split in half from the crown of my head down to my toes." Mitsu turns to Musashi, asking what he did to Sabu. Musashi simply replies, he already knows. Sabu goes on to describe the invisible cuts he received from Musashi, explaining that each imaginary strike was faster than the last, slicing through him with absolute ease. Musashi nods and says, "I must thank you. I was able to slice you 7 times because you offered 0 resistance." Sabu quickly refutes this, saying, "That's not true. I resisted with everything I had, but your sheer speed and pressure made me feel completely paralyzed and helpless. This man is insanely dangerous." Mitsu chimes in, saying, "So, if I understand correctly, the match is already decided at 7-0? But Musashi, you don't even have a sword. How did you cut him?" Musashi smiles cryptically, asking Mitsu, "Do you honestly believe one can only cut someone with a physical blade?" Sabu, desperate for answers, begs Mitsu to reveal the man's identity. Musashi then reaches out his hand towards Sabu and asks, "Would you mind if I take a look at those swords you're carrying?" Sabu hesitates, reluctant to hand over his weapons. Musashi asks if there's an issue, and Mitsu encourages him, saying, "Go ahead, Sabu, let him see them." Mitsu was secretly dying to see how Musashi would handle a real sword. Sabu finally hands over the first blade, and Musashi begins to inspect it with a keen eye. Musashi handles the weapon, saying it brings back nostalgic memories of his past battles. He then asks Sabu to hand over the second sword. Sabu complies, and Musashi wields both blades simultaneously, declaring, "This is truly an incredible feeling." Mitsu eagerly asks, "Master Musashi, would you mind showing us some of your legendary techniques?" Musashi smiles and asks, "Are you absolutely sure you want to witness my lethal techniques?" Mitsu replies, "Only if it's no trouble for you." Musashi chuckles darkly, looking at them, and says, "Since only the 2 of you are here, I don't know if you'll survive seeing it. Tell me, which of you should I slice in half first?" Terrified, both Mitsu and Sabu quickly object to his terrifying proposal. Musashi laughs, telling them, "Don't worry, I was only joking." He then inspects the swords again and says, "These weapons are finely crafted, but the iron composition is incredibly weak, meaning they are completely unfit for cutting through human bone." He suddenly performs a lightning-fast downward swing with both swords, but the cheap metal cannot withstand the sheer force of his movement, instantly shattering at the hilts. Musashi sighs. Just as I predicted, the blade snapped right at the handle. Sabu and Mitsu stand frozen, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Musashi tosses the broken handles aside, remarking, "These fragile toys can't even be called real swords. They couldn't even survive a simple practice swing." Sabu falls to his knees, begging Mitsu, "Please, tell me who this man is. I have practiced swordsmanship for over 60 years, and I've never heard of a blade shattering from a swing." Musashi finally introduces himself properly, saying, "My name is Miyamoto Musashi. It is an honor to make your acquaintance." Mitsu looks at the stunned Sabu and says, "Now you know the truth." Sabu is furious, gathering his broken blades, accusing Mitsu of playing him for a fool from the very beginning. Musashi confidently declares, "With or without a sword, using weapons or bare hands, I will easily defeat the strongest fighter in this entire nation." He stands tall, radiating absolute confidence, leaving Mitsu completely mesmerized. Later, Mitsu goes to Baki and tells him everything, but Baki refuses to believe a single word. Mitsu then shares the news about the epic duel between Hanayama and Yujiro. Baki is absolutely thrilled to hear about it, praising Hanayama for his incredible spirit. Mitsu asks him what he means by that, and Baki explains that Hanayama finally found a way to escape his crushing boredom, and the only one who could do that was Yujiro. Mitsu replies, "But Baki, you have no idea what actually went down in that fight." Baki confidently states that even though he didn't witness it, the outcome was entirely predictable. Mitsu counters, "It wasn't as predictable as you think." Hanayama only managed to land a single punch on Yujiro, and the rest of his strikes missed completely. Mitsu continues, "Despite the immense power behind Hanayama's blows, Yujiro effortlessly grabbed Hanayama's face with just one hand and threw him far away, all while keeping his other hand casually in his pocket. If you don't believe me, just look at this security footage." Baki is shocked that someone actually recorded the fight. Mitsu shows him a clip of a quiet, peaceful convenience store. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Hanayama comes flying through the front window, completely demolishing the shelves and turning the entire shop upside down. This was the aftermath of Yujiro's casual throw. Baki grins, saying, Man, Hanayama is so incredibly lucky. Mitsu is dumbfounded, asking, "Lucky?" He got absolutely wrecked. Baki explains that even as he was crashing through the shelves, Hanayama had a massive smile on his face because he was genuinely happy to have a real challenge. Baki then looks at Mitsu and says, "Now tell me who is hiding in the next room." Mitsu is caught off guard, stammering, "Wait, how did you know?" Baki urges him, "Don't waste any more time, just tell me who they are." Mitsu tries to deflect, saying, "As expected of Baki, but you have to understand that this facility has many employees, so it's perfectly normal to feel people moving around nearby." Baki scoffs, saying, "Do you take me for a fool? I am the son of the ogre Yujiro. Whoever is lurking behind that door, whether it's one person or more, male or female, I can feel their presence. What I want to know is, are they assassins sent to kill me or just to test me?" Mitsu asks, "Who do you think is behind that door?" Baki calmly replies, "I have no way of knowing for sure, but I can feel an absolutely overwhelming, unnatural presence coming from behind that door." Suddenly, Baki senses a terrifying threat behind him. He instinctively spins around and launches a high kick, but in a split second, he feels his leg get cleanly sliced off in midair. Baki screams in sheer agony, but when he looks down, he realizes his leg is completely intact. It was nothing but a vivid illusion of pain, a terrifying mental projection of Musashi's lethal strike. Baki looks at Musashi, utterly shocked by his terrifying mental pressure, comparing his presence to a deadly nuclear explosion. In contrast, Musashi looks at Baki and feels as though he is standing before an endless, delicious feast of strength. He turns to Baki and says, "Your physical body is incredibly well trained. Tell me, are you a ninja?" Mitsu eagerly asks Baki, "What did you just experience?" Baki replies, "I'm about to say something you won't believe." Baki hesitates, thinking to himself that the legendary warrior he suspects died centuries ago, making it impossible for him to be standing here. Yet he turns to Mitsu and says, "The man standing in front of us is none other than Miyamoto Musashi." Mitsu plays dumb, laughing. "No way! You must be joking. Is your mind all right?" Baki seriously replies, "I honestly don't know if my mind is playing tricks on me, but we are in the 21st century. Even the wildest sci-fi writers couldn't have imagined that the strongest samurai in human history would be resurrected today." Mitsu asks, "If you know how crazy it sounds, why do you think he is Musashi?" Baki says, "I can't explain it, but it's a deep gut feeling." Determined to test him, Baki launches another rapid attack, but immediately has to retreat. He asks, "Did you just cut me?" Musashi replies, "All I did was evade your strike, but I highly commend your speed." Baki turns to Mitsu, saying, "This confirms it without a doubt." Mitsu finally confesses, saying, "To be completely honest, Baki, you are absolutely right." Musashi then turns to Baki and suggests, "How about we take this duel outside to the open arena?" The two warriors walk out and face each other, while Mitsu silently wonders which of them is truly the stronger fighter. Musashi asks Baki, "If you don't mind, what do you think about fighting an unarmed opponent?" Baki retorts, "You're unarmed too, aren't you?" Musashi then smiles, lowers his center of gravity, and takes an invisible perfect sword-holding stance. He asks Baki, "Can you see the blade in my hands?" Baki is completely stunned, staring in disbelief as he replies, "I can see it with absolute clarity." Musashi laughs heartily and boasts, "See, this is why I am the absolute greatest in the entire world." Baki is paralyzed with shock. Musashi continues, "When you reach my level, your very body becomes the ultimate blade." He adds, "There is absolutely no need for a physical sword anymore. So I ask you once again, do you agree to fight an unarmed man?" Mitsu yells at Baki, warning him not to accept, but Baki is completely overwhelmed with excitement, declaring, "I have absolutely no problem with that. Let's begin our battle right now." So Musashi asks him one final time, "Are you absolutely certain about this?" Baki retorts, "Lest you forget, you were the one who suggested we come out here to fight." Musashi then turns to Mitsu and asks, "Who is this young man anyway?" Mitsu replies, "Surely you remember my promise, Musashi. This is the strongest boy in the world." Musashi shrugs, saying, "He's decent." Hearing this, Baki launches a sudden, lightning-fast strike without any warning. However, Musashi effortlessly dodges the blow, grabs Baki's leg, and lifts him high into the air. Baki tries to counter with his other leg, but Musashi tightens his crushing grip on the captured limb. Baki screams in pain. Musashi chides him, saying, "Why are you acting so strangely? We are in the middle of a battle, yet you can't even stand properly on one leg." He exerts even more crushing force. Realizing Baki can't take much more, Musashi mutters, "Even though you're just a kid, you should know what a real fight means." Musashi then throws Baki behind him, wondering if his body can withstand the impact, and slams him into the ground with immense bone-shattering force. Baki is knocked completely unconscious. Musashi observes the knocked-out teen, remarking, "Well, this kid is certainly tougher than those fragile swords I held earlier." When Baki finally regains consciousness, he feels an agonizing pain radiating through his entire body. Remembering the swift defeat, he thinks, "How did I lose so quickly?" Yet instead of being discouraged, Baki gets incredibly excited, eager to face the legendary Musashi Miyamoto again to confirm his existence. Baki rushes outside and spots Mitsu and Musashi deep in conversation. Mitsu suggests they do a little training using simple bamboo sticks. Musashi agrees, picking up a bamboo stick. But the moment he executes his very first swing, the raw speed and power of his strike shatters the bamboo stick instantly in his hands. Baki is completely speechless, realizing that it was Musashi's incredible speed that caused the bamboo to burst. Baki approaches Musashi and asks, "What exactly is the purpose of this training?" Musashi replies, "There doesn't need to be a specific purpose. Any true swordsman must train continuously, day in and day out." Baki counters, in other words, the ultimate goal of training is victory. Musashi nods, saying that goes without saying. Baki declares, "If that's the case, then you must fight me right now. It will be the perfect training." Musashi delivers a shocking counter-argument, pointing out that since Baki had been unconscious for a full 30 minutes, he was essentially already dead. He asked Baki to imagine how many times he could have easily finished him off during that period. Baki admits his logic is sound, so Musashi hands him a bamboo stick, inviting him to test his own skills. Baki takes the stick, but instead of swinging it, he delivers a lightning-fast kick that cleanly slices the bamboo in half. Musashi is genuinely surprised by Baki's incredible precision and seamless execution, noting that Baki was significantly faster this time around compared to their first encounter. Mitsu boasts that Baki is currently the absolute strongest youth alive. Musashi concedes that Baki is indeed incredibly fast, but points out that he has not yet matured into a true, seasoned warrior. Baki is completely stunned by this critique, having never had someone speak of his abilities in such a dismissive way. Musashi then calmly tells Mitsu that he wants to go outside and explore the city, causing Mitsu to panic. Musashi reassures him that his only intention is to familiarize himself with this strange modern era. Mitsu explains that while he doesn't mind the exploration, the real danger is that Musashi cannot go roaming the city streets completely unaccompanied. Musashi takes offense, asking if Mitsu views him as a child, but Baki abruptly cuts in to support Mitsu. Baki insists that Musashi absolutely cannot go out unsupervised, adding that Musashi needs to realize that Baki is fully aware of how easily Musashi could have finished him earlier. To drive his point home, Baki suddenly unleashes a blindingly fast, powerful strike right in front of Musashi to display his sheer physical velocity. This triggers a flashback to Baki's childhood training under Yujiro. Yujiro was the one who rigorously taught Baki this specific ultimate punch, explaining that it is designed to completely neutralize any opponent regardless of their strength, whether they are a world-class champion or a seasoned combat veteran. This single strike is guaranteed to send any challenger crashing straight to the floor, though the technique's name is quite bizarre. The absurdly long name of this devastating move is the Super Hyper Galaxy Phantom Caliber .44 Magnum. Yujiro strictly warned Baki not to dare mock the name, as Yujiro himself was the one who coined it. When Yujiro first demonstrated the punch to young Baki, the boy was absolutely awed by its raw, crushing force. Yujiro emphasized that speed is the key. Yujiro repeated the move multiple times to permanently engrave the execution into Baki's muscle memory, declaring it the absolute fastest strike in all of modern martial arts. Back in the present, Musashi takes the full force of this legendary punch and is sent sliding backward, his feet digging into the ground, completely shocked by the impact's sheer power. Musashi stands there in deep reflection, wondering how on earth he was forced to the ground in such a seemingly humiliating manner. Baki looks at him confidently and remarks, "While you were down on the dirt, I easily could have ended your life at least 3 times. Meanwhile, Mitsu is standing nearby, completely frozen in absolute shock at the display. Musashi slowly gets back up on his feet and admits to Baki, "You are absolutely right. I would have been a dead man. Even before your fists connected, I felt an incredibly powerful presence strike my face." Baki asks, "So, do I take it that you finally recognize my power?" Musashi nods and confirms, "You indeed possess a massive, undeniable presence." Baki challenges him further, asking if Musashi will be able to block his next strike. Musashi replies, "If a warrior cannot defend himself, he has no right to call himself a martial artist. I could have easily dodged your blow, but I intentionally chose to take it to understand its power. It made my entire world spin and briefly paralyzed my body. Even though this was just a game, I lost myself completely." Baki told him it wasn't a game. Then, Musashi introduced himself stating, "I am Musashi Miyamoto." Baki responded, "I am Baki Hanma." Following this, Miyamoto told him, "Be prepared, from now on, I won't go easy on you." He then took a stance as if holding two swords. In contrast, Baki said, "We are currently in the 21st century, which means modern martial arts he hasn't heard of before. But still, I am fighting the strongest person of this era." He sensed Yujiro's presence and, without wasting any time, attacked him without hesitation. However, Miyamoto stood before Baki completely ready for all his moves. Because of this, Miyamoto advanced on him and grabbed his wrist. Baki couldn't believe that Miyamoto had stopped him before he even landed a punch. In response, Miyamoto struck him with his other hand, a blow that was decisive for Baki. Baki continued to scream, unable to endure what was happening to him. He attacked again, but surprisingly, Miyamoto blocked the strike with his leg, but he couldn't hit him because Baki had thrown him far away. Afterward, we see Baki struggling to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Miyamoto was quite pleased, encouraging Baki and saying, "I didn't expect you to be this strong, and you even managed to block a blow that was supposed to split you in two." Afterward, Miyamoto left them and walked away. Baki, after everything that happened, collapsed on the ground. Miyamoto had indeed arrived in the city and saw a screen in front of him moving. He exclaimed, "Impossible! How is a painting moving?" When the image shifted to a car advertisement, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Seeing with his own eyes, he wondered, "What is happening with this wall in front of me?" Not only that, but all the people walking on the street paid no attention to the independently moving painting. He then turned to walk around, saying, "The world I am in now is vastly different compared to the world I used to live in." When he saw the subway ahead, he was surprised by its speed, remarking, "This is much faster than a messenger horse." He then remembered what Hanar had told him. "This is the future, 400 years after the period you lived in." He continued to look around, saying, "Can it be that all of this around me, these enormous buildings, are man-made? The difference between my world and this world is immense, truly vast." He then continued walking among the people, who were all looking at him with surprise, wondering how he was walking barefoot in the city. As he walked, he felt himself starting to get distracted, but then he told himself, "I cannot lose my focus," or, in other words, conquering people is all I know. Subsequently, some police officers approached him saying, "Excuse me, could you please cooperate with us a little?" Musashi asked them, "Who exactly are you?" because the person who was speaking to him was surprised by his question. He then replied, "We are two police officers, it's quite ordinary." He then asked Musashi, "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Musashi responded, "My apologies, I didn't notice." The officer then asked, "Are you trying to tell me you forgot to put on your shoes?" Musashi replied, "You're right." The officer found it strange and asked, "So, do you have an ID card?" Musashi answered, "I don't have one." The officer then inquired, "If that's the case, you must tell us your name, your address, and your date of birth." Naturally, he immediately told them, "My name is Musashi Miyamoto, and I was born in the 12th year of the Tensho era. Don't ask me what Tensho is, my friend, because frankly I have no idea. As for my address, I just arrived here recently." The officer then asked him, "Are you using any kind of drugs?" Musashi replied, "What is drugs?" Without further ado, the officer moved to search him, but Miyamoto quickly stood beside him. The officer asked, "What's wrong?" And Miyamoto swiftly delivered a blow to each of them, rendering them unconscious. "May God help us. Let's hope he doesn't cause more trouble from here, my friend." After that, we go to Baki, who was walking down the road. He wondered, was everything that happened to me a dream? Or what? No, it couldn't possibly be a dream. Everything I felt was 100% real. I can still feel the blows in my body right now. But even if I told someone, who on earth would believe me that I could greatest samurai, Musashi Miyamoto? He recalled his conversation with Mitsuo and understood that Mitsuo had managed to summon Musashi to this world. Then, he told himself, the logic of the strongest began when I killed that man. This person could break a bamboo stick with just a wave of his hand. Not only that, but he also possesses the ability to sense an opponent's intention before they even attack. My style, which I trained for 10 full years, was nothing against him. He said, for Musashi, this world will be child's play, and that's because the world he lived in required him to be ready for combat at any moment. It was imposed on him, because if he wasn't prepared to fight at any time, he could die or even lose his head. Therefore, in his era, it was quite natural for someone like Musashi Miyamoto to emerge. But the best thing I feel right now is that someone of this power has been transported to our world. This makes me feel an unparalleled excitement. Previously, we were able to fight Pickle, who came from the Stone Age, and now we have the strongest samurai in all of Japanese history. Now that's what I call a situation, wouldn't you agree? If that's the case, then in this current time period, it will truly be determined who the strongest man in the world is. We returned to Miyamoto, who had left the 2 police officers on the ground. 2 more police officers were calling out to him, asking, "What exactly did you do?" Then they ran towards him, both trying to tackle him, but it didn't take long for Miyamoto to deliver light blows to both of them, throwing them to the ground. Baki mused, "It won't be long before all the fighters know that Musashi has graced our world. The real fun will begin then." And the first thing Baki did after all this happened was to go to his room to practice his own kata style. Afterward, he began his training in earnest, trying out all the moves he had mastered. He tried his best to invent a unique kata pattern, which also increased the speed of his strikes, and he said, "I wonder if I possess all the requirements for the kata." Afterward, he began mental training, imagining Musashi himself. He said, "I know I can't defeat you right now, but whether it takes time or not, I will be able to defeat you someday." Following this, we see the police who started pursuing Musashi after his actions. Even the news reports began to talk about him, saying, "A person claiming to be Musashi Miyamoto has caused many incidents." He even clashed with the police, wearing traditional Japanese attire and standing barefoot. When 5 police officers attacked him, they couldn't stop him due to his speed and strength. One of them was about to hit him with his baton, but in an instant the baton was in Musashi's hand. He then moved on to the remaining 2 officers, and with just 1 strike each, they were both thrown to the ground. So, my friend, the news report explained everything that Musashi did on the street. The news anchor also informed people that this person had clashed with 4 others before these 5 and defeated them as well. Currently, this man, who is impersonating the legendary samurai, is being pursued by all the police who want to apprehend him. Who exactly is he? And the one who was listening to the broadcast was Katsumi, and even Doppo was following along, disbelieving everything that had happened. Therefore, he got up and said, "The person I just saw on the screen is strong." Doppo even spoke to Katsumi, asking him, "What do you think of the man we just saw now?" Katsumi replied, "That goes without saying, of course." Even the old man Juki said, "The man I saw made me feel like my style is completely useless." We then go to Toby, who had been saying, "What I felt a year ago and trained for, I didn't expect it to be this dangerous." Even Baki was still training. But more dangerous than all of this was the appearance of Yujiro, who seemed intent on entering the arena with them. Afterward, we see him walking down the street. 2 officers from the Criminal Investigation Department, specifically the Violent Crimes Division, were monitoring Musashi to learn his background. The 2 officers said, "This is the same person with the specifications the department gave us." But what we find strange is how he's not disguised and is just walking around the street like this. Afterward, the 2 decided to follow him. As soon as Musashi sensed them, he stopped in his tracks, and both officers noticed this. Despite this, they continued to approach him. Musashi turned and looked at them. The 2 began talking to each other, saying, "What did he just do?" But Musashi surprised them when he left them both and leaped into the adjacent building. At the same time, someone went to talk to Mitsuo about the suspect walking in the street. Mitsuo said to him, "Why didn't you report him to the supervisor?" This person seems to be afraid of the supervisor. Mitsuo then told him, "If that's the case, then stay where you are, observe everything that happens, and don't interfere." The person who was speaking to him left, and in no time, 2 or 3 minutes, Mitsuo found Doppo right in front of him. Mitsuo asked him, "What brings you all the way here, Doppo?" Doppo replied, "What business do you have with the secret arena for the world's strongest fighters? Because of that, any information about strong or foreign fighters surely comes to you first. But of course, I'm here specifically to ask you about the strong ones and nothing else. This matter, of course, doesn't concern karate or even jujitsu. Mitsuo asked him, then what does it concern exactly? Doppo replied, you surely know what I'm talking about. The person who suddenly appeared and claims to be Musashi, Miyamoto, the strongest samurai in history? Can I see this person or not? Mitsuo asked him, do you think the news you're hearing outside is actually true? Doppo replied, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. If his style is truly real, that's enough for me. The rest doesn't matter. Mitsuo, I want to meet him by any means necessary. They hadn't finished their conversation when the door opened, and Musashi Miyamoto had finally arrived. Of course, Doppo and Mitsuo were shocked beyond belief. Miyamoto apologized to Doppo for entering so crudely, and then he told Mitsuo, I'm hungry. Mitsuo then asked Musashi, if you look at this man, what would be your opinion of him? Musashi looked at him and said, I have no objection to killing this man before eating. This implied that he considered Doppo's fighting style to be very easy for him, and therefore, he didn't give him much importance. Of course, Doppo sat there, speechless. Afterward, Musashi sat down between them. Doppo began speaking, saying, what I'm seeing is stranger than imagination. Anyway, you surely know why I'm here, Mitsuo. But Musashi interrupted his words when he said, this man has blocked my attacks 3 times since I entered this room until I sat down among you. I attacked this man 3 times, and each time he blocked me. I was also trying to draw my sword on all 3 occasions. Mitsuo then told him, if that's the case, then you must eat first to give this match its due respect. But Musashi said, there's no need to eat right now. I can fight him before eating anything. Of course, Doppo was very surprised by what Miyamoto was saying. Is this person so confident in his strength? Mitsuo then took them to a fighting hall, saying, Hum's hall is for training, sometimes for light sparring. Doppo replied, that's more than enough for me. Mitsuo then told Musashi, this is the perfect time for me to introduce you to Orochi Doppo. He had brought wood, some bottles, and bricks, and said to Musashi, a practical demonstration is much better than a theoretical explanation. So prepare yourself, because Doppo might show you something you've never seen before. Doppo took off his jacket and said to Mitsuo, I don't know why you put me in these situations. Afterward, Mitsuo's assistant held the wood, and Doppo stood before it. The first thing he started with was the bricks. With a light strike from Doppo, he broke all the bricks in front of him. Is that the end of it, my friend? Of course not, because the bottles were still there. Doppo attacked the bottles with complete professionalism, smashing them with great speed. Is that really the end? Definitely not, because there are the wood. With a swift kick from Doppo, he split the wood in half. He then stood before Miyamoto and declared, I am Orochi Doppo. Mitsuo wondered, what will you do now, Musashi, after seeing this? Musashi replied, if you think that's a fighting style, you're joking. What I saw before me was merely a warm-up, nothing more. He spoke to Mitsuo, saying, why did you bring stones and wood? The matter didn't warrant all of this. Doppo asked him, what exactly do you mean? Musashi retorted, are you upset by my words or what? Doppo replied, no. Man, I can get upset with you too. He stepped forward and said, do you mind if I test this warm-up on your body? Then, without any preamble, Doppo attacked Musashi, but to his shock, Musashi easily ducked beneath him. He then proceeded to pat him on the head like a stray dog, saying, forgive me, Doppo, I was just joking with you. Mitsuo remarked, Musashi is on a completely different level than these fighters. Musashi then told Doppo, I certainly knew that the display you put on was a martial art. All the movements you made in front of me only indicated your high level of skill. That really impressed me, so I salute you, Doppo, for what you did. Doppo responded, stop saying that. You dodged a very powerful blow to your face with such ease, it seems. I'm getting quite embarrassed in front of you. Because of this, I will make you pay dearly for what you did to my head. Musashi replied, and I am fully prepared. Afterward, Musashi readied himself, adopting the stance of 2 swords again. He told Doppo, I am ready now. Doppo said, I see everything clearly. You have 2 swords. Musashi waved his hand in front of Doppo. Doppo tried to dodge the strike, exclaiming, I can't believe he dodged a non-existent sword. Then, Musashi attacked him with great speed. Before the sword could hit him, Doppo blocked the blow, but to his surprise, Musashi struck him with his other hand, making Doppo feel that if this blow landed, it would split him in 2. Musashi laughed in front of him and said, see, you were just dancing in the end. He then delivered a punch to the center of Doppo's face, throwing him to the ground. Musashi added, there's no need for me to cut you. After what happened, Doppo got up on one hand and straightened himself in front of Musashi. Mitsuo muttered, "Now Doppo will take this fight seriously." "Did he really have to be thrashed like that to take the fight seriously from the start, my boy?" Musashi asked Doppo. "What are you doing?" Doppo replied to Musashi, "As long as I can stand, I will definitely stand." Musashi asked, "Didn't I cut you, son? Didn't you notice that?" Doppo replied, "Of course I noticed. But the biggest mistake you made was standing here without using a real sword." Musashi responded, "So? You want things to be a bit more real?" He then looked at Mitsuo and asked, "Do you have a real sword here?" Mitsuo replied, "Are you kidding? What I have here isn't just a sword, it's a national treasure." He then handed it to Musashi. Musashi examined it carefully and noticed that this sword was completely different from the one he had used before. He also said, "This sword is very good and will withstand what I'm going to do with it." Of course, Doppo was standing in front of him. "I wish you hadn't gotten him so heated, son." Musashi apologized for the delay. Doppo replied, "Shame on you for saying that. It was I who made you use a real sword." Mitsuo told Doppo, "You need to understand something important, that the person in front of you isn't just claiming to be like Musashi Miyamoto. On the contrary, this person is Musashi Miyamoto himself." Doppo asked, "Do you think that statement makes a difference to me? Whether it's real or not, all I care about is the person in front of me. And because of that, I allowed him to carry a sword." Mitsuo tried to reason with Doppo, saying, "Do you understand what it means for Musashi to have a real sword and to be fighting against you?" Doppo replied, "I have no problem with that. You need to understand that karate isn't just a series of movements. It's an art. Karate turns your entire body into deadly weapons." He then assumed his stance and stood before Musashi. Of course, Musashi laughed at all the talk. He said, "I didn't expect you to be so light-hearted." He then continued to mock Doppo, saying, "You think you're truly the strongest in your martial arts, son? You're a dancer. Do you understand what a dancer is?" Of course, Doppo couldn't take the insults and attacked Musashi with all his might. To your surprise, my friend, Musashi blocked his attack and, with his sword, brought Doppo to the ground like this. Of course, Doppo couldn't believe he was pinned down like that. Then Musashi drew his sword, the one he had refused to use, to split Doppo's face. Musashi told Doppo, "I didn't cut you. I just let you feel it. And as you know, Doppo, if I had wanted to cut you, I would have made you like this piece of wood." He then sheathed his sword again. But Miyamoto was surprised to find himself injured on the face, undoubtedly due to Doppo's attack. Therefore, Musashi said, "I need to think carefully about your attacks." He also added, "You should know, Doppo, that your hands and legs are very sharp, like a sword's blade." However, Doppo lay on the ground without moving, due to everything that had happened to him. After the utterly humiliating defeat Doppo suffered, Mitsuo explained to him that the one he had been fighting was merely a clone of the real Musashi Miyamoto. Doppo replied, "Even if you want to convince me, I don't have the necessary knowledge to understand what you're saying. Nevertheless, I am now 100% certain that the person I fought was Musashi Miyamoto." Mitsuo said, "I'm very embarrassed to ask you this question, but what do you think of the outcome, Orochi Doppo?" Doppo replied, "I was defeated in combat with a sword and without a sword, in martial arts, and in anything related to battle, literally. Furthermore, Musashi used his technique to try his best not to actually cut me, but convince me. If this were a real fight, I would have been split in half by now." Metsu told him he had nothing left to say, but Doppo thanked him for listening to his request. Doppo then brought up the notebook he had read so many times that he practically memorized it. Even so, the moment Musashi attacked him, he felt like he knew absolutely nothing about what was written in that book. Metsu replied that Musashi himself was the one who had told him about it. The revelation was shocking. Meanwhile, Retsu had become extremely famous overseas, with reporters constantly surrounding him. When they asked for his thoughts on his latest fight, he explained exactly what happened and how he defeated his opponent to win the strongest championship belt in the state. He added that whether the match was officially recognized or not didn't matter to him, because in the end he was the one who won. After that, the reporters asked what he planned to do next in Japan. Retsu replied that he had never been officially recognized as champion in any of his previous fights, so he had no intention of defending the title. When asked whether he would fight again, he explained that there was now an opponent in Japan capable of forcing him to use every weapon and technique in his Chinese Kempo arsenal. Later, Retsu met with Katsumi and informed him that Doppo had suffered a crushing defeat. Katsumi insisted it was even worse than that. Retsu couldn't believe it. Doppo, the strongest karate practitioner in the world, had been defeated. Katsumi answered that regardless of how unbelievable it sounded, the fact remained that Doppo had lost, and there was nothing they could do about it. When Retsu asked whether Katsumi had accepted that outcome, Katsumi said that if he fought Musashi, he would do it for himself. It would be Katsumi fighting, not for revenge, not for anyone else. Retsu reminded him that Musashi used weapons. Katsumi found the question strange, pointing out that both Chinese Kenpo and karate were complete martial arts systems. Retsu then recalled seeing Musashi surrounded by 5 police officers. They couldn't even touch him, and he defeated them effortlessly. Even if there had been 20 officers instead of 5, the outcome would have been exactly the same. Reluctantly, Retsu admitted that their defensive techniques simply weren't on Musashi's level. That's why he warned Katsumi not to hesitate to use weapons when facing him. He should use everything at his disposal and fight with all his strength to defend their martial arts. Musashi was fiddling with a lighter, repeatedly igniting and extinguishing the flame. Every time it sparked, he remarked on what an interesting invention it was. After amusing himself for a while, he mixed together a strange remedy to treat the wound on his face, the very wound Doppo had given him. At that moment, Mitsunari Tokugawa arrived and asked Musashi to come with him for a moment. Musashi laughed and agreed without hesitation. Mitsunari then led him to the underground arena. Waiting there was Retsu Kaio, who had been looking forward to this moment for a very long time. For the first time in the history of the underground arena, weapons were officially permitted so that both fighters could display everything they were capable of. Musashi looked at Retsu and asked if he truly intended to allow weapons in a fight against Musashi Miyamoto. Retsu replied that he had come here to achieve a decisive result. In fact, he considered it a favor to Musashi. After all, there was no way a man like Musashi Miyamoto could be weak. If Retsu, a master of Chinese Kenpo, defeated him while Musashi was unarmed, the victory would hold no meaning. Even Mitsunari admitted that the situation had become extraordinary. Musashi then asked whether Retsu really believed he could win barehanded while Musashi fought with weapons. Retsu answered honestly that he didn't know whether he could win or not, but that wasn't the point. What mattered was fighting Musashi at his absolute strongest. Only then would a victory truly prove something. The moment arrived. Musashi assumed his stance and prepared himself. Retsu stepped forward and invited him to begin. Retsu attacked. In the blink of an eye, Musashi had already seized his leg. But Retsu didn't stop. He immediately launched another kick with his other leg. Musashi responded by shattering Retsu's prosthetic leg. Even then, Retsu refused to back down. He completed the attack anyway and drove his remaining leg straight into Musashi's face. For the very first time, Musashi Miyamoto was knocked to the ground by a strike. Even Mitsunari was stunned. He asked Retsu what exactly he had done to a man who hadn't even attacked yet. Retsu explained that he had trained for many years to sense hostile killing intent. What Mitsunari didn't realize was that Musashi had already attacked first. The attack simply wasn't visible to ordinary eyes. Retsu then turned to Mitsunari and said, "When Musashi wakes up, tell him that 3 days from now I'll return with a prosthetic leg that cannot be broken. If he still wants to fight, I'll be waiting." After saying that, Retsu left. Sometime later, Mitsunari was speaking with Tobi. Tobi had heard rumors about the incredible battle between Retsu and the man calling himself Musashi Miyamoto. Mitsunari confirmed that every word of it was true. Tobi also mentioned hearing that weapons would be allowed in the underground arena for the first time ever. Mitsunari explained that it had been Retsu's own request because he wanted to face Musashi at full power. And Tobi is being dead serious when he tells Mitsuo that if Retsu intends to face Musashi while the legend is wielding a sword, he'd better bring a literal machine gun to the party. Mitsuo is absolutely floored by that suggestion, asking what on earth he's talking about. But Tobi just keeps going, explaining that he's witnessed a ton of high-level battles in his time, yet this particular clash is special. This upcoming fight is going to be one for the history books, a truly unique spectacle. But honestly, Mitsuo, agreeing to Retsu's conditions is nothing short of pure recklessness. You have to realize that Musashi Miyamoto is a monster among monsters, and you still don't truly grasp the danger he represents. Mitsuo fires back, saying that whether he understands the guy or not, it was Retsu himself who insisted on using weapons, not anyone else. Mitsuo asks if there's any actual objection to the decision, and Toby explains that anyone who truly knows Retsu would understand exactly why he made this specific choice. Retsu has this drive to face his opponents when they are at the absolute peak of their power, even if he knows for a fact it might cost him his life right there on the spot. He has no problem with that outcome at all, which is something every fighter in this circle is well aware of. It's a fact everyone recognizes, and Mitsuo admits that Toby is right about Retsu's character. Toby continues, confessing that he actually envies Retsu for getting the chance to cross blades with a legend like Musashi Miyamoto. This prompts Mitsuo to ask if Toby is looking for a piece of the action too, and Toby doesn't hold back, admitting that he honestly wants to test himself in a fight like that as well. The reason he's so interested is that his intel on Musashi reveals he's far more than just a master swordsman. The man is proficient with every type of weapon imaginable and is a master of all forms of martial arts. Toby claims, without a shred of modesty, that he can mirror everything Musashi does, which is exactly why he's itching to take him down. He believes he possesses the same set of lethal skills that the legendary samurai does. Toby boasts that even Yujiro himself can't pull off the things he's capable of, but honestly, buddy, it sounds like he's completely lost the plot. Clearly, he didn't see what Yujiro did to Hanayama. Anyway, he keeps rambling on, claiming that at this moment, he's the only one standing who has what it takes to protect his comrades from the threat of Musashi. He really thinks he's the ultimate shield for the group. Anyway, let's leave this guy and his tall tales behind and check in on Retsu, who is currently focused on some incredibly intense training to prepare for his life or death match against Musashi. The old master, Kaioh, approaches him from behind, giving him a nod of approval and noting that Retsu's combat prowess hasn't faded one bit since they last saw each other. In fact, he's looking sharper than ever. The master notes that his strength has actually increased significantly, and Retsu thanks him for the high praise. After that, he gets back to training with the other students, and one opponent who tries to attack him lands multiple hits, only to realize that his strikes aren't having any effect at all. The student is bewildered, remarking that even though Retsu is a massive guy, whenever he tries to strike him, Retsu feels as light as a feather. The student tries one more desperate assault on Retsu, but Retsu answers with a single decisive blow that ends the entire sparring match instantly. Following this, the old master starts lecturing the students about the specific techniques Retsu is utilizing, explaining the mechanics of how he manages to evade even the most powerful strikes from any adversary he faces. He starts teaching them that the average human body usually acts like a solid wall. Most people's bodies just absorb every incoming shock like a rigid barrier, but if a fighter can truly purge the internal tension from within, their entire body transforms into something much more fluid and flexible. As time passes and they master these required techniques, the body becomes so ethereal and light like a feather that even the sharpest sword blade finds it nearly impossible to make a clean cut. To demonstrate, he tries to cut a feather right in front of them but fails, which is exactly the level of mastery Retsu is aiming for. Afterward, the old master picks up two swords and squares off with Retsu, pointing out that using dual blades isn't actually Musashi Miyamoto's primary or most dangerous style. He then begins to showcase a high level of skill to illustrate his point to the students and Retsu. He puts on a display of his own techniques, and after finishing his movements, the old man starts explaining to Retsu and Katsumi the real philosophy of combat using the analogy of a bird and a snake. He explains that while a single bite from a snake is enough to end a bird's life, the bird is actually capable of defeating the serpent by landing a series of precise strikes while remaining out of reach. Eventually, the bird finishes off its prey and flies away with the snake, but the master notes that this outcome was only possible because the snake had no weapons to defend itself. If the snake had been armed, the result would have been entirely different. He then calls Retsu over, telling him to stand right in front of him, and Retsu complies, bracing himself and preparing his mind to utilize the feather technique. Retsu is getting ready to use that specialized technique designed to make the body so light that even a sharp blade might not be able to pierce it. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Musashi, who is standing tall with the sword he received from Mitsuo. Mitsuo is watching him closely from a distance, wondering to himself what kind of intense training Musashi is currently focusing on to prepare for the bout. Musashi is standing perfectly still, waiting for a single leaf to drift down from a tree, and before it can even touch the ground, he slices it clean in half. He doesn't stop there, though. He strikes it again with such speed that the leaf is split into 4 perfect quarters, leaving Mitsuo absolutely stunned and unable to process the incredible velocity Musashi displayed. Meanwhile, we see Katsumi, who is equally shocked by what's happening. Katsumi is watching Retsu's training session with the old master, and he's horrified to see Retsu suffering serious wounds because he hasn't quite nailed the feather technique yet. The old master launches another attack with his sword, and Retsu takes the impact directly on his body. But this time, he manages to spin his body in a circular motion to bleed off the momentum and minimize the damage. By spinning like that, Retsu avoids the full lethality of the strike, and Mitsuo is amazed to see that despite the attack being incredibly powerful, it only left a faint mark on Retsu's skin. The old master congratulates Retsu on this massive achievement, noting that he has finally reached a level of skill where even a direct sword strike can't easily inflict a deep or life-threatening wound on him. The old master steps forward and tells Retsu that even though his physique is much bulkier than what's typical for this style, he's managed to do everything possible to make that massive body act like a weightless feather. He officially tells him that he has mastered the art of force neutralization. Just then, Tobi arrives on the scene and mocks Retsu, asking if he really thinks that lightweight technique is going to work. Tobi tells him not to make him laugh, questioning how such a soft technique could ever stand up against Musashi's lethal blade. At that very moment, Musashi is still out there practicing his precision on falling leaves, and he even spots a feather floating in the air and slices it perfectly in half. It makes you wonder if all of Retsu's grueling training is going to be enough to survive Musashi's sheer skill. It looks like after all that effort, Retsu might still end up taking a final fatal blow from Musashi. Mitsuo picks up the sword Musashi was using and remarks on how incredibly heavy and long it is, yet Musashi handles it with total ease as if it were weightless. Musashi explains that he doesn't just draw the sword with his hand strength, he uses his entire hip and core to pull it, making the movement seamless and powerful. Musashi uses that technique so the sword exits the scabbard with the maximum possible force to slice through the target with perfect precision. We then cut back to Tobi, who is still skeptical, asking Retsu if those acrobatic moves can really block a master's sword. The old master chimes in and tells Tobi that he is 100% convinced that Retsu has completely mastered the skill, asking Tobi if he still has any doubts. Tobi clarifies that he doesn't want to be misunderstood, but he stresses that in a real sword fight, one of the two combatants is almost certainly going to lose their life. That is the grim reality he wants Retsu to fully understand before he steps into the arena. Retsu listens and thanks him for the advice, showing that he respects Tobi's concern even if he's determined to go through with it. Retsu asks Tobi what he thinks he should do, and Tobi flat out tells him that he wants him to withdraw from the match entirely. He explains that even if Musashi was unarmed, the man would be dangerous enough, but with a sword in his hand, Retsu has zero chance of victory, even if he brought a machine gun to the fight. Retsu hears this and tells Tobi that he won't tolerate any more insults to his pride as a warrior. Tobi insists that Retsu needs to understand that Musashi can cut through anything, be it a feather or solid iron, so if he has a blade, he will cut through Retsu as well. Retsu asks what he expects him to do at this point, and Tobi gives him a very simple but brutal answer. He tells Retsu that he has to defeat him right here and now before he's allowed to go to that fight. Tobi says Retsu must prove himself against him first. Then we see Mitsuo standing in the middle of the empty arena, thinking about how tomorrow is the long-awaited day, but he suddenly feels a wave of fear at the thought of the amount of blood that might be spilled on that floor. After that, the focus returns to Retsu and Tobi as they square off against each other in their impromptu duel. Retsu tells Tobi that from what he's gathered, Tobi is challenging him to a fight where if Retsu wins, he gets Tobi's blessing to face Musashi, but if he loses, Tobi will do everything in his power to stop him from going. Retsu says he honestly hopes he's misinterpreting the situation because it sounds ridiculous, but Tobi looks him in the eye and tells him he's exactly 100% right. Tobi confirms Retsu's suspicions, prompting Retsu to launch a high-speed attack. Toby skillfully dodges the strike and manages to grab Retsu's arm, locking it in a way that looks like he's about to snap it instantly. Retsu has to quickly shift his entire body weight and momentum the moment he senses the danger to avoid getting his arm broken right at the start of the spar. Retsu is genuinely shocked that Toby could come so close to breaking his arm with such simple, light movements. Toby tells him that him beating Retsu down here is a much better alternative than letting Musashi slice him into 2 pieces in the arena. Naturally, Retsu isn't going to just sit there and take that kind of insult, so he doubles down on his assault and charges at Toby again. Toby manages to block the next strike but takes a devastating punch right to the gut from Retsu. Despite the pain, Toby tries to pin Retsu down, but Retsu breaks free with incredible speed and sends Toby crashing to the ground with a powerful counter. Katsumi is watching and thinks to himself that while he knew Retsu was strong, he had no idea Toby had reached this level of combat skill. Toby tells Retsu that he's as impressive as he expected, but even if Retsu is stronger than him, there's no way he's stronger than Musashi. He then drops into a sword fighting stance, preparing to get serious with Retsu, but suddenly the old master steps in and delivers a single precise blow from behind that knocks Toby out cold instantly, ending the fight before it could escalate further. The master scolds Retsu, asking what on earth he's doing fighting the day before his big match. He warns Retsu that if he had continued that fight, he wouldn't have come out of it unscathed even if he won. Retsu says he's okay with that risk, which leads his teacher to tell him he clearly doesn't understand the etiquette of a warrior, which is to show up to the arena in peak condition. The master tells him it's a matter of respect to stand in the ring fully healthy, so he orders Retsu to go and get some rest before the battle. Retsu agrees, and we then see the arena where, for the first time, the crowd is actually silent. They are staring in awe at the middle of the ring, which is filled with all kinds of diverse weaponry, signaling that this upcoming match will be a full-blown armed conflict. The sight of weapons in the ring is a bizarre and new experience for everyone in attendance, as they are used to bare-handed combat. As Retsu stands there preparing himself, Baki walks up to him and tells him that he shouldn't be warming up right now before this specific fight. Retsu is a bit confused by the comment and asks him what exactly he means by that. Baki points out that Retsu's jacket looks incredibly heavy, which is a clear sign that it's packed full of hidden weapons. Retsu acknowledges that Baki has a good eye and understands the situation perfectly. Baki continues, saying that since Retsu is going up against a legendary samurai who is a master of the blade, it's only fair that Retsu uses weapons of his own to even the odds. Baki honestly admits that he's a little jealous of Retsu getting this fight, but then he asks a serious question. Does Retsu actually know how powerful Musashi Miyamoto is even without a sword in his hand? Retsu replies that the two of them fought just 3 days ago without any weapons at all, so he has at least a basic idea of what the man is capable of. Retsu, Baki, and the master all head toward the arena together as the main event approaches. We then see Musashi, who has finished his own preparations and is ready to make his entrance. As Musashi walks into the arena, the crowd is in a state of total disbelief that they are actually seeing the legendary Musashi Miyamoto in the flesh. Musashi is actually a bit surprised by the sheer number of people gathered to watch him fight. Mitsuo is sitting there in total silence, waiting for the match to finally get underway. Retsu steps up to face Musashi, and the two warriors lock eyes with an intensity that seems to vibrate through the entire stadium. The tension between them is absolutely off the charts. The various weapons are laid out in the center of the ring, giving each fighter the chance to choose whatever tools they prefer for the bout. The referee then steps in to explain that this fight is operating under a very specific and unique set of rules, stating that they are allowed to use any weapons they brought with them from outside the arena as well. The only strict restriction for this match is that no firearms are allowed at all. This announcement is a huge shock to the audience, who have spent years watching nothing but hand-to-hand combat in this ring. Each fighter takes their starting position, and Baki gives Retsu a final word of encouragement, telling him he looks like an absolute beast today. Mitsuo finally gives the signal to start the fight, and the crowd falls into a confused silence, not knowing what to cheer because they realize they're about to witness a literal fight to the death. Musashi stands before Retsu and states that he's not going to waste any time and intends to finish this whole thing as quickly as humanly possible. Retsu then shocks the entire arena by throwing open his jacket to reveal it's packed with dozens of shurikens. Musashi can hardly believe what he's seeing as Retsu immediately launches into a high-speed attack. Musashi manages to dodge the initial volley with ease, but Retsu isn't letting up for a second and keeps the weapons flying. Retsu continues to rain down weapons one after another, and Baki, Katsumi, and Tobi are all left speechless by how incredibly proficient Retsu is with these throwing weapons. Even though the strikes are coming in with insane speed and power, Musashi manages to stun everyone by actually catching one of the shurikens mid-air with his bare hand. Retsu ramps up the intensity of his assault, throwing even more shurikens than before at Musashi. Musashi manages to catch 2 more of them, but as the third one flies toward him, the legendary samurai does something truly mind-blowing. He slices it clean in half in mid-air, a feat that seems to defy the laws of physics and logic. Musashi pulled off a move that is utterly impossible for the human mind to wrap itself around or even believe. Every single spectator witnessing this fierce combat was fully aware of the devastating power and lethal speed of these weapons when they are hurled toward a target, yet Musashi managed to shatter every single one of them with such ease that it defied logic. Musashi has effectively shown the crowd that Retsu's weapon-based offense is nothing more than a minor annoyance to a warrior of his caliber. In response, Retsu shows Musashi that he's finally run out of throwing weapons, so he takes off his heavy jacket and begins to whip it around in his hands, swinging it back and forth in a confusing rhythm. Baki is watching from the sidelines, trying to figure out exactly what Retsu is planning with that jacket. It turns out Retsu has a very specific trick up his sleeve. He intends to hit Musashi with the sand from the arena floor, which is mixed with the teeth and bone fragments of the countless fighters who have died there over the years. Even with that sand and grit being whipped into his face with incredible force, Musashi doesn't budge an inch or even blink his eyes to protect them. Retsu continues his relentless assault, swinging the jacket and the debris from all angles, yet Musashi stands his ground as if he's carved from solid stone, refusing to give Retsu any ground. Musashi is so focused that even when small pieces of grit actually enter his eyes, he doesn't flinch or show any sign of discomfort. Baki is watching this from the edge of the ring, completely stunned that after such a dirty and intense barrage, Musashi hasn't shown even a single flicker of weakness or vulnerability. Musashi finally starts to laugh, mocking Retsu by asking if he's some kind of child. He points out that Retsu first tried shurikens and then resorted to throwing sand and pebbles, all while failing to even land a direct hit on him. Retsu doesn't respond and just continues to rhythmically swing his shirt through the air, maintaining his guard. Musashi asks Retsu what his plan is once he runs out of things to throw at him. In response, Retsu tosses the jacket directly at Musashi's face. Musashi wonders if the kid has lost his mind and casually slices the jacket in half, but he's immediately caught off guard by a sudden, heavy strike from Retsu's primary weapon that he was hiding. Retsu lands a hit with his 9-section whip, a weapon he has mastered since childhood, and the force of the blow actually sends Musashi to the ground. The old master identifies the weapon by the sound of its 9 segments clacking together. Mitsuo is in complete shock, unable to believe that Retsu actually managed to knock a legend like Musashi off his feet. Despite taking that heavy blow, Musashi looks back at Retsu with a calm expression, as if the strike had done absolutely no damage at all. Retsu launches a second attack, forcing Musashi to step back. Musashi studies the movement and realizes that the whip Retsu is using is incredibly fast, so he begins to focus entirely on the movements of Retsu's arms. Musashi figures that if he just watches the arms, he can time the weapon's path, and he concludes that this won't be too difficult for him to handle. To everyone's absolute amazement, Musashi actually sets his sword down on the ground, making it look like he intends to engage Retsu without any weapon at all, which leaves the crowd buzzing with confusion. Retsu tries to land another strike on Musashi, but the legendary samurai dodges it and continues to step closer. When Retsu swings again, Musashi does the impossible. He catches the whip mid-strike. Retsu tries to use his other hand for a follow-up, but Musashi catches that part of the weapon as well, seizing full control of Retsu's primary offense. Musashi tears the whip right out of Retsu's hands, leaving the entire arena in a state of collective shock at his speed and precision. Musashi looks at the weapon and tells Retsu that while it's a fancy toy to swing around, its actual weight is nowhere near enough to be a lethal weapon against someone like him, mocking the martial artist's choice of armament. Musashi asks Retsu if he seriously thought he could win using such a toy, which prompts Retsu to lunge at him again with everything he's got. Musashi casually evades the attack, and as Retsu resets his stance, Musashi tells him that he's going to give him a lesson on how to properly swing a weapon with real intent and power. Musashi grips Retsu's whip exactly as he would hold a sword, and Baki realizes with horror that Musashi is about to treat that metal whip exactly like he treated the bamboo practice swords. True to Baki's prediction, Musashi performs a powerful swing that results in Retsu's precious weapon being shattered against the ground, completely destroyed by the force of the impact. Retsu stares in utter disbelief at his broken weapon while the crowd murmurs about how Musashi could possibly break something like that with a single blow. The old master reflects on the fact that Retsu has trained with that specific whip since he was a small child, to the point where the skin on his hands has been torn and scarred countless times from practice. Retsu never gave up on that whip despite all the injuries, but seeing it destroyed in a heartbeat by Musashi is something that feels completely surreal and impossible. Musashi then calmly returns his attention to his own sword, asking Retsu if he's finished or if he still has more tricks to show him before the real battle begins. Musashi surprisingly offers Retsu his own sword, telling him to draw it and use it to fight him so that Retsu can truly understand what it feels like to face a real samurai in combat. Musashi then launches an attack, but Retsu manages to block it and immediately counters with a barrage of strikes coming from every conceivable direction. Retsu rains down blows from the left, right, top, and bottom, eventually managing to knock Musashi down to the ground. The spectators are floored that Retsu could rally like this. And Retsu tells Musashi that as a dedicated martial artist, he will never allow Musashi to get close to him while Musashi is unarmed, showing his defensive resolve. Musashi looks up from the ground and calmly tells Retsu that the moment he was knocked down was Retsu's one and only chance to end the fight, and since he missed it, there won't be another opportunity. He bluntly tells Retsu that he has already lost, leaving Retsu and the entire audience confused and wondering if the samurai has finally lost his mind. The crowd starts laughing and making jokes, thinking Musashi is just being eccentric, but the samurai ignores them and tosses his sword toward the other weapons. In a literal blink of an eye, he is standing right in Retsu's face, challenging him to show what he's really made of. Retsu attacks, but Musashi blocks the strike with terrifying ease. Just as Musashi is about to take him down, Retsu uses his hair as a surprise weapon, followed by a powerful upward kick that rattles Musashi's head. However, Musashi quickly recovers and grabs Retsu by his prosthetic leg, lifting the massive fighter high into the air. Retsu is stunned, wondering how a man can lift his 100 kilograms plus body with just one hand. Musashi admits he didn't expect Retsu to weaponize his hair, while Retsu is preoccupied with how Musashi can possess such overwhelming physical strength. Before Retsu can formulate a counterattack, Musashi gives him a sharp shake, completely disrupting Retsu's balance and internal rhythm, making him vulnerable. Musashi flips Retsu behind him, and Baki realizes with a shock that Musashi is about to perform the exact same slam on Retsu that he used on Baki earlier. Musashi slams Retsu into the arena floor with bone-shattering force, but Retsu somehow manages to scramble back to his feet, trying to prove to Musashi that he's still in the fight. The other fighters are amazed by Retsu's resilience as Musashi steps forward to confront him once more. Retsu tries to put a hand in Musashi's face, but Musashi simply grabs the limb and flips him over again. The audience is struggling to keep up with the technical level of the exchange as the battle of wills intensifies. It turns out that Retsu was actually moving purely on instinct and muscle memory, having been partially knocked unconscious by Musashi's previous slam. Musashi looms over him as Retsu tries another strike that doesn't even come close to landing. Retsu prepares to throw a heavy punch, but Musashi is already ahead of him. Musashi stops Retsu's punch and then blocks a follow-up strike from his other hand. Retsu decides to go for a kick, but Musashi catches that leg too, using his free hand to twist Retsu's arm and body with such force that he actually breaks Retsu's arm. The old master sees this and shouts for Retsu to stop before he gets killed. Musashi walks over to one of the swords and, after a quick inspection, dismisses it as a mere toy. He swings it through the air with such raw power that the blade literally shatters into 100 pieces, and he scoffs at the idea of these being real weapons. He then picks up a different sword made of higher quality steel. Musashi test swings the steel sword and, seeing it doesn't break, remarks that it might at least serve as a decent kitchen knife. He then looks at Retsu, who has completely changed his stance, adopting the same unique fighting posture that Baki uses. Baki is stunned, wondering how on earth Retsu could have mastered that particular stance. Baki reflects on how he developed that stance through countless battles and is baffled as to when Retsu started relying on it. Musashi begins his steady advance with the sword in hand, while Retsu acknowledges to himself that with a shattered arm and an injured leg, this specific stance is his only hope for survival against a monster like Musashi. Musashi's aura becomes incredibly intense, and he suddenly lunges at Retsu with a speed that leaves no room for retreat. The sword is inches from Retsu's face, but Retsu realizes that Musashi chose not to follow through with the killing blow, even though Retsu was completely at his mercy for that split second. Retsu is furious and shouts at Musashi, demanding to know why he didn't just finish him off, feeling that the samurai is trying to humiliate him. Musashi looks at him with genuine respect and tells Retsu that he is a true warrior. After acknowledging Retsu's spirit, Musashi finally draws his blade with serious intent to strike. Musashi strikes, and Retsu uses his feather technique to minimize the impact of the blade while simultaneously bringing his other leg down hard onto Musashi's face. The genius of the counterattack leaves the audience in awe as Retsu successfully knocks Musashi down for a second time, a feat that has Katsumi and Tobi cheering. Even Baki can't believe the level of skill Retsu just displayed. Musashi is now bleeding heavily from his face and seems to be struggling to move. The crowd is energized, screaming for Retsu to finish the fight right now as Musashi appears to be on his last legs, barely able to keep his balance in the center of the ring. Musashi looks completely spent, but just as Retsu lunges in for the final blow, Musashi suddenly moves with explosive speed and manages to bind Retsu's neck. He doesn't stop there. He continues to use his hands and leverage to completely entangle Retsu's limbs, immobilizing the Chinese martial arts master in an instant. Musashi has completely bound Retsu's body in front of the entire arena, which is the ultimate humiliation for a fighter of his stature. Retsu is in total shock that he could be incapacitated so quickly. Musashi explains that this technique is called jujutsu, a specialized method for binding and paralyzing an opponent's movements entirely. Katsumi is disgusted, calling Musashi's move underhanded, but Mitsuo reminds him that once a fight begins, absolutely anything is allowed. He points out that what Musashi did should have been expected since there are no rules against it in this life or death battle. Retsu's master looks on with a grim expression, knowing the fight has reached a dark turning point. Retsu's teacher declares that the fight is effectively over, calling what happened to Retsu a profound disgrace and a total stain on his honor as a warrior. He says that the position Retsu is in right now is actually far worse than a simple defeat. Retsu, overwhelmed with shame, begs Musashi to just cut him and end it already. Musashi tells Retsu to stop shouting, reminding him that since he's currently bound, he doesn't have the freedom to make any demands, even for his own death. Retsu actually begins to weep from the sheer humiliation of his situation. Musashi stands behind him and notes how many times Retsu managed to land powerful hits on him during their struggle. Musashi admits that Retsu even managed to break his nose. He then goes to retrieve his sword, saying that they both fought well, but in the end, Musashi managed to trick him and bind him up. To show off his terrifying power one last time, he strikes a nearby sword on the ground and snaps it in half with a single, effortless motion. Musashi tells Retsu that it's finally time to deliver the killing blow. The spectators are horrified and start pleading with him to show mercy, but Baki knows that Musashi is being completely and utterly serious about ending Retsu's life. Musashi then begins to unbind Retsu, giving him a few moments of freedom before the final strike. Musashi tells Retsu to focus intensely on his next move as he prepares for a devastating attack. He challenges Retsu to see if his feather technique can truly protect him from a real live blade swung with lethal intent. Retsu waits until the absolute last second to activate his technique as the blade comes whistling toward him. Retsu flips his body to avoid the slice, but before he can even recover, Musashi has already sliced through his prosthetic leg and sent it flying. Retsu is stunned by the speed of the follow-up, and from the sidelines, the old master is in shock, realizing that the fabled force neutralization technique has been defeated by Musashi's sheer skill. The horrifying truth is that Retsu has actually been cut despite his technique. Musashi admits that he thought that single strike would have been the end of Retsu, but Retsu notes that his feather technique must have partially worked since he's still breathing. He tries to pull himself together for one final, desperate effort. Retsu prepares himself for a second attempt, lunging forward with everything he has left to land a blow on Musashi. Musashi, however, reads the entire trajectory of the attack instantly, realizing exactly where the strike is coming from, and as Retsu tries to bury a fist into Musashi's face, Musashi proves he's just way too fast with that sword of his. Musashi's blade drives straight through Retsu's hand, prompting Retsu to admit that the legendary swordsman has truly succeeded in his strike. In a flash of pure speed, Musashi vanishes from Retsu's sight only to reappear directly beneath him, launching him high into the air. With a cold, calculated swing of his sword, he slices Retsu right down the middle, a devastating blow that effectively ended the entire struggle right then and there. Retsu desperately clutches his mangled abdomen, confessing that he never imagined experiencing such an absolute and crushing defeat at the hands of another. As he was being tossed through the sky, his mind was set on utilizing his signature force neutralizing technique to survive the impact. Unfortunately, Musashi was operating on an entirely different level of speed, managed to shred his internal organs before he could even react. The damage was so severe that even his spinal column was severed, leaving Retsu prone on the arena floor and completely unable to mount any sort of counteroffensive. He tried to muster the strength for one last move, but his body had reached its limit, and shortly after, he stopped breathing entirely as life left him. Musashi, finished with his work, calmly turns and begins to exit the ring while Mitsu prepares to shout at the top of his lungs. Mitsu announces that the battle is officially over, but the entire stadium remains in a heavy, suffocating silence because the fans are so devastated by Retsu's tragic condition. Mitsu reflects on how, in any normal match, the crowd would swarm the victor with cheers and adoration, wanting to stay close to their hero. However, when it comes to Musashi Miyamoto, the atmosphere is chillingly different and filled with an eerie sense of dread. The vibe is completely different here because as Musashi leaves the ring, not a single person in the massive crowd offers him a cheer or a word of support. Despite the lack of popularity, one cannot deny that Musashi Miyamoto is a truly exceptional and frightening individual who stands above ordinary men. The scene then shifts to the medical infirmary where Retsu is lying motionless, surrounded by a somber air of finality. All the elite fighters who are watching the match now stand in the medical room, looking down at Retsu with heavy hearts. Mitsu speaks to the group, pointing out how incredible Retsu's physique was, a body that served as a master vessel for countless martial arts and peerless techniques. However, Mitsu's voice wavers as he prepares to ask them a very difficult question that has been weighing on his conscience. Mitsu asks if he made a terrible mistake in allowing this, but Retsu's master quickly stops him, asking why he would even say such a thing. He reminds Mitsu that it was Retsu himself who insisted the fight involve real weapons, so none of them can possibly blame Mitsu for the outcome. Despite these words, Mitsu breaks down in tears over Retsu's broken body, crying out that he never intended for things to end this way. Every fighter present is gripped by a deep sadness, realizing they will never see their comrade in the ring again. Later, we see Mitsu sitting with Musashi, suggesting that it must have been an easy victory for the legend. Musashi pushes back on that idea immediately, asking how it could be called easy after the damage Retsu managed to inflict on his face. Mitsu then probes further, asking for Musashi's honest evaluation of Retsu's skills. Regarding Retsu, Musashi explains that the man reminded him of a massive battle he fought in the distant past. Even though it was a one-on-one fight, the intensity of Retsu's attacks felt just as violent and overwhelming as being on a real battlefield. He compares the experience to the legendary Battle of Sekigahara, stating that Retsu's individual power was on par with facing an entire army of charging soldiers. Mitsu is shocked and asks if he is actually being serious, to which Musashi confirms that he is without any doubt. He goes into more detail, explaining that in the middle of such a war, you cannot afford to lose focus for even a split second. You are constantly dodging a flurry of swords, spears, and even primitive firearms, all aimed at taking your life simultaneously from every direction. Retsu was exactly like that, launching strikes from every conceivable angle and direction without pause. Mitsu realizes that Musashi found Retsu to be an absolutely amazing opponent, and Musashi confesses that he was genuinely impressed by the man. He admits that when he first launched his sword attack against Retsu, he truly felt the weight and spirit of a master warrior behind his opponent's movements. Even after Musashi sliced through part of his hand, Retsu managed to grab the sword with incredible force, displaying immense raw power. Musashi was also fascinated by Retsu's high-level combat skills and the way he continued to evolve and improve even as the fight was taking place. To be perfectly honest, Musashi admits he even felt a slight bit of anxiety about Retsu's potential, a comment that makes Mitsu let out a small laugh. Mitsu thanks Musashi and then asks if they could possibly compare Retsu to that genius swordsman from history, Sasaki Kojiro. He wonders if Retsu would have been able to hold his ground against a man of that caliber. Musashi takes a moment to think, carefully analyzing the potential and capabilities of both legendary fighters, so he can give Mitsu a properly thought-out answer, though the old man is impatient. Mitsu urges him to hurry up and decide who would be the stronger of the two, Retsu or the swordsman Sasaki. Musashi continues to reflect, trying to pull the specific details of that man from his ancient memories. Eventually, he recalls the location of their duel and asks Mitsu if he's referring to the man he faced on that famous day at Funajima Island. Mitsu is stunned that Musashi could seemingly forget such a pivotal rival so quickly, but Musashi jokingly tells him not to worry about his memory. Mitsu reminds him that Kojiro Sasaki is historically recognized as one of his greatest and most formidable opponents ever. However, Musashi delivers a truly shocking response that catches Mitsu completely off guard and shatters his expectations. On the contrary, Musashi claims that Sasaki was actually just an ordinary opponent, no different from any of the other countless men he faced. Mitsu can hardly believe what he's hearing, as history teaches that Sasaki was one of Musashi's toughest battles. Musashi corrects him, saying that while Sasaki wasn't exactly weak, he certainly wasn't the legendary threat people make him out to be in their stories. Musashi says, "Of course not. It wasn't an ordinary fight at all. Since arriving here, the first 3 men I faced were all exceptional. If they had lived in my time, those 3 would have become quite famous in my era as well." Mitsu points out that becoming famous is an understatement. These men are the absolute top-tier legends of the modern fighting world. Musashi tells Mitsu to stop talking and just bring out the next warrior he's supposed to face. Mitsu is surprised by how quickly Musashi wants to move on, but the samurai makes it clear he has no problem fighting every single day if it means finding a challenge. The scene shifts to Baki and Tobi, where Tobi asks why Baki is so suddenly interested in learning ancient, outdated martial arts techniques. Baki tells him not to play games, as Tobi surely knows exactly why he needs to acquire these old-school combat methods. Beyond the immediate threat, Baki believes that learning this style will be beneficial for his overall discipline and growth as a fighter. Tobi flatly refuses to teach Baki any of his ancient secrets, which leaves Baki questioning why he's being so difficult. Tobi explains his deep guilt, saying he failed to protect Retsu from that monster Musashi, despite giving him numerous warnings about the danger. Baki is taken aback and asks Tobi who he thinks he's talking to, questioning if Tobi has forgotten the power of the man standing right in front of him. Tobi warns Baki not to let his ego and overconfidence cloud his judgment of the situation. Baki pushes back, demanding to know who Tobi thinks he needs to protect from Musashi. He argues that just because he's seeking knowledge of ancient styles, it doesn't mean he's weak, and he feels Tobi has completely misread his strength and intentions. Tobi tells Baki he still doesn't grasp the gravity of the danger, but Baki insists he won't let anyone treat him like someone who needs protection. Tobi brings up the fight between Retsu and Musashi, noting that Retsu never actually stood a single chance from the very beginning. Because Retsu was too stubborn to listen to reason, he met a tragic end, and Tobi doesn't want to see Baki make the same mistake. Tobi admits he's willing to face Musashi himself, but laments that the samurai hasn't even revealed his true power yet. In other words, no opponent has appeared who is strong enough to force Musashi to go all out and show his real depth. Baki actually agrees with this assessment, reflecting on how Musashi dominated Retsu, who was a formidable fighter in his own right. Even though Retsu was known as one of the world's strongest boxers and a legendary figure in the underground arena, he was crushed without Musashi even tapping into his full potential. Toba tells Baki that regardless of all the modern techniques available today, he wants to test his own traditional methods against Musashi. He claims he's doing this for a noble reason, to ensure the safety of all his friends. Toba is adamant about using his skills as a shield to protect his fellow fighters from the samurai's lethal blade. This statement hits a nerve with Baki, who slams his hand against the ground in frustration before standing up to confront Toby. He is visibly annoyed that Toby has mentioned protecting them for the second time, demanding to know what he really means by that. Toby explains his reasoning by breaking down their relative combat power in a way Baki can understand. He acknowledges that in an unarmed street fight, Baki operates at 100% or even 120%, while Toby himself might only be at 60% or 70% by comparison. He admits that in a standard brawl, Baki is far superior and Toby is clearly the underdog. However, Toby points out that once the battle shifts to the use of weapons like swords, whips, or sickles, his power level jumps to a staggering 300%. He asks Baki if he understands the massive advantage that armed mastery provides in a real fight. Baki dismisses this logic entirely, telling Toby to use whatever weapons he wants so he can prove those calculations are completely wrong. Baki lunges at Toby, but Toby instantly vanishes from his line of sight and reappears behind him with a katana drawn. He tells Baki that his combat calculations were 100% accurate and that if this had been a real life or death encounter, Baki would already be dead. Baki is left completely stunned by the sheer speed and efficiency of Toby's maneuver. Baki is genuinely shocked that Toby managed to prove his point so convincingly through action. Toby explains the trick, revealing that he used his specialized skills to deploy a smoke bomb and create the opening he needed. He tells Baki that this deceptive approach is what a real battle against a samurai looks like, as their style is based entirely on these lethal battlefield tactics. Musashi's entire way of fighting is built upon these high-level deceptive techniques. Baki asks if that truly means he would have been killed, and Toby clarifies that it wasn't certain because he had no actual killing intent during their demonstration. However, he tells Baki to imagine standing in front of Musashi in that exact same situation. The outcome would be far more certain and final. Baki admits Toby has a valid point, but argues that his own reaction would have been far more explosive if he had sensed a genuine intent to kill. Toby doubles down, explaining that Baki, Yujiro, and even Guki lack the necessary experience to handle the specific ancient techniques that he and Musashi utilize. Because they don't know how to counter these old-school methods, their chances of surviving against Musashi are dangerously low. Baki is absolutely floored, asking if even the Ogre Yujiro is included in that bleak assessment. Meanwhile, the scene changes to Mitsu's estate as a large group of police officers arrive with orders to arrest Musashi. Mitsu confronts the prosecutor, demanding an explanation for this intrusion, while the official offers a polite but firm apology for the necessity of the police action. The prosecutor explains that they have been flooded with countless reports regarding a dangerous man with a sword staying at Mitsu's home. Mitsu tries to dismiss the whole thing as a harmless demonstration, but Musashi suddenly interrupts by effortlessly snapping the iron handcuffs the police put on him. He looks at the broken metal and mocks it, saying the iron used by the modern police is incredibly weak and pathetic. The officers are left in total shock after witnessing Musashi's casual display of superhuman strength. He tells Mitsu not to worry, promising that he'll be back soon, which earns him a hearty laugh from the old man. As he steps outside, he finds himself surrounded by a massive force of police officers, and he nonchalantly asks them what all the excitement is about. The prosecutor quickly orders his men to retreat to avoid a massacre, but Musashi lets out a thunderous shout of defiance. He mocks the official, asking him if he really thinks this pathetic show of force and backup is enough to restrain someone of his caliber. He suggests that the modern authorities have absolutely no idea of the power they are trying to contain. With one more roar, the line of soldiers parts to make a wide path for the legend. Musashi eventually calms himself down and agrees to go with them of his own free will rather than being forced. The prosecutor acknowledges his cooperation and asks if Musashi is interested in making some kind of deal or legal arrangement with the government. Musashi ignores the talk about a deal and simply tells the officers to drive more carefully. At the same time, a high-ranking police sergeant is waiting for Musashi's arrival, declaring that the only condition for the samurai's release is if he can defeat him in a fight. His assistant is skeptical, questioning if the man they are bringing in is actually the real Musashi Miyamoto. The sergeant insists that every warrior who has faced him confirms his identity without a doubt. He explains that police officers are generally stronger and more perceptive than the average person, giving them a unique ability to judge a fighter. Even when they know they might be outmatched, their training allows them to accurately measure the threat level of an opponent. Because of those professional assessments, the sergeant is absolutely certain they are dealing with the legendary swordsman himself. The assistant remains a doubter, saying he needs to see the man with his own eyes before he's convinced. Just as they're debating the matter, the general supervisor enters the room, accompanied by Musashi. The sergeant is surprised to see the supervisor personally escorting Musashi. The supervisor explains that getting the paperwork finished for this release was a massive and time-consuming headache. He emphasizes to the sergeant that the man they have brought is indeed the real Musashi Miyamoto in the flesh, and he expects that fact to be respected. The sergeant acknowledges the situation, and a formal duel is quickly organized between him and Musashi. It's worth noting that this sergeant is the reigning kendo champion of all Japan, and he's eager to prove his modern skills. The supervisor watches with great excitement, having waited a very long time to witness such a high-level clash of martial techniques. The sergeant boasts that kendo is the ultimate evolution of swordsmanship and intends to prove its superiority over ancient battle styles. However, as the fight begins, he suddenly feels a bone-chilling, terrifying aura radiating from Musashi. The supervisor watches intently, wondering who will prove to be faster, the world's best kendo master or the legendary samurai. Suddenly, Musashi's terrifying presence vanishes completely, catching the sergeant off guard. Musashi steps forward and raises his wooden practice sword with lethal intent. Before the sergeant can even ask him to wait or find his footing, Musashi brings the wooden blade down with overwhelming force and blinding speed. The impact is so violent that the wooden sword actually snaps and bends, striking the sergeant across the back. The pain is so excruciating that the champion collapses to the floor in agony, unable to maintain his stance. Honestly, the man brought it on himself for trying to match himself against a living legend. Musashi stands there calmly, holding the remains of the wooden weapon. Musashi remarks that while the training sword was well crafted, it simply wasn't designed to withstand the sheer power of his swings. The sergeant's assistant is in total shock, wondering if what he just saw could even be called a fair match. Musashi then turns to the supervisor, stating that their agreement is now fulfilled and asking if they have any other requests for him. The supervisor tells Musashi not to be in such a hurry, just as the legendary Guki Shibukawa suddenly makes his entrance. The supervisor is delighted to see him, having been waiting for his arrival specifically for this moment. Musashi is initially confused about what's going on or who this small old man is, but he remains alert and observant. Musashi quickly analyzes Guki's physical form, noting that the old man's body feels incredibly solid and dense despite his small stature. The supervisor points to Musashi and confirms to Guki that this is the legend himself. Guki is genuinely impressed by Musashi's massive presence, chuckling as he realizes that the legendary swordsman truly looks the part. The supervisor remarks that while Musashi's name is etched in history as the greatest swordsman, he is now facing the modern era's absolute master of defensive martial arts, Guki. He wonders aloud which of them is truly the superior warrior in this encounter. Guki, however, tells the supervisor that his question is fundamentally flawed and shouldn't be asked. Guki explains that you shouldn't talk like that in front of a legend who spent his entire existence solely for the sake of combat. For Guki, simply being able to stand before a figure like Musashi Miyamoto is a massive honor in itself. With deep respect, he asks Musashi if he can have the distinct privilege of shaking his hand. Musashi agrees and they lock hands, but he suddenly realizes that he is completely unable to release Guki's grip. Everyone watching is baffled by Musashi's reaction as he asks Guki if he's using some kind of ancient spell or magic on him. No matter how much he tries to pull his hand away, he finds himself totally trapped in the old man's surprising grasp. Guki tells him he hasn't seen anything yet before applying pressure and forcing the giant Musashi down to the ground effortlessly. Musashi is stunned that he was overcome so quickly by such a small opponent. Guki explains that while the match was official, he personally cannot accept it because Retsu was one of his dearest friends, and he follows this up with a heavy punch to Musashi's face. The punch is powerful enough to shake the entire room, but Musashi isn't the type to stay down. He rises once more to confront Guki. Guki bluntly states that he won't be offering any apologies, explaining that his actions are a form of retribution for Retsu. He adds that Retsu himself probably wouldn't be satisfied with such a minor act of revenge as he would have wanted more. Musashi is genuinely fascinated by Guki's unique technique, admitting he never expected to be weighed down as if he were carrying a massive boulder. He confesses it's his first time seeing such a mastery of balance. Guki explains that this specific style was developed for an unarmed fighter to combat those who are wielding lethal weapons. Guki notes that this art simply didn't exist during Musashi's time, having been refined over the centuries until it reached his own generation. He recalls that back when he was only 6 years old, he saw a legendary master named Sokaku who had survived countless battles against armed opponents using only his bare hands and martial spirit. This man, Sokaku, defeated every armed adversary he came across, proving his absolute mastery to anyone who dared to challenge him. These incredible techniques are known as aiki, but as powerful as the original style was, another true genius took those concepts and evolved them into something even more devastating and effective. To the amazement of everyone present, Guki reveals that he is the one who perfected the modern art of aiki. Musashi then asks what Guki sees when he looks at him, and Guki describes seeing nothing but a peaceful field full of beautiful flowers. Musashi agrees, saying he sees the exact same thing. Guki reflects on how quiet and undisturbed the day had been up until this point. Guki explains that he suddenly felt as if a path of fire was leading him directly to this location, despite a strong gut instinct telling him he should stay away for his own good. He chose to ignore that warning and came anyway. As he's speaking to the supervisor, he suddenly experiences a terrifying spiritual sensation of his hand and neck being sliced open by an invisible blade. This intense sensation was Musashi's silent way of issuing a deadly challenge to the old master. Guki admits he didn't expect such a swift and rule-breaking opening move from a legend like Musashi. Musashi gets incredibly fired up, and his overwhelming aura begins to manifest, making Guki feel as if he's standing right in front of a volcano that has just exploded. Before Guki can even initiate a move, Musashi strikes with such precision that it seems to cut him clean in half spiritually. The spectators are horrified by the visual, and Guki himself cries out in pain, recognizing the strike as a perfectly delivered lethal blow. He realizes that if Musashi had been wielding a real steel sword, he would be lying dead on the floor right now. Guki falls to the ground as if his life were over, but then he slowly stands back up, acknowledging Musashi Miyamoto as the greatest swordsman to ever live. He admits that he wasn't prepared for such an incredibly fast and sudden assault, despite his own attempts to catch Musashi off guard with his own techniques earlier in their meeting. Guki extends his hand once more, formally admitting that Musashi has bested him in their exchange of skills. When Musashi shakes his hand this time, he suddenly feels as if his entire body has been shredded from every angle by spiritual blades. He's amazed by the skill, realizing that Musashi is the kind of warrior who never falls for the same trick twice. In another location, Tobi makes a special trip specifically to speak with the terrifying Yujiro Hanma. Yujiro admits to Tobi that he actually had plans to visit him first, which is a rare occurrence. When Tobi asks about the reason for such a visit, Yujiro mentions that Tobi has had some very interesting guests recently that he wants to know about. Yujiro treats Tobi with an unusual amount of hospitality, a gesture that is quite out of character for the Ogre. He expresses his intense excitement about the arrival of Musashi Miyamoto, declaring that he absolutely must meet and test himself against this man regardless of the risks involved. However, Tobi warns him that it would be in his best interest to avoid such a meeting. Yujiro gives Tobi a look of pure mockery and derision at the mere suggestion of caution. Tobi tries to clarify that he isn't trying to be insulting, but is truly concerned for Yujiro's own well-being. Suddenly, Yujiro stands up and makes a sarcastic comment about the weather. implying that Tobi's brain must be melting from the heat to say such things. Yujiro asks who else could possibly face Musashi if he is deemed unable to do so. Tobi tells Yujiro to simply relax and leave everything to him, claiming that he will take on the burden of protecting everyone from the samurai. This causes Yujiro's facial features to distort with pure rage, and he threatens to end Tobi right then and there for making such an insulting offer. Tobi suddenly detonates a smoke bomb to create distance between himself and the enraged ogre. By the time the air clears, Yujiro realizes that Tobi has used the distraction to make a lightning-fast escape. Instead of chasing him, Yujiro stands there fuming, wondering how anyone could have the audacity to say they would protect him, something no one has ever dared to say. Yujiro is so incredibly angry at Tobi's words that he stomps his foot, shaking the entire building with such violence that people inside think a massive earthquake is occurring. Meanwhile, we see Tobi hiding nearby, his legs trembling uncontrollably from the sheer terror of his encounter. He knows he just stared death in the face and barely survived. He swallows hard, trying to regain his composure after such a terrifying moment with the world's strongest creature. Tobi tells himself that this was the best move he could have made to ensure that Yujiro, Baki, Guki, Katsumi, and Jack stay safe. He believes there is a critical threat involving ancient martial arts that none of these modern warriors are prepared to handle. Tobi feels it is his solemn duty to safeguard them against the forgotten combat styles of the past that only he truly understands. Back at Mitsu's estate, one of the guards is suddenly confronted by the ogre himself appearing out of nowhere. The guard is paralyzed with fear as Yujiro looms over him, his presence radiating pure power and intimidation. The guard can barely find the words to respond to the sudden and terrifying appearance of Yujiro Hanma. Yujiro wastes no time with pleasantries, demanding to know exactly where the important guest is currently being held. The terrified guard is so overwhelmed that he can't even speak, simply pointing toward the area where Mitsu and Musashi are located. Inside the room, Musashi suddenly senses an overwhelming and alien presence nearby and asks Mitsu who he has invited over. Mitsu is confused, claiming he hasn't invited anyone to visit them at this hour. Musashi simply tells the unseen visitor to come inside, and as the door opens, Mitsu realizes with horror that the ogre has come to call. Mitsu knows that having these two monsters in the same room could lead to an absolute catastrophe for everyone involved. Musashi asks Mitsu if he knows the man, but then dismisses the question as unimportant, thanking Mitsu for the opportunity. In an instant, Yujiro is standing right in front of them, his gaze locked solely on Musashi and ignoring everything else. Yujiro and Musashi eventually sit down together and begin to share a drink in a surprisingly civil manner. Musashi carefully analyzes Yujiro's massive and intense aura, noting that it seems to reach all the way to the heavens themselves. He then asks Yujiro what he sees when he looks at him, but Yujiro scoffs at what he considers a foolish question. Yujiro tells him that he sees the real Musashi Miyamoto sitting right in front of him, nothing more and nothing less. He claims that if he were offered mountains of pure gold or the chance to meet Musashi, he would choose Musashi every single time. Mitsu reflects that this is exactly the kind of direct and honest response you'd expect from the ogre. Yujiro asks Musashi what he sees in him in return, hoping the answer is more profound than just gold. Musashi reflects on his violent past, mentioning how he used his sword to cut down countless men across more than 100 life-and-death battles. He explains that with every victory, his fame grew until it became an inescapable part of his existence. We both know that Musashi's fights were never ordinary encounters. And because his name became so legendary, every high-level warrior sought to take his life. He notes that despite all those attempts, no one ever succeeded in taking him down. He tells Yujiro that everything he ever wanted simply appeared before him, though he often chose to reject it all. Musashi believes that Yujiro must understand his situation perfectly, as they are both men who stand at the absolute pinnacle of their respective eras. He gets increasingly excited, stating that reaching the very top has always been his only true goal in life. Suddenly, he looks at Yujiro and launches a surprise spiritual attack intended to slice into the ogre's shoulder. Despite the sudden and lethal strike, Yujiro continues to calmly drink his beverage as if nothing has happened at all. Musashi is genuinely impressed, praising Yujiro for having such an incredibly dense and powerful physique. He remarks that his spiritual blade didn't even penetrate Yujiro's body. Even though he has split the strongest men in half with that same move, Yujiro mocks Musashi for the weak attempt, calling it a disappointment since the samurai hasn't even drawn his actual steel sword yet. He scoffs at the idea that a spiritual blade could affect him and then takes a glass bottle, smashing it against Musashi's head with terrifying speed. The move is so precise that it manages to draw blood from the legend's scalp quite easily. Mitsu is nearly driven mad by the sight of Yujiro casually wounding Musashi with a broken bottle. Yujiro then orders Mitsu to bring Musashi his real sword immediately, as he can see that the samurai is itching to use it. Even as blood drips from his head, Musashi comments that he didn't expect Yujiro to be so aggressively kind in helping him reach his peak. Mitsu brings the legendary blade, and the two warriors move outside to face each other in a proper duel. For the first time, Musashi draws his sword instantly as the fight begins, showing his respect for Yujiro's power. Yujiro, in a display of absolute madness and skill, reaches out and catches the bare blade of the sword with his bare hand. Musashi can't believe that Yujiro would take such a massive risk right at the start. Yujiro then delivers a powerful blow to Musashi's face, sending the samurai flying backward while Yujiro maintains his grip on the blade. He follows up with another strike that spins Musashi's body around, leaving the legend completely stunned by the intensity of the assault. Musashi admits that although he didn't even see the punches coming, he felt as if he had momentarily visited the land of the dead. Despite this, he warns Yujiro that he will never be a true match for the blade of Musashi Miyamoto. He tells Yujiro not to let go as he attempts to physically hoist the ogre off the ground, but Yujiro remains unmovable. Musashi initially fails to lift him, but he doubles his efforts and manages to force Yujiro into the air against his will. Yujiro is genuinely surprised that Musashi succeeded in such a feat, and he is even forced to release his grip on the first sword. This was only possible because Musashi masterfully utilized the second blade he had at his disposal. Yujiro is delighted by the challenge, telling Musashi to keep that fire and intensity going as they continue. Both fighters are now completely locked into the desire for combat, with Musashi launching a dual sword assault on the ogre. Yujiro manages to pin one of the blades and dodge the other, but he doesn't come away entirely unscathed. Yujiro actually suffers a cut on his leg, a rare sight for the world's strongest creature who hasn't had to dodge an attack in forever. Musashi continues his relentless strikes, forcing Yujiro to stay on the defensive as they move across the battlefield. The two of them stand before Mitsu, their combined auras completely saturating the entire area with pure pressure. Mitsu compares their overwhelming power to two ancient, primordial wild beasts locked in a savage struggle for dominance. He notes that even the most ferocious creatures in nature would seem weak compared to the raw strength of these two men. This leaves us with a major question. If Yujiro is still this powerful, how did Baki ever manage to defeat him? It makes you wonder if we're missing something big. That is exactly right. In this moment, we witness Musashi seizing the initiative and taking a bold first step toward Yujiro. Just as he was preparing a strike intended to take the ogre's head clean off, Yujiro reacted instantly by snatching the arm that was wielding the sword. He clamped down with an iron grip before telling Musashi to take this, delivering a brutal low blow that completely short-circuited Musashi's brain and made him forget everything else. A split second later, despite the chaos, Musashi managed to leave a deep gash on Yujiro's face, but the cost was high. He was thrown to the ground and knocked completely unconscious. Mitsu is standing there in absolute disbelief, unable to fathom that there is a man alive capable of forcing Musashi to drop his legendary blades. After a moment, Musashi manages to stagger back to his feet to face Yujiro, though he is clearly struggling to remain upright. He is barely holding himself together, and in this dire state, he remembers a secret technique that he hasn't revealed until this very moment. He had been searching for an opponent worthy enough to witness it, and he finally found that person in Yujiro. For the very first time, Musashi breaks his silence to ask his opponent's name, curiously inquiring, "Ogre, what exactly do they call you?" Musashi's mind drifts back to the days when he was training his disciples. Even though he stood before them completely unarmed, his student was paralyzed with fear, hallucinating that Musashi held both a long and a short sword. Musashi challenged him, asking why he was so terrified when he knew perfectly well this training wouldn't kill him, trying to steal the student's heart and provoke an attack. Naturally, Musashi ends up striking the student in multiple vital spots before slamming him into the dirt, telling him that in a real fight he would have been sliced to ribbons. He warns the boy that he has a long way to go before he can truly protect himself. Afterward, he leaves the students to return to his quarters, while the disciples whisper about how Musashi has long since stopped relying on physical blades. As Musashi sits reading, he ponders how he could produce all the calligraphy before him without ever needing a physical brush. He starts visualizing himself writing in thin air, etching characters onto walls, and even painting words onto the rushing waters of a waterfall, all without a single tool. It reached a point where even glancing at the sky allowed him to envision every stroke of his writing manifest in the clouds. He concludes that from this point forward, there is absolutely no need for a brush since he can manifest everything through his mind alone. He applies this same philosophy to his swordsmanship, declaring that he will no longer carry physical blades because his connection to them has transcended the material world. We then snap back to the current battle where Yujiro finally gives his response. Yujiro addresses Musashi directly, stating that his family name is Hanma and his given name is Yujiro, though the world knows him simply as the strongest creature on Earth. Musashi acknowledges his immense power, but Yujiro clarifies that he only allowed those 2 successful strikes and the resulting wounds to happen because he chose to endure them. Yujiro explains he took those hits just so he could land the devastating blow he delivered moments ago, admitting that Musashi is truly strong for forcing him to take the fight that seriously. Musashi turns to Mitsu and remarks that this man seems to believe he stands at the absolute pinnacle, which he finds hard to believe. However, Mitsu corrects him, insisting that in this modern era, Yujiro truly is the one at the very top. In this day and age, Yujiro is the undisputed king, which prompts Musashi to pick up his swords only to hand them back to Mitsu. He decides to face Yujiro man to man, expressing how incredibly fortunate he feels to have such an opportunity. Even without the physical blades in Musashi's hands, Yujiro notes that he can still feel the lethal presence of the swords, and then, without warning, the battle resumes. Musashi lunges forward and his very first strike manages to wound Yujiro's leg, while the ogre barely manages to dodge the second follow-up. Musashi sounds satisfied, saying that this proves his technique will reach its full potential. Yujiro watches him closely, realizing that Musashi is aiming for something far beyond just physical combat. Yujiro realizes Musashi's goal is to reach a stage where his own hands become the blades themselves, eliminating the need for a physical sword entirely. Just as Musashi is about to strike again, Motobi suddenly interrupts this legendary confrontation. Yujiro is clearly not happy about the interference, and he immediately confronts Motobi, teaching him a lesson for stepping into a fight of this magnitude. That smack to the back of the head was honestly satisfying to watch. It was Yujiro's way of teaching him that anyone who sticks their nose into a matter between Musashi and Yujiro is asking for a beating they'll never forget. By now, Yujiro had completely lost his temper and was ready to finish Motobi off. Yujiro asks Musashi if he's planning to stand in his way, but Mitsu quickly jumps in to calm him down, pointing out that Motobi has already paid a heavy price. Mitsu apologetically declares the match void due to the outside interference. A bit later, we see Motobi regaining consciousness, looking around in a daze as the reality of what happens starts to sink in. Motobi suddenly remembers Musashi's terrifying attack that was meant to slice him in 2. Mitsu, standing behind him, warns him that his actions were incredibly reckless. When Motobi asks where the 2 fighters went, Mitsu admits he has no idea, only that they both departed. Motobi acknowledges his mistake but insists that if he hadn't stepped in, the ogre would have been cut down. He tells Mitsu that most people simply don't understand the true nature of high-level martial arts. While Mitsu is trying to respond, Motobi suddenly pulls a hidden knife and kills a cockroach right in front of him, boldly declaring that in the next fight he will be the one to defeat Musashi. But let's leave that for now and follow what happened with Yujiro. Let's catch up with Yujiro as he walks alongside Musashi while the entire city seems to be staring at them. Musashi asks Yujiro if he's some kind of major celebrity because of all the attention they're receiving. Yujiro scoffs and tells Musashi that he's just as famous now, and if people are staring, they're definitely looking at both of them. We cut back to Mitsu and Motobe, where Mitsu is questioning Motobi's desire to fight and cut down Musashi. Motobi asks if there's a problem with that, asserting that he believes he and Musashi are finally equals. Before Mitsu can even give his opinion, Motobi cuts him off, telling him not to lie because he knows Mitsu is doubting him. Motobi knows Mitsu is wondering who he thinks he is to face Musashi. He challenges anyone who doubts him to come and face him directly. If they can prove he isn't strong enough, then Mitsu will have the right to stop him. However, he brings up a specific point regarding the existing rules of their combat. He notes that the rule allowing everything except firearms is no longer sufficient and must be scrapped. The new rule should encompass the use of all forms of knowledge, techniques, and specialized tools. When he says tools, he is explicitly referring to a full arsenal of combat equipment and advanced weaponry. He's talking about projectiles, explosives, and everything else you can imagine. It sounds more like he's preparing for a full-blown war than a duel. Mitsu can hardly believe what he's hearing from Motobi. Meanwhile, we see Yujiro and Musashi sitting together and sharing a drink, with Yujiro informing Musashi about Motobi's bold claims. Yujiro tells him that Motobi believes he's the only one capable of truly fighting Musashi. Musashi responds that the man has an incredible amount of tricks up his sleeve and clearly wants to test them out. Yujiro asks if this means Musashi views Motobi as a worthy rival, but Musashi clarifies that it isn't exactly like that. Musashi explains that Motobi is challenging him based on his vast array of skills rather than pure physical strength. Yujiro laughs, noting that Motobi's lifelong dedication to his secret techniques and weapons wasn't for nothing. He simply never had an opponent who could withstand or warrant the use of such a deadly arsenal until now. Yujiro asks Musashi where else he expects ninja techniques and specialized gear to be used. Musashi realizes that Motobi has been living in an era where he had no one to test his mastery on. Yujiro confirms this, saying that an opponent has finally appeared who is worthy of seeing every weapon Motobi has ever mastered. Yujiro is obviously talking about Musashi, adding that all those buried techniques will finally be unleashed because of him. Meanwhile, Motobi is walking down the street when he runs into a very familiar face. This person greets Motobi warmly, saying it's been a long time since they last saw each other. Motobi is a bit surprised to see him, and it turns out to be Gaia. We all know Gaia's reputation. Motobi takes him back to his place, and Gaia is absolutely fascinated by the collection of weapons he finds there. Motobi notices his interest and asks if the weapons are to his liking. Gaia admits he's totally impressed, saying that every time he visits this place, his heart practically races with joy. Motobi agrees, confessing that this environment is exactly what fuels his passion for combat. Gaia finds it incredible that Motobi still gets such a rush from a place he sees all the time. Gaia calls Motobi a true genius, saying it's almost impossible for anyone to reach his level of dedication. Motobi gets excited and tells Gaia to put the compliments aside, noting it's been far too long since they've had some fun together. Gaia expected this, knowing that Motobi is never one to stay idle for long. Gaia realizes that Motobi is a dangerous man and that even a training hall isn't safe around him. Motobi tells him not to waste any more time and suggests they get started right away. Gaia agrees, knowing that Motobi is the type of person who is always ready for a fight, no matter the time or location. Gaia praises Motobi for his relentless warrior spirit, but asks how they'll know when the fight is officially over. Motobi tells him not to worry about it, suggesting they decide the conclusion as the battle unfolds. Gaia loves that attitude, and as they begin, the very first thing he does is throw sulfuric acid at him. Motobi blocks the acid attack and reminds Gaia that he was the one who taught him that move in the first place. Gaia then lunges forward with a knife, trying to catch him off guard, but Motobi skillfully parries the blade using nothing but a cloth. He then manages to flip Gaia, nearly breaking his arm in the process. Gaia has to tap out on the floor to get Motobi to release the hold. After letting go, Motobi takes off his belt and uses it to restrain Gaia completely. He tells Gaia that despite the intensity, he's still in one piece, which supposedly proves that the martial arts dojo is a perfectly safe place for training. Ironically, Motobi's pants fall down right after he says that, and he jokes that maybe it's not 100% safe after all. He blames Gaia for making him sacrifice his belt. Regardless, Gaia was thrilled with the match. Next, we see Jack Hammer, who has arrived to see Mitsu with a body that has become unbelievably massive. Jack informs Mitsu that he has reached a staggering height of 2.5 meters and weighs over 200 kilograms. Because of this new power, he begs Mitsu for a chance to face Musashi Miyamoto. Mitsu acknowledges that his physical growth is impressive, but there's a significant obstacle standing in his way. Mitsu explains that someone is strongly opposed to Jack meeting Musashi. When Jack asks who would dare object, Mitsu reveals it's Motobi. Jack is confused why Motobi would have any say in the matter, so Mitsu suggests that if he really wants to know why, he should go and confront him directly. Mitsu tells Jack he can go fight Motobi to understand his reasoning. Jack Hammer asks if he's serious, and Mitsu replies that he knows Jack probably views Motobi as weak, boring, or just an old man. However, to truly grasp the situation, a direct confrontation is the only way. Mitsu admits that neither he nor Jack truly understands the depths of Motobi's nature. He asks Jack if he's okay with facing weapons, and Jack confidently tells him not to worry. Jack claims he's never had a problem taking down anyone who is armed and believes he can handle Motobi without any issues. Mitsu says that's perfect and suggests Jack go prove his point to Motobi. He notes that they don't even need a formal arena, a simple park would do just fine. He mentions that this idea of informal but serious duels actually started with some of the greatest masters of judo and wrestling in history. He tells a story about a top judo expert and a world-class wrestler who refused to speak until they had tested each other's strength. They walked through a park until a spontaneous battle broke out between them. This is exactly what Mitsu is encouraging Jack to do with Motobi to resolve their conflict. Mitsu warns Jack that if Motobi is in his everyday clothes, he is guaranteed to be carrying an entire arsenal: swords, knives, sickles, shuriken, explosives, chains, and more. He emphasizes that this time, Jack isn't facing an athlete in a controlled sport. He's facing a man who lives for the kill. Jack is heading into a fight with a master of deception and dirty tricks. When he finally confronts Motobi, Motobi comments on how Jack has grown far too large. Jack retorts that Motobi has a limitless supply of tricks, and he believes their coming battle will be perfectly balanced. Raw size versus cunning strategy. Jack thinks it's a fair matchup, but Motobi immediately throws his cigarette at him as a distraction. Before Jack can even react, Motobi has already circled behind him and landed a sharp kick to the face. Jack starts stripping off his clothes, remarking that the fight has begun without any formal warning or ceremony. Even before Jack is fully prepared, Motobi pulls out a new weapon and strikes both of Jack's legs, forcing the giant down onto his knees. Motobi mockingly points out that even while kneeling, Jack is still taller than him. An irritated Jack tries to stand up, but he's immediately met with a heavy wooden strike to the head. The blow was so powerful it opened a wound on Jack's head, causing him to collapse before Motobi. Motobi tells him that he's not foolish enough to think a wooden sword would be enough to finish a monster like Jack. Jack actually laughs at this, pulling himself together and acknowledging the reality of their fight. Jack says that allowing Motobi to use weapons makes the duel perfectly balanced and flawless. He decides to stop trying to remove his jacket normally and simply rips it in half. At that moment, he recalls Mitsu's warning that Motobi is far from being a simple athlete or a sporting competitor. The Motobi Jack knew from the arena is nothing like the warrior standing before him now. Jack acknowledges that Motobi has truly transformed into a lethal combatant, but he vows that he will never let Motobi look down on him. Motobi simply reiterates that he isn't stupid enough to underestimate a Hanma. Motobi says he knows Jack would fight with 100% of his power against anyone, even a soccer player, and especially against someone like Jack Hammer. Jack then delivers a massive kick that sends Motobi flying backward through the air, showing off his immense physical strength. Despite being kicked away, Motobi used the momentum to hurl a shuriken into Jack's leg. Motobi gets back up and approaches Jack again, admitting that Jack's monstrous abilities are truly savage. He says that in a normal match, no ordinary martial artist would ever stand a chance against such raw power. Motobi tells Jack that he isn't an ordinary fighter, just as Jack brings a heavy stomp down toward his head. We see blood splashing everywhere, but the shock is that the blood is actually pouring from Jack's own foot, not Motobi's head. Jack then resorts to his most dangerous weapon, his legendary teeth. Jack bites down hard on Motobi's shoulder while bystanders watch in total shock, wondering if they're witnessing a movie scene. While Jack is still clamped on, Motobi remarks that he always heard Jack could tear bone from flesh with his teeth, but currently he seems to be struggling. Motobi admits the bite is strong, but he was prepared for it. He forcefully pulls his shoulder away, and in a horrific moment, all of Jack's teeth are ripped right out of his mouth. Motobi explains that he would never wear a standard jacket when facing a beast like Jack Hammer. This specialized jacket is made from aramid fibers, the same stuff used in aircraft parts, parachute cords, and tire reinforcements. He had it custom made to be both bulletproof and sword resistant. Needless to say, it was incredibly expensive, but it served its purpose perfectly against Jack's bite. Motobi declares that he has successfully neutralized Jack's greatest weapon, his teeth. He claims the fight is over because Jack's left leg is nearly severed and his jaw is destroyed. Even the massive height Jack suffered through surgeries to achieve has been rendered useless in this encounter. Despite everything, Jack refuses to quit and lunges at Motobi, slamming him into a tree and unleashing a barrage of brutal strikes. Motobi, taking a heavy beating, admits to himself that he fully expected this kind of savage counterattack from someone as tenacious as Jack. Motobi then detonates a smoke bomb, obscuring the scene as the sound of heavy impacts continues within the cloud. The crowd is completely baffled, unable to see anything while Jack continues his relentless assault on Motobi without showing a single shred of mercy. Motobi realized his initial plan to stop Jack didn't work as intended. Jack was hitting him so hard that Motobi's body was literally being lifted off the ground. Eventually, Motobi manages to land a kick that pushes Jack back, just as Jack catches the distinct scent of gunpowder in the air. Jack tells Motobi he smells strongly of gunpowder. Motobi laughs, calling Jack amazing because he was so focused on attacking that he didn't even notice a bomb going off right on him. Motobi admits he was naive and underestimated the situation by not bringing even more powerful explosives. Knowing his opponent was Jack Hammer, Motobi realizes he should have brought a much heavier payload. He then peppers Jack with shuriken before using a weighted chain to entangle the giant and pull him to the ground. Motobi announces that he is now going to attack with everything he has. As Jack tries to pull the shuriken out of his body, Motobi strikes him across the head with the chain. Another strike to the face spins Jack's head around, and Motobi quickly seizes Jack's arm, pinning him to the earth. He then expertly ties Jack up with a rope, rendering him completely immobile. Jack is in utter disbelief that Motobi managed to defeat him like this. Motobi reminds him of Yujiro's rule. In any fight, if your head is on the ground while your opponent stands above you, you have lost. Therefore, Motobi is the clear victor of this confrontation. Motobi says he views things a bit differently, placing a knife in front of Jack's face to show that taking a life is merely a choice he's making. He gives Jack a grim piece of advice. If he had been fighting Musashi instead of him, Jack would already be a dead man. After releasing Jack, Motobi vows to do whatever it takes to protect him and the others from Musashi. The next day, people notice that all the carp have vanished from the river. We then see a lone fisherman sitting out on the water, unaware of what is lurking beneath him. The fisherman thinks he's found a prime spot, but when he finally gets a bite, it's far more powerful than he expected. The force is so immense that his fishing rod snaps in two. Suddenly, the massive scales of some giant beast break the surface of the river, leaving him terrified. No one knows where this monster came from, but the next day, a recovery team finds the fisherman's boat completely wrecked. The vessel is smashed in such a bizarre and violent way that everyone agrees this wasn't a normal accident. Something truly unnatural occurred on that river. As a news reporter is explaining the boat incident, the monster suddenly looms up right behind him without him noticing. In a shocking twist, Pickle is revealed to be clinging to the beast, locked in a fierce struggle. This marks Pickle's official first appearance of the season. Pickle had successfully hunted this massive crocodile, and he proceeded to drag it toward a sewer pipe in full view of everyone. To Pickle, this giant beast was just a small dinosaur-like snack. He forced the massive carcass into the narrow pipe through sheer strength, leaving onlookers absolutely stunned. The strength required to jam such a huge crocodile into a tiny drain pipe is beyond comprehension. The news soon reports that this crocodile had been terrorizing the river and damaging city buildings, and the only person who could stop the rampage was this mysterious primitive man. Everyone knows this wild man is Pickle. As the news broadcast continues, Musashi suddenly slices the television screen in half. Mitsu is outraged, asking what he's doing, but Musashi calmly says he's already cut the target. He then asks where he can find the man who was fighting the giant crocodile. Musashi didn't realize he was looking at a digital broadcast and not the real person. Mitsu tells him he's being incredibly reckless and needs to understand that the modern world has many things he simply doesn't recognize yet. Musashi brushes this off and asks again where he can find that man. Mitsu realizes he can't argue with Musashi, so he starts explaining that the man is named Pickle. Musashi is confused by the name, so Mitsu explains that he is the strongest being from the Cretaceous period. Musashi is bewildered by terms like pickle and Cretaceous, noting he never learned about such things in school. Mitsu tells him he'd never have heard of Pickle because he was discovered by modern scientists frozen in ice for 250 million years. Musashi doesn't care about the science. He just wants to know the location of this legendary warrior from the distant past. Before Mitsu can ask why he's so interested, Musashi silences him with an overwhelming mental presence. Musashi muses that while Pickle might lack refined experience, he clearly possesses a level of raw, monstrous strength that matches his own. He is intrigued by this incredible power. Musashi demands that Mitsu arrange a meeting with Pickle. Meanwhile, Motobi reads the newspaper and learns of Pickle's return, deciding that he must protect him as well. Meanwhile, Dr. Albert has urgently rushed over to share a critical update. News of the bizarre disappearance of the prehistoric giant, Pickle, sent shockwaves all across Japan. When a swarm of eager reporters cornered the lead biologist, demanding to know where this ancient beast could possibly be hiding, the doctor calmly and confidently pointed toward the dark underground sewers. He explained that the subterranean drainage system offered the perfect sanctuary, boasting flowing warm water, stable temperatures, and high humidity, which made it an ideal breeding ground for all sorts of swamp creatures like massive crocodiles, scaly lizards, venomous snakes, and sturdy turtles. Since this prehistoric wild man is officially classified as a priceless national treasure, the authorities didn't waste any time with pointless debates. They knew they had to capture him immediately. Following a direct, high-priority order from the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, a heavily armed force of 91 elite riot police officers was instantly mobilized. To ensure success, they came fully prepared with 5 massive tons of potent liquid chloroform, establishing the last known sighting of Pickle as the absolute center of their dragnet. 10 strategic locations within a strict 1,000-meter radius were targeted simultaneously, and they immediately flooded the entire underground sewer network with toxic chloroform gas. It didn't take long for their aggressive tactic to work. They found the ancient giant completely knocked out cold and rushed him straight into a waiting ambulance. A massive, curious crowd of local residents quickly swarmed the area, whispering in absolute awe and utter shock at the monstrous, towering physique of this world-famous creature. This is, after all, the beast who could effortlessly overpower and snap the neck of a Siberian tiger, the absolute apex predator of the Cretaceous period. Once they transported him to a high-security research laboratory buried a staggering 336 meters beneath the Earth's surface, one of Dr. Albert's young assistants couldn't help but gag and feel utterly nauseous from the foul, suffocating stench emanating from the caveman's unwashed body. Honestly, you can't blame him since Pickle has been living like a feral homeless man for who knows how long, on top of being an absolute giant of a man who sweats like crazy. While the scientists were busy discussing this smelly situation, the legendary samurai Musashi Miyamoto and the eccentric elder Tokugawa suddenly stepped into the room. The brilliant doctor and the old elder immediately exchanged warm, friendly greetings as old acquaintances do. They stood there, quietly marveling at Pickle's incredible physical form, with Elder Tokugawa practically bursting with excitement as he praised the primitive man's insane survival instincts for thriving in a filthy urban sewer. However, noticing that Musashi was being unusually quiet and distant, the curious elder turned to ask the samurai what was on his mind. Musashi just stared intensely at the slumbering giant for a long moment, silently questioning in his own mind whether this ancient person was truly as legendary as everyone claimed. Old man Tokugawa enthusiastically doubled down, eagerly explaining to Musashi that this wasn't just some famous guy, but rather someone who could legitimately be crowned the absolute strongest warrior in human history. This bold claim naturally piqued the great samurai's interest. Without uttering a single word of warning, Musashi swiftly raised his powerful arm and delivered 2 brutal heavy slaps right to the sleeping giant's face, viciously cracking Pickle's jaw twice, which immediately sent the entire room of onlookers into a wild panic. None of them could comprehend what on earth possessed Musashi to commit such an insanely erratic act. While a terrified Tokugawa frantically demanded an explanation for this random violence, the legendary swordsman remained completely unfazed, calmly offering high praise for Pickle instead. He pointed out that despite taking 2 heavy blows to the face, the prehistoric giant was still sleeping like an absolute rock, totally dead to the world, but Musashi wasn't done testing him. In a split second, he executed an imaginary but deadly slash straight at Pickle's throat, which, although it didn't sever the head, instantly jarred the ancient beast awake. Musashi stood there, thoroughly astonished by the sheer, unmatched durability and premium quality of the wild man's physical vessel. In his glory days, Musashi could easily slice through the bodies of 8 fully armored men in a single stroke, and still have enough residual power to cut through 6 additional limbs and the solid wooden execution block beneath them. Yet, against all logic, the unmatched edge of Musashi's legendary swordsmanship couldn't even dent or penetrate the dense, iron-like neck bone of this primitive specimen. As Pickle groggily blinked open his eyes, the samurai proudly boasted to the giant's face that he was the one who had just delivered that strike to his throat. Even though the ancient man couldn't comprehend a single word of modern language, his raw, primitive instincts flared instantly, prompting Pickle to lunge forward and snap his jaws shut on Musashi's hand. However, armed with forearms as hard as tempered steel and backed by centuries of elite combat experience, the incredibly fluid movements of Musashi allowed him to effortlessly slip past the caveman's savage bite. Not one to just defend, the legendary swordsman immediately launched a counter-offensive, landing several clean, phantom slashes across Pickle's body. Yet because Pickle boasts an otherworldly muscular density that acts like an organic, impenetrable fortress, Musashi's retaliatory strikes, despite deeply pressing into the skin and flesh, could not sever anything, leaving behind nothing more than dark, heavy bruises on the giant's hide. Right in the heat of this exchange, Pickle had a sudden flash of déjà vu, remembering his prehistoric past. He recalled the brutal dinosaur era where he constantly clashed with monstrous adversaries that outweighed him by more than 100 times. Among all those colossal wild beasts, there was one highly unique and dangerous opponent, a fearsome, vicious Deinonychus dinosaur. This agile predator had locked horns with Pickle, relentlessly slashing him with its razor-sharp claws and leaving him covered in painful wounds. Innumerable crisscrossing scars still marked his skin from those encounters. This particular dinosaur was built different compared to the slow, scavenging tyrannosaurs. It possessed a much more sadistic and aggressive nature, and was infinitely more violent. It actively hunted down only the absolute strongest and heaviest opponents it could find, almost as if it was desperately trying to prove its own combat supremacy. Staring at the deadly samurai standing before him now, Pickle saw a striking resemblance to that savage Deinonychus dinosaur from his ancient memories. Sensing this raw combat aura, Musashi grew incredibly thrilled to face such a worthy opponent. He was eager to unleash a full-scale battle right then and there, but Dr. Albert quickly stepped in to halt the escalating violence. The scientists desperately wanted to protect both of these invaluable historical anomalies from destroying one another. On one hand, you have Musashi, a modern biological miracle cloned through cutting-edge technology, and on the other, Pickle, an ancient marvel excavated from a deep rock salt formation over 1,000 meters beneath the earth, who once hunted giant dinosaurs during the Cretaceous era. Dr. Albert argued that risking their lives just to satisfy a childish curiosity about who is stronger was utterly foolish. However, this cautious remark was immediately shot down by Old Man Tokugawa, who grew highly annoyed by the scientist's constant nagging and lecturing and whining. Tokugawa firmly believed that pitting the absolute greatest swordsman of the Warring States period against the most formidable predator of the Cretaceous era was the match of the century. He felt incredibly privileged and lucky to even be alive to witness such an epic clash of titans, so he bluntly told the doctor that if he didn't have the stomach to watch, he should step aside and get out of the way. But Dr. Albert wasn't about to back down so easily. He quickly pulled out a loaded firearm that he had secretly brought along as a last resort for emergencies. Little did he know that emergency would present itself almost instantly. Brandishing the weapon, he stubbornly insisted that they halt this madness immediately and go their separate ways. But as he continued to loudly babble and defend his stance, his wrist was suddenly snapped in half before he could even register what was happening. Utilizing his supernatural martial reflexes, Musashi effortlessly broke the scientist's hand and disarmed him in a blink. To make matters worse, Musashi projected such a terrifying mental pressure that the doctor was paralyzed with agonizing phantom pain, truly believing his entire body had been slashed to bloody ribbons and his head cleanly severed. Holding the modern firearm in his hands, Musashi examined it with childlike curiosity. Suddenly, he pulled the trigger and started firing wild shots all over the room, causing Tokugawa and the injured doctor to jump in sheer terror at his unpredictable madness. Musashi was highly impressed by this mechanical device, noting that it was far easier to operate than a throwing knife while delivering far superior accuracy and devastating power. But more importantly, he knew that with the gun-toting doctor out of commission, absolutely nobody could interfere with his duel against Pickle. To push things further, Musashi began taunting the caveman by boast that his own samurai flesh was incredibly tender and delicious, deliberately baiting Pickle's predatory appetite to draw out his true, terrifying prehistoric combat potential. Meanwhile, the terrified doctor was huddled miserably in the corner, shaking like a leaf as he relived that terrifying phantom death. He could still vividly feel Musashi's imaginary blade slicing smoothly through his layers of fat and muscle, severing his spine, puncturing his vital organs, and causing imaginary blood to spray violently through the air. In that horrific moment, his own brain was completely convinced that his life had indeed ended right then and there. Shaking off his stupor, Pickle suddenly launched a ferocious assault on Musashi, but the legendary samurai's reflexes were too sharp. He cleanly evaded the lunge and countered with a series of lightning-fast slashes that bit into Pickle's outer flesh but stopped dead at his rock-solid bones. Musashi was absolutely thrilled, burning with curiosity to understand what kind of anomaly Pickle truly was, as he was unlike any opponent the swordsman had ever faced. He deeply wondered what primal motivation drove this ancient beast to fight. He didn't have to wait long for an answer, for behind Pickle's towering silhouette, Musashi's sharp perception visualized a magnificent, glowing aura of light radiating outwards, accompanied by the thunderous applause of an invisible crowd and mountains of food rewards piled high as tribute. In that instant, Musashi realized that Pickle was not a mere human warrior, but a legendary beast fueled by a glorious, ancient legacy. The samurai felt a surge of pure joy witnessing such raw, primal power and recognizing the incredible weight of the caveman's history. It made him ecstatic because he fully intended to conquer and claim all of Pickle's prehistoric glory for himself. As Musashi's battle aura burned at an all-time high, Pickle suddenly dropped into a bizarre quadrupedal stance, looking exactly like a feral predator coiled to spring upon its prey, refusing to give his opponent even a second to breathe. Before Musashi could even react, Pickle exploded forward, violently tackling the legendary swordsman and slamming him hard against the solid wall. Instantly, their fingers intertwined, and they locked hands in a brutal test of pure physical power. The raw clash of strength had officially begun. The onlookers held their breath, dying to see whose grip force would reign supreme, the primordial grip of a caveman who grappled dinosaurs, or the refined, crushing grip of a master samurai who could effortlessly splinter thick bamboo stalks with his bare hands. They were dead even, shaking and straining with veins bulging, neither willing to yield an inch. In the midst of this intense lockup, Pickle's mind drifted back to the ancient past, remembering that it had been ages since anyone had squeezed his hands with such ferocity. Not even the colossal dinosaurs of the prehistoric era possessed the dexterity to match his grip. In his simple, primal mind, Pickle strangely interpreted this physical struggle as a bizarre expression of affection, assuming Musashi must really like him, much like those colossal Cretaceous predators used to. But while the caveman was temporarily daydreaming and highly distracted, Musashi capitalized on the opening. He used his feet to launch off the wall behind him, driving a devastating, head-first ram directly into Pickle's face, sending the prehistoric giant crashing hard onto the floor as the crowd gasped in absolute shock. The young research assistant stared in complete disbelief at the 30-centimeter thick duralumin wall, which now had a massive, deep dent. Had that been an ordinary human, they would have been killed instantly by the sheer kinetic force. While it seemed like the fight was over, Musashi immediately demanded they keep going because his curiosity was far from satisfied. He realized that no matter how many times he slashed Pickle with his imaginary style, the giant's bones and internal organs remained completely untouched, which made him realize he desperately needed to wield a real physical blade. But as Musashi stood over him, admiring the majestic, raw build of the caveman, Pickle suddenly arched his back and launched Musashi high into the air, causing him to crash violently against the ceiling. Yet, even a direct impact like that did absolutely zero damage to the legendary swordsman. If anything, it only fueled his excitement, making him compare the ancient giant to a wild, untamed stallion that would be incredibly thrilling to break. He openly mused whether Pickle would still be able to toss him around so easily once he was armed with a genuine, razor-sharp steel katana. Hearing this, Elder Tokugawa finally grasped the lethal gravity of Musashi's intentions, knowing that if a real sword entered the equation, even the thickest prehistoric hide wouldn't be able to stop the catastrophic blood loss from a deep laceration. Terrified by this realization, the doctor scrambled forward to plead with Musashi to stop, arguing that Pickle was a priceless heritage of humanity that must be preserved at all costs. But the proud samurai remained completely unmoved, stubbornly holding on to his lethal philosophy. He effortlessly shoved the protesting scientist aside, mockingly telling him not to stress so much about the eventual outcome of the fight. The doctor realized there was no point in arguing any further, as the fundamental values of a modern pacifist scientist and a ruthless 17th century killer were separated by a vast, unbridgeable cosmic gulf. Musashi then turned his attention to Tokugawa, asking if his cherished, legendary blade was still being preserved. The old man smiled knowingly, confirming that the prized Kaneshige sword was indeed safely stored away in Higo province. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of town, Doppo, Orochi, and Baki Hanma were quietly sipping hot tea together, reflecting on their recent disastrous defeats. Suddenly, both of them spoke up at the exact same moment, sharing the same heavy thoughts. It was as if they possessed telepathic synchronization, with both Orochi and Baki mentally preparing for a looming death match where survival was never guaranteed. As they brought up Musashi's name, Baki pointed out that the samurai never fought with full sincerity, recalling how his father had once described Musashi as an opportunist who cared only about status, praise, and climbing the social ladder at all costs. This blunt revelation deeply caught Orochi off guard, forcing him to reevaluate the legendary swordsman. Orochi fell into deep thought, noting that such an obsessive, extreme hunger for worldly validation could actually distort a warrior's pure essence and lead to the exact opposite result. Yet he mused that even in the midst of absolute chaos, a true master can project a bizarre, crystal-clear purity. He contrasted the two fighters, noting that Pickle possessed a flawless physical specimen but retained the mind of an innocent child, whereas Musashi achieved his own terrifying brand of purity by fully immersing himself in worldly desires. Thus, their impending clash promised to be the ultimate, purest form of conflict. True to his word, the legendary sword Kaneshige was quickly delivered to its master. Without Musashi even touching it, the cord binding its scabbard miraculously untied itself, as if the weapon itself was eager to be reunited with its master. To make things even more exciting, Tokugawa had also prepared a series of elaborate test dummies so Musashi could immediately gauge the blade's legendary sharpness. The old man had cleverly outfitted each dummy in different gear, ranging from high-end business suits to thick bulletproof vests, and even equipped them with tactical shields and military combat uniforms. Lastly, there was a traditional makiwara target containing a dense bamboo core tightly wrapped in a thick woven tatami mat, which serves as a highly accurate physical simulation of a human neck's skeletal structure. Eager to show off his godlike prowess, Musashi drew the blade and rested it lightly against the target, slicing effortlessly through the dense bamboo core as if it were soft, delicate tofu. Before the onlookers could even gasp, he slammed his foot hard onto the floor, launching the shield-bearing dummy high into the air, splitting both the shield and the dummy cleanly in two, followed immediately by the military dummy and then the armored one. Finally, he sliced the suit-wearing dummy into 4 perfectly equal portions with blind speed. Weight-even old man Tokugawa received a phantom slash right across his throat. Fortunately, Musashi was merely projecting a mental simulation of what would happen if he chose to actually strike for real. While the old man was still trembling with pure, unadulterated excitement, eagerly anticipating the monstrous duel, the battle-hardened Motobi coldly threw a bucket of ice water on his enthusiasm, warning Tokugawa that he should immediately abandon any plans of letting these two beasts fight. According to Motobi's expert analysis, the core issue had absolutely nothing to do with whether Pickle was strong or weak. That prehistoric survivor was undoubtedly a physical powerhouse that no sane fighter would ever dare to underestimate. However, Tokugawa was utterly blind to a far more dangerous truth. Once Miyamoto Musashi holds a live blade in his hands, he ascends to an entirely different, untouchable dimension of lethality. It's not just Pickle. Absolutely nobody should stand in front of that master swordsman when he's armed. Hearing this, the old man still stubbornly refused to call off the match. But Motobi was dead set on stopping this madness, speaking from his perspective as a dedicated martial artist who inherited ancient combat techniques and spent his entire life analyzing the brutal reality of battlefield survival. He knew he had to face Musashi himself. This was no longer about personal pride or a simple love for fighting, but had instead evolved into a heavy, solemn duty that Motobi willingly placed upon his own shoulders. Later that night, Musashi stood staring up at a towering skyscraper, visualizing its massive structure as Pickle's gigantic physique, and quietly mused to himself. He noted that such immense size wasn't necessarily an advantage against a master's blade. If the head is cleanly severed, that colossal body weight actually becomes a liability, dragging the shoulders downward. The shoulders collapse onto the chest crushes the stomach buckles the hips, and the entire massive frame collapses onto the legs. A heavy, unbalanced body simply cannot support its own weight once the equilibrium is shattered, resulting in a swift, brutal fall to its death. Right in the middle of his dark contemplation, Gaia silently crept up and touched Musashi's back, boldly claiming that if he had truly intended to assassinate him, he had already missed several prime opportunities along the way. Unfortunately for him, such cheap bravado was completely transparent to the legendary swordsman. Musashi calmly chuckled, revealing that he had been fully aware of his shadow from the very beginning, simply because Gaia's attempt to conceal his murderous intent was incredibly sloppy. In other words, Musashi had willingly allowed Gaia to touch his back, proving that the soldier posed absolutely zero threat to him. In a panic, Gaia tried to pull out his firearm, but in a literal blink of an eye, his wrist tendon was cleanly severed by an imaginary strike. Realizing he was completely outmatched, Gaia weakly suggested they move their conversation to a more secluded spot, as loitering in the street would attract unwanted attention from passers-by. But Musashi simply scoffed, asking if Gaia was even sure he could remain standing long enough for anyone to notice him bleeding out. As he spoke, the master swordsman shifted his posture, releasing an overwhelming, suffocating aura that completely enveloped the area. Gaia realized with absolute clarity that even though the man before him was standing completely relaxed, with his arms hanging loosely at his sides and not a single muscle tensed, the sheer, crushing pressure emanating from him was enough to paralyze his very soul. Gaia had faced battle-hardened mercenaries, fought lethal spec ops soldiers, and matched wits with countless masters of life and death combat, but absolutely none of them could even begin to compare to this living myth. Yet, refusing to back down, the soldier secretly readied a specially engineered tactical throwing knife, keeping his body language completely neutral to mask his intent, before suddenly releasing the blade from a mere 5 meters away. The projectile shot forward at a blistering speed of 60 kilometers per hour, but Musashi proved to be an absolute monster beyond human comprehension. He casually raised his bare hand and plucked the flying blade right out of the air with absolute ease. Instead of getting angry, the legendary samurai curiously examined the modern weapon and gestured for Gaia to step closer. The moment Gaia took a step into Musashi's personal space, a horrifying vision instantly seized his mind, showing his own body being cleanly sliced in two right down the middle, followed by a brutal horizontal slash that carved him up further, leaving his physical form severed into 4 distinct bloody pieces. The mental projection was so incredibly vivid and realistic that he could practically feel his limbs separating, even though Musashi wasn't even holding a physical weapon. When the samurai calmly asked if he wished to continue, Kaioh was left utterly speechless, knowing that trying to fight any further would make him look like a complete clown. He had used dirty tricks and throwing weapons while his opponent stood completely still and unarmed, yet he was the one left, sweating and shivering from the raw sensation of dying. It was in this moment of defeat that Kaioh finally understood that Musashi doesn't actually need to hold a physical blade in his hands to be lethal. Swordsmanship has been deeply integrated into the samurai's cells, mind, and raw instincts for centuries. Eager to confirm his theory, Kaioh asked whether Musashi would actually need to wield a real sword when facing the prehistoric Pickle. But the legendary master wasn't about to give a basic, boring yes or no answer to such a profound question. Instead, he questioned if Motobi truly understood the heavy spiritual weight of taking a man's life with a blade, before asking Kaioh to describe what kind of beast Pickle truly was. Kaioh honestly admitted that modern science and language fail to fully capture the essence of that prehistoric anomaly. Musashi simply waved off the explanation, stating that Pickle didn't even understand what a sword actually was, let alone the terrifying legend of Miyamoto Musashi. For a primal creature like that, spoken words are entirely meaningless. The only way to make him understand is to carve him up, letting the steel bite deep into his bones so he can feel the absolute terror of the sword and the master who wields it. Meanwhile, over at Tokugawa's private estate, Pickle had been back in his quarters for 4 whole days, yet he stubbornly refused to eat even a single morsel of food. They had even procured actual cloned dinosaur meat for him, a delicacy so incredibly rare and expensive it was practically a world heritage treasure, but the giant didn't even look at it. Tokugawa was absolutely devastated by this waste, knowing that this legendary meat cannot simply be bought with wealth, yet here it was, sitting ignored like garbage. Right then, Baki Hanma unexpectedly dropped by to pay the ancient giant a visit. As Tokugawa walked Baki out afterward, the anxious old man eagerly questioned what kind of conversation they had. Baki had to smile and remind him that Pickle obviously doesn't speak any human language, so their communication consisted entirely of projecting raw, unadulterated combat intent. Judging by the caveman's intense reaction, Baki realized that Pickle had officially classified Miyamoto Musashi as his next meal. This shocking revelation left Tokugawa completely speechless for a moment, as he worried that since Pickle had been fasting for days, his starved and weakened body wouldn't stand a chance against the deadly Musashi. But Baki quickly corrected him, explaining that Pickle wasn't unable to eat, but rather he actively refused the bland offerings they were serving him. The prehistoric giant wasn't looking for a lazy, free meal. He wanted a true wild feast. He craved the thrill of hunting down a dangerous opponent that made his predatory instincts scream, wanting to savor his prize in the most dramatic way possible. Exactly like his ancient glory days of hunting colossal dinosaurs. This was why, with the duel fast approaching, Pickle was intentionally starving himself to peak aggression. Even Doppo Orochi had once noted that absolute hunger unlocks the deadliest instincts of any wild beast. Baki couldn't help but wonder, if Pickle truly was the ultimate apex predator of the Cretaceous era, would his devastating jaws and razor-sharp teeth actually lose to a man-made steel blade? Tokugawa took this fascinating philosophical question straight to Doppo Orochi's dinner table. The two men sat drinking aged sake and enjoying hot dumplings, initially getting sidetracked by a passionate discussion about the subtle sweetness of fresh vegetables. Orochi pointed out that the delicious dumpling filling actually contained far more cabbage and green onions than actual meat, prompting Tokugawa to proudly claim that dumplings were always meant to be a vegetable-focused dish, and that modern society's obsession with meat had distorted its true essence. In the middle of this cozy culinary chat, Tokugawa suddenly pivoted, asking Orochi if he had ever taught his students that starvation is the ultimate, most dangerous state for any creature in the wild. Despite sitting before a luxurious spread of food, Orochi nodded, admitting that he fully stood by that philosophy. Tokugawa then dropped the million-dollar question. Between the razor-sharp katana of Miyamoto Musashi and the bone-crushing jaws of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which weapon is truly superior? Instead of giving a simple answer, Orochi brought up the writings of a famous novelist who had dedicated his entire life to big-game hunting. This author famously argued that for a human to even stand on equal footing with a wild predator, they must be armed with a heavy rifle at the bare minimum. Coming from someone who had stared down lethal beasts countless times, this statement made it clear how terrifyingly dominant the raw power of nature truly is. Even with a loaded gun, a single split-second mistake is all it takes to turn a human into a predator's dinner. Orochi illustrated this by describing a massive 3-meter-tall brown bear weighing over a ton. If Musashi were to face such a beast, the fight wouldn't play out like the elegant theatrical duels humans typically imagine in stories. Just trying to avoid being crushed under a ton of pure charging muscle is a nightmare in itself. Yet, Pickle didn't just hunt bears, he routinely hunted giant dinosaurs during the Cretaceous period. We are talking about massive carnivorous monsters 13 meters long and weighing 6 tons, armed with razor-sharp teeth and a muscular force that dwarfs any modern predator. On the flip side, you have Musashi, who famously slaughtered the entire Yoshioka clan during the Warring States period, single-handedly cutting through dozens of warriors who had him completely surrounded. His enemies weren't just armed with swords. They came at him with spears, bows, and even firearms, yet Musashi systematically slaughtered every single one of them to claim absolute victory against all odds. When you compare a primal force of nature that easily crushed 6-ton dinosaurs against a legendary combat genius who dismantled fully armed military units, it's virtually impossible to choose a winner. Later on, Tokugawa and Musashi were seen enjoying a quiet meal together by a scenic lake. The old man commented on how pleasant it was to enjoy good food while taking in the beautiful landscape, though he muttered that the pesky flies buzzing around were putting a bit of a damper on things. But just as he was about to complain further, his jaw dropped at a bizarre sight. Musashi had casually snatched a fly right out of the air using nothing but his chopsticks. At first, Tokugawa thought he was witnessing the famous historical myth of the master samurai catching a fly with chopsticks, but upon closer inspection, the reality was infinitely more absurd. Musashi hadn't actually caught the fly's body, he had cleanly sliced off its rapidly beating wings while leaving the insect intact. Tokugawa had always dismissed those legendary stories as exaggerated folklore, but seeing the real-life display proved to be even more mind-blowing than the myths was unreal. During their conversation, Tokugawa explained the chilling truth that Pickle literally wanted to consume Musashi. The ancient beast intended to swallow the samurai whole from head to toe, treating him exactly like the prey he used to hunt back in the prehistoric era. Surprisingly, Musashi didn't show any anger upon hearing this. Instead, he found the concept of being hunted as food to be incredibly novel and exciting. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the city, Motobi was calmly puffing away on a cigarette when a security guard politely approached him, pointing out that city ordinances prohibited smoking in that specific zone and directed him to a designated smoking area. Motobi immediately apologized for the oversight and quietly made his way to the proper zone. Tomorrow is the fateful day of the duel, marking the 6th consecutive day of Pickle's absolute fast. Deep beneath Japan's largest and most famous stadium lies a closely guarded secret, the legendary underground arena of the Tokyo Dome. Over the years, this underground sanctum has hosted countless historic clashes, serving as the holy ground for the world's most elite fighters, and always packing the stands to maximum capacity. Because the spectators here truly believe they are witnessing the absolute strongest warriors on the planet, their hearts burn with unmatched excitement. As Tokugawa stepped out into the arena, he was deeply moved to see that the crowd wasn't made up of casual, curious onlookers, but rather a gathered brotherhood of hardened warriors who chose a life stained with blood, sweat, and tears, viewing their presence at this historic duel as a sacred duty. These people didn't come to watch a clean, sanitized sport or a one-sided execution. They demanded a genuine, raw clash of titans. Suddenly, Pickle made his grand entrance onto the sands. Musashi followed close behind, holding his legendary katana. Without wasting a single second, the prehistoric giant immediately lunged forward, charging at Musashi with the terrifying ferocity of a wild beast. Musashi immediately retaliated with his favorite katana, aiming a lethal slash directly down the center of Pickle's face. Yet, in an absolute miracle of raw physical evolution, Pickle's facial muscles, hardened by sheer rage and prehistoric density, actually caught and stopped the razor-sharp steel blade cold, leaving the entire arena paralyzed in shock and disbelief. Even Musashi was deeply thrilled by the sheer durability of Pickle's muscular fortress. But before the samurai could fully savor the excitement, Pickle unleashed a devastating counterstrike, sending Musashi flying across the arena. As Musashi's katana slowly slipped free from the giant's iron grip, a brilliant crimson spray of fresh blood erupted from Pickle's face. Pickle curiously picked up Musashi's dropped katana, examining the foreign object. He experimentally ran his rough palm along the razor-sharp edge, slicing his own skin and letting the blood flow, before delivering a massive downward swing that shattered the arena floor with terrifying force. By this time, Musashi had recovered and stood back up. In reality, while lying on the ground, he had been waiting to see if Pickle would follow up with a lethal blow, but the naive caveman had simply stood there. When Musashi fully regained his footing, he was amused to see that Pickle had taken up the sword himself. On a brief side note, in a fascinating conversation with a fellow creator, a profound statement was shared. An opponent holding a sword is actually less dangerous because his options are limited strictly to the blade. This is truly an incredibly deep insight. Returning to the heated battle, the momentum instantly swung back as Musashi delivered a blinding, agonizing strike directly across Pickle's eyes, forcing the giant to drop the katana, which Musashi gracefully caught and reclaimed. The master samurai knew that no matter how impenetrable a muscular fortress might seem, there are always vulnerable seams and structural angles waiting to be exploited. And his theory proved absolutely correct as he rapidly carved a series of precise bleeding lacerations across Pickle's massive body. With chilling accuracy, Musashi ruthlessly targeted and sliced the tendons of both elbows, both shoulders, and both knees. This lethal surgical precision is completely absent from modern, sport-oriented kendo, representing the terrifying reality of true battlefield swordsmanship. Unlike karate or performative martial arts that show off clean, predictable weapon disarming drills for public entertainment, real battlefield swordplay relies on simple, direct, and utterly devastating strikes. It is a seamless blend of fluid motion where even the dirtiest, most ruthless tricks are deployed without a single shred of hesitation. After delivering a barrage of strikes to Pickle's joints, Musashi began to wonder why these structural angles, which should have, you would expect his whole body to just fall apart from that strike, but in the end it only carved out a massive, gaping wound. Blood was absolutely gushing from Pickle's body now. The old master, Musashi, quietly smirked to himself, believing that victory was practically in his grasp. After all, if that crimson fountain kept flowing like that, even a prehistoric monster like Pickle would eventually black out from extreme blood loss. But slicing him wasn't enough to satisfy Musashi's dark urges. Deep down, he wanted to chop Pickle into absolute ribbons and split him clean down the middle to truly satisfy his thirst. Up in the spectator stands, Baki was watching intently, thinking to himself that Musashi must surely recognize the sheer, magnificent glory of Pickle's primeval, untouched physique. And indeed, Musashi was vibrating with pure excitement. He fully realized that the moment this steel fortress of muscle relaxed, it would become as soft as fresh tofu. Absolutely thrilled, Musashi began to taunt his opponent, shouting, "Hey Pickle, why don't you come over here, attack me, and devour me whole?" Seeing such a prime, juicy piece of prey practically begging to be eaten, Pickle immediately unleashed his terrifying prehistoric strength. Clenching his rock-hard teeth, he lunged forward to tear into Musashi. You see, that split second was exactly like the moment right before you throw a spear, right before you leap, or right before you land a punch. It is the precise instant when muscles are at their absolute softest. The very second Pickle's jaws clamped down hard onto Musashi's shoulder, the legendary samurai didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. He swung his blade in a lightning-fast, decisive arc, carving deep into the caveman's flesh. Crimson blood exploded everywhere, spraying across the arena, sending the crowd into an absolute frenzy. The spectators held their breath, completely paralyzed as they watched these two terrifying apex predators tear into each other. Up in the VIP booth, Kureha stepped forward and whispered to Old Man Tokugawa, saying, "The battle is over and the victor is obvious." However, Tokugawa wasn't buying it. He firmly insisted that the final outcome must be decided solely by the two fighters themselves, because mere onlookers have no right to make any declarations until the warriors on the field have settled their score. But before the old man could even finish his thought, he glanced back down at the arena and gasped in sheer shock. Musashi was bleeding heavily from his shoulder. As it turned out, that brutal exchange wasn't a one-sided slaughter. While Pickle took a devastating slash, he had simultaneously clamped his jaws down and completely mangled Musashi's entire shoulder. Talk about a savage! He truly lived up to his reputation as the prehistoric beast who once dined on a T-Rex. Surprisingly, Musashi actually looked quite amused, cheerfully asking Pickle if his ancient flesh tasted good. He couldn't help but admire the incredible monster standing before him. Even while bleeding out from massive wounds, Pickle was still standing there happily chewing away. Yet, even though Musashi had read and predicted every single muscle movement of the giant, he still hadn't been able to land that one perfect, clean slice to split the caveman in two. Staring deeply at his wild opponent, a cold smile crept across Musashi's face. He suddenly realized that Pickle's thick, massive neck was likely the ultimate, undefended weak spot he needed to target. He wasted no time and kept goading the wild man, mocking him by saying his own head was the absolute tastiest cut of meat, trying to lure the beast into another reckless charge. Now, Pickle might have a primitive, simple brain, but he could easily sniff out when an opponent was looking down on him. Bubbling with pure rage, Pickle's ancient body began to undergo a terrifying physical transformation, as his skin started to swell and expand, surging with power, preparing to evolve into his ultimate final form. You see, the famous scientist Dr. Albert once pointed out that the most hazardous places on Earth aren't just inside raging typhoons, violent ocean waves, or explosive volcanic eruptions. Sure, people who survive those cataclysms are hailed as legendary heroes, but there is one truly unique individual, whom the Doctor recognized as an even greater hero, because the jaws of death he escaped from belonged to a literal Tyrannosaurus Rex. The only human capable of surviving being clamped inside the razor-sharp, bone-crushing fangs of a T-Rex was none other than Pickle himself. Back in the arena, the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Pickle's colossal body began to warp and shift in a deeply unsettling, freakish way. Every single muscle group looked like it was swelling to a whole new level of development. Up in the stands, the crowd gasped in horror and awe at this brand new, monstrous evolution. Far from being intimidated, Musashi was absolutely ecstatic watching Pickle transform into a literal demon. Without warning, the prehistoric beast charged wildly at Musashi. But just like every other time, the legendary samurai managed to deflect the brutal onslaught using his trusty blade. However, something was drastically different this time. Pickle's newly evolved flesh had become so incredibly dense and rock-hard that it actually managed to clamp down on his own wounds, completely stopping the bleeding. Musashi openly admitted his obsessive love for the art of slicing flesh, confessing that if given the chance, he would just keep cutting forever. He actually considered this a bit of a bad habit. Normally, a single, precise stroke from his blade was more than enough to end a life, depriving him of the joy of a prolonged sword dance. He fondly recalled how his past opponents would annoyingly drop dead after just one strike, leaving him deeply bored because no normal human body could survive multiple hits to satisfy his bloodlust. But now, standing right in front of him, was the towering, legendary Titan Pickle, a magnificent, prehistoric canvas of pure muscle that Musashi could chop over and over again without seeing it fall, without it ever collapsing. But how did this look from Pickle's perspective? To the caveman, Musashi wasn't like the colossal dinosaurs he used to battle back in the Jurassic era. Fighting him brought a completely unfamiliar, stinging pain paired with intense annoyance. As Pickle searched his ancient memories, a sudden realization hit him. This strange samurai was exactly like a toxic, stinging wasp he had once caught and accidentally chewed on back in prehistoric times. It was a sharp, burning sensation that flared up inside him like an active volcano. In his innocent, simple-minded way, Pickle decided Musashi was basically a giant, buzzing pest that had somehow changed its shape and learned to hold stingers in both hands. At that point, he decided he didn't want to fight this annoying thing anymore, let alone eat it. Having been sliced up so many times, his appetite was completely ruined. To the absolute shock of everyone watching in the arena, Pickle casually turned his back on Musashi and began to walk away, completely ignoring the battle while blood continued to spray from his wounds. But of course, a legendary warrior like Musashi wasn't about to just let his favorite plaything walk away. He stepped forward to block the path, sending a wave of sheer terror through Pickle's body. The mighty caveman spun around and, to everyone's utter disbelief, dropped onto all fours and bolted toward the exit like a terrified, whimpering puppy. The entire crowd gasped in absolute amazement. Some were disgusted, calling him a coward, while others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark corridors of the stadium, Pickle was shaking like a leaf, desperately hiding behind a mysterious figure named Motobi Izu. Seeing the mighty primeval beast reduced to a trembling mess, Motobi gently patted him, comforting him and saying that running away was indeed the smartest choice he could have made. He reassured Pickle, promising the terrified giant that he would take care of the rest of the fight. Clutching a bottle of traditional sake in his hand, Motobi confidently strode out into the roaring arena. Taking a deep, satisfying swig, he felt that after decades of living in the shadows and honing his craft, his entire life's dedication was finally going to pay off on this historic day. Musashi looked on, quite intrigued and surprised by the unexpected warrior standing before him, while the entire crowd watched with wide, disbelieving eyes, wondering what this older jujutsu master could possibly hope to achieve. Before stepping into the mouth of danger, Motobi took a quiet moment to thank his own aging body for carrying him through all these years of brutal training. Tonight, his flesh and bones would finally get the ultimate payoff in a true, unfiltered battle for survival. Right at that moment, Master Shibukawa showed up and invited him for a quick cup of tea. Naturally, the old master understood his student better than anyone else. Knew that trying to talk Motobi out of this fight would be an absolute waste of breath. So instead, Shibukawa simply asked a curious question. "How many hours do you train every day, Motobi?" The warrior paused, thinking it over, and admitted that it was actually a surprisingly tough question to answer because he always considered himself to be pretty lazy, noting that there are actually a few times during the day when he isn't training. At first, Shibukawa assumed he meant he only trained once or twice a day, which is already intense. But Motobi meant the absolute opposite. He explained that from the moment he wakes up, brushes his teeth, eats or talks with friends, all through the daily emotions of life, he occasionally catches himself and realizes, with a start, that his mind has briefly drifted away from martial arts. Aside from those incredibly rare, fleeting moments, almost every waking second of his life is spent thinking about combat. Honestly, even when he's asleep, his mind is probably still locked in a battlefield. Returning to the present, today was supposed to be the epic showdown between Musashi and Pickle, but since the caveman ran away, Motobi saw absolutely no reason to sit on the sidelines anymore. Old Tokugawa tried to step in and remind him that the choice to fight ultimately belonged to Musashi, but Motobi wasn't about to wait for anyone's permission. As far as he was concerned, the rules of engagement weren't up to some old billionaire who just enjoyed watching blood sports. The very moment he finished speaking, he launched a sudden, vicious ambush, bringing the brutal reality of an actual battlefield straight to the arena. Motobi struck directly at Musashi's blind spots, attacking ruthlessly from behind and unleashing a barrage of dirty, practical tactics designed to cause maximum pain, disrupt balance, and completely shatter any defense. These were ancient, raw battlefield techniques, everything from throwing hidden weapons and blinding dust to brutal bone-snapping strikes, designed to crush legs and throw opponents to the dirt. Far from being shocked, Musashi instantly recognized the origin of every single dirty trick, since this was the exact cutthroat world he had spent his entire life in. Instead of getting angry about the underhanded tactics, the legendary swordsman actually welcomed this new, ruthless challenger with open arms. Suddenly, right there in the center of the ring, Motobi casually lit up a cigarette and walked right up to Musashi, sitting down and offering him a smoke. Naturally, the curious swordsman didn't refuse. However, after taking a quick sniff of the offered cigarette and the sake bottle, Musashi smiled. He pointed out that only the cigarette in Motobi's own mouth was safe. The rest had been heavily laced with lethal tetrodotoxin, a deadly poison extracted from pufferfish. Motobi stiffened slightly, clearly caught off guard by how effortlessly his poisoning trick had been exposed. Musashi, on the other hand, shrugged it off as if it were child's play. In his savage feudal era, poisoning food, alcohol, daily items, or even the very air an enemy breathed was just standard operating procedure. Wasting no time, Motobi tossed his own lit cigarette to Musashi for a drag, and the two warriors used that very puff of smoke as the starting gun to resume their battle. Instantly, Motobi surged forward, smashing the heavy sake bottle directly into Musashi's face, jamming a lit cigarette into his mouth, and pulling out actual explosives to complete a devastating, chaotic combo. The onlookers in the arena stood absolutely speechless, completely stunned by the sheer brutality of it all. At this point, he didn't give a damn about fighting honorably or playing dirty. Poison, bombs, hidden blades. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was Motobi somehow surviving and making it out of Musashi's lethal sword range alive. Through the thick, swirling smoke, Motobi whipped out a metal chain, wrapping it around Musashi's legendary blade and wrenching it away. He was actually shocked at how easily the samurai had surrendered his weapon. But that surge of confidence was incredibly short-lived. Out of the haze, Musashi stepped forward completely unfazed, calmly popping his dislocated joints back into place. In other words, the monster had completely recovered from the bone-shattering damage in a mere 36 seconds. It was then that Motobi realized the terrifying abyssal gap in their power. Even though he was the one holding Musashi's sword, he didn't feel like he held a single shred of advantage, so he decided to return the weapon, but in the most disrespectful way possible, by hurling it straight back at Musashi like a deadly boomerang. Yet, Musashi caught his own sword out of the air with such effortless, terrifying grace that the entire crowd shuddered. Motobi then offered to return the scabbard as well, but this time he threw it wrapped with a hidden smoke bomb, catching the legendary master completely off guard. Capitalizing on the split-second distraction, Motobi whipped his heavy chain forward, striking Musashi directly on his unhealed wound. And he wasn't done yet. With a violent, powerful yank, Motobi ripped the chain back, shattering and tearing two of Musashi's molars right out of his jaw. The tension in the arena was through the roof, as it suddenly looked like Musashi was the one taking a beating. But the legendary swordsman remained chillingly calm. He literally poked his finger directly into the bloody wound on his face and casually tasted his own blood. The coppery flavor immediately took him down memory lane, reminding him of a deadly Kusarigama master he had fought in his youth back in the old days. Back then, even with heavy iron weights constantly whizzing past his head, he had never allowed them to graze him. Ignoring the samurai's nostalgic musings, Motobi lunged again, trying to disarm Musashi's blade. But this time, the trick didn't work. Musashi held his sword with a relaxed, almost casual grip, yet he easily matched Motobi's desperate, all-out pull. With a swift flick, Musashi cleanly severed the metal chain. He then calmly offered Motobi a choice of how he wanted to be put down. Either a clean diagonal slash across the torso, a vertical split right down the center of his head, or a deep longitudinal cut that would strip both of his arms away in a single stroke. In one single motion, Motobi seriously pondered the gruesome options and calmly replied that he chose feigned death instead. Musashi was taken aback. He couldn't comprehend why an old man who clearly wanted to survive and live a long life would refuse to stay safely hidden in the shadows, instead choosing to throw himself onto a legendary blade. But Motobi simply countered that the ancient way of the warrior could not remain frozen in the feudal past forever. Sure, the famous philosophy that the way of the samurai is found in death made perfect sense back when men sacrificed their lives for feudal lords. But in the modern world, warriors don't exist just to throw their lives away for a master. A person's life must first and foremost be utilized to protect themselves and then to shield the good, innocent people living around them. To survive in this new era, the warrior must evolve. Motobi explained that he didn't step onto this battlefield to show off his bravery or hunt for some romanticized heroic death. He was here to stop Musashi from slaughtering the modern fighters who still had bright, promising futures ahead of them. With that, Motobi drew a short spear, offering a brutally realistic self-assessment. He remarked that if Musashi's swordsmanship scored a ridiculous 500 out of 100, his own spear skills would struggle to hit a 70. The gulf between them was so massive that any idiot could guess the outcome, yet Motobi charged forward anyway. Before he could even utilize the reach of his spear, Musashi's blade sliced the weapon completely in half. But Motobi didn't miss a beat. He instantly transitioned into close-quarters Muay Thai, slipping on steel brass knuckles to deliver a devastating, crushing blow directly to Musashi's jaw. The legendary samurai instantly lost consciousness. This fluid, dirty adaptability is exactly why modern warriors have surpassed the rigid fighters of the Warring States period. But just as Motobi thought he had the upper hand, Musashi snapped back to reality and unleashed a terrifying, arcing slash across Motobi's midsection. Standing back up, the samurai casually praised Motobi's clever combinations of tricks, though noting they still lacked true master-level refinement. At the same time, the secret behind Motobi's survival was finally laid bare. Hidden right beneath his ordinary street clothes was a layer of high-grade chainmail armor specially designed to stop blade slashes. Yet Musashi didn't mock him for it. He simply pointed out that going full tank in armor was ultimately useless against him. Chainmail armor keeps the sharp edge from splitting your skin, but it does absolutely nothing to stop the kinetic impact of the blow. It's just like a bulletproof vest, which keeps the lead out of your flesh, but the massive shockwave from a high-caliber round will still turn your internal organs into absolute mush. And Musashi's sword strikes? They are leagues beyond any normal blade. Even when he strikes using the dull spine of his sword, the sheer, crushing force is more than enough to instantly end a man's life. Musashi casually noted that Motobi had likely armored his entire body from head to toe, including his arms and legs. Before Motobi could even react, Musashi executed a lightning-fast swing that completely shattered Motobi's armored right wrist. The samurai smirked, recalling an old memory of being challenged by a legendary warrior wearing a helmet forged by the finest blacksmith in Japan, crafted from the most resilient high-grade steel imaginable. That legendary helmet had survived being hammered by countless weapons without taking a single dent. Back then, Musashi had carefully studied the color of the metal, its icy temperature, and the master craftsmanship, admitting that splitting the steel helmet itself in two would indeed be a massive challenge. But splitting the actual skull of the man wearing it, that was child's play. With a single fluid strike, his blade came crashing down, splitting his opponent's head clean in two, helmet and all. And the craziest part? Musashi had only used the dull spine of his sword for that strike. If he had actually used the sharp edge, it would have been infinitely more terrifying to contemplate. Bringing things back to the present, the sole reason Motobi's armor was completely useless was due to the terrifying impact absorption. Musashi's strikes carried enough raw, bone-shattering force to crush skeletal structures right through the metal, rather than relying on the edge's sharpness. Before anyone could blink, took two more devastating cuts that completely paralyzed both of his legs, followed by a horrifying downward cleave from his shoulder straight to his chest. The sight was so brutal that Baki completely panicked, screaming at the referee to stop the match immediately. Amused, Musashi casually looked up to greet Baki, but that split-second distraction was all Motobi needed. He lunged forward with everything he had, tackling the samurai to the ground and pinning his arms down with his knees, unleashing a barrage of vicious, desperate headbutts right into Musashi's face. He then locked the legendary samurai into a textbook airtight rear-naked choke. The spectators gasped as they realized the hold was perfectly locked in. If Motobi could just hold on, no matter how god-tier Musashi's swordsmanship was, the lack of oxygen and blood flow to his brain would put him to sleep. Desperate, Musashi drove his knife straight into Motobi's shoulder, digging the blade in deep, but the old warrior absolutely refused to release his grip. Motobi knew his own body was basically held together by sheer willpower at this point. One of his lungs was collapsed, his collarbone was shattered, and his muscles were failing. He knew that if he loosened his grip by even a millimeter, Musashi would break free, and every single drop of blood he had spilled would be completely in vain. Useless. But in that desperate moment, Motobi wasn't just fighting for his own life. He was fueled by a fierce desire to protect the modern warriors standing around him, to shield this peaceful era from a relic who only knew the bloody, merciless laws of ancient warfare. And ironically, he wanted to protect Musashi from his own destructive nature. As he squeezed the legendary swordsman in that ironclad chokehold, Motobi suddenly felt a wave of profound empathy, realizing the crushing, eternal loneliness that Musashi had carried for hundreds of years in a world where he didn't belong. Finally, the chokehold did its job, cutting off the samurai's consciousness, and the match was officially called. Nobody could argue with the result, because Motobi had successfully rendered Musashi completely incapable of fighting back. Once he regained consciousness, the proud samurai didn't offer a single excuse, humbly bowing his head to accept his defeat. All Motobi wanted to know was how many times he had actually been cut. Musashi smiled and told him straight. Most of those slashes were merely mental projections warning him of his path, rather than real blade strikes. This meant that Musashi had actually held back and spared his life multiple times during the bout. Motobi was a worthy opponent, but to the legendary sword saint, he still wasn't powerful enough to force Musashi to fight with his actual life on the line. He explained that he was still on his path of training, adhering to the ancient wisdom that it takes 1,000 days of basic training to build a foundation and 10,000 days of relentless practice to truly master the sword. To him, even this brutal duel was just another stepping stone on his infinite path. Throughout the entire fight, Musashi never once doubted his own survival. While Motobi had managed to snatch a technical victory, he had never truly posed a fatal threat capable of actually ending his life. If they wanted to, they could have pushed the battle into those dark, deeper depths where all mercy is abandoned and only one walks out alive. But honestly, there was no need for that anymore. Musashi had lost his drive to fight, content with simply accepting his defeat. After the battle settled down, Baki went to visit Motobi at the hospital to offer a sincere apology. Previously, when he had heard this middle-aged master boldly claim he would protect the entire roster of modern martial arts monsters, Baki had flown into a rage, feeling that the old man was insulting their strength. But Motobi didn't hold a grudge at all. He knew that, from a logical standpoint, Baki's angry reaction was completely justified. On one hand, you had an aging master whom top-tier fighters like Baki could easily defeat 10 times out of 10. On the other hand, you had a league of extraordinary warriors possessing godlike strength far beyond human limits. For some weaker old man to suddenly step up and offer them protection? Yeah, that would sound incredibly grating to anyone's ears. But Baki refused to make any more excuses for his pride. He frankly admitted that he had completely underestimated the sheer terror of Musashi, bowing his head to ask for Motobi's forgiveness. Motobi, ever humble, brushed off his victory, refusing to treat it like some grand heroic deed. To him, Baki was the ultimate treasure of the modern era, the vanguard who was currently inheriting and driving the very definition of modern strength forward. Yujiro Hanma is the strongest creature on Earth, a literal god who maintains the natural order, making him far too valuable to lose. Meanwhile, Master Shibukawa's martial arts have reached the legendary status of a living national treasure, an irreplaceable heritage that must be preserved, not recklessly thrown onto the sharp edge of a blade. Doppo Orochi is the legendary father of modern karate. If he were to fall, the entire martial art of karate would lose a vital limb. Hanayama Kaoru possesses a unique, monstrous realm of raw strength that belongs to him alone, while Katsumi Orochi shines brightly like a second sun illuminating the entire karate world. Pickle is a priceless heritage of all humanity and has also become a cherished friend to them. Gaia possesses his own lethal, stealth-based combat system. Kureya Shinogi masterfully transforms deep anatomical knowledge into a deadly weapon. Jack Hammer, Biscuit Oliva, and countless other elite masters each possess an irreplaceable unique talent. Even though every one of them walks a different path, they all intertwine to forge the glorious, unmatched era we live in today. But the moment Motobi mentioned Miyamoto Musashi, he went dead silent. He pointed out that while all of them share deep, human bonds with one another, the ancient sword saints seemed to belong absolutely nowhere. Just as he said this, Kureya slid the door open and urgently announced that Musashi was currently appearing on live television. The host, a seasoned professional who had interviewed countless high-profile celebrities, was visibly sweating bullets and completely flustered sitting opposite the samurai. He could feel an overwhelming aura of pure dread, like staring directly into the eyes of a hungry apex predator. He desperately tried to maintain his professional demeanor, but couldn't shake the icy shiver running down his spine. After awkwardly beating around the bush and praising the guest's terrifying aura and fearsome appearance, the host finally introduced his guest as the legendary Miyamoto Musashi. But then, the host asked a mind-bogglingly stupid first question, practically begging for death. He actually asked the ancient warrior to prove whether he was indeed the real Musashi. Hearing this, the legendary sword saint stared at him as if he were looking at a complete and utter idiot. Brain-dead fool. I mean, if he wasn't Musashi, why on earth would he be sitting in that chair? The host stammered, trying to explain that since a legendary swordsman from 400 years ago had suddenly materialized in the modern world, it was only natural for the public to have doubts. But Musashi couldn't care less about his modern logic. He simply locked his eyes on the host and unleashed a terrifying, completely invisible / right there in the middle of the live studio. No physical blade had been drawn, and the host's neck didn't show a single scratch, but the psychological sensation hammered into his brain was so vivid it was absolutely horrifying. He was instantly convinced that his throat had been slashed wide open, even vividly picturing his own severed head rolling onto the floor right in front of him. The entire studio crew sat there utterly baffled, while millions of viewers watching at home swore they saw a ghostly, transparent blade materialize beside the samurai's hip. Instead of having the common sense to end the interview right there, the foolish host pushed his luck even further, asking Musashi if he actually enjoyed killing and slashing people. Musashi looked him dead in the eye and stated coldly that slicing people up was simply his profession, the trade he had spent his entire life mastering. The host's disrespectful, prying attitude had finally pushed Musashi's patience over the edge. A sudden suffocating wave of pure murderous intent flooded the room, causing the host to collapse unconscious onto his desk on live television, even though the samurai hadn't even laid a single finger on him. That shocking broadcast was quickly called a live sword attack on television, even though physically the victim didn't have a single scratch on his body. This very event that seemed unable to constitute a crime became the turning point deciding Musashi's fate in modern society. A warring state's swordsman could make people pass out. From the sheer vivid phantom sensation of being decapitated, modern law enforcement simply couldn't turn a blind eye and pretend nothing happened. Even after waking up safely in his hospital bed, the traumatized host wept and insisted with absolute certainty that he had truly been slashed and killed. He remembered the exact trajectory of the invisible blade, the sickening sensation of his head detaching from his shoulders, and his vision fading to black just like a dying man. The moment his eyes fluttered open in the sterile hospital room, his very first thought was that he had passed on to the afterlife. Now, looking strictly at the physical evidence, convicting Musashi was practically impossible. But the government authorities had moved past merely trying to understand the science behind it. They had to make a critical, definitive decision. Should they arrest Miyamoto Musashi? A man who can mentally execute someone on live TV, carries lethal, razor-sharp blades, and proudly declares that slaughter is his daily job, could no longer be treated as a harmless tourist, or an eccentric historical visitor. That very night, Chief Usumi led a heavily armed police squad straight to the Tokugawa estate, demanding that the old man surrender Musashi. Tokugawa immediately flew into a furious rage, shouting that he had been right there in the studio and saw with his own two eyes that Musashi never laid a single finger on the host. The police calmly clarified that they weren't planning to arrest him right away, but simply wanted the legendary swordsman to accompany them voluntarily for some questioning. Right on cue, Musashi slowly strode out of the shadows with his two deadly legendary swords strapped to his hip. He coldly delivered a flat warning. "If you dare stand in my path, I will cut you down." Terrified, Usumi immediately spun on his heel and bolted out the front gate, and seeing this, Musashi began to casually saunter after him. Panicking, Tokugawa desperately urged the samurai to turn back and step inside the mansion's walls. He pleaded that as long as Musashi remained behind those secure gates, he could still pull strings and use his massive political influence to settle the entire mess quietly. But once he crossed that threshold, not even the mighty Tokugawa could shield him from the full, relentless force of the police, the law, and the state government. Musashi didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he was deeply touched by the genuine warmth and concern in the old man's warning. He gave Tokugawa a gentle, grateful embrace of thanks, and then calmly chose to step outside anyway. The second Musashi crossed, onto the public street, Inspector Atsuka stepped forward to get a good, hard look at him. Now, Atsuka had dealt with some of the most ruthless, hardened criminals in the country, but the second he locked eyes with this man, he knew deep down that he was looking at the most dangerous apex predator he would ever encounter. He formally ordered Musashi to come in for questioning, but Musashi flatly refused, telling him that if they wanted to arrest him, they should just stop talking and try to take him by force. The police immediately countered, warning that resisting arrest meant declaring war on the entire nation itself. Musashi, completely unbothered, calmly asked if that very nation was truly prepared to feel the cold edge of his steel. Realizing that words were utterly useless, the police squad prepared to transition to their physical force protocols. They had already positioned snipers and officers with firearms, waiting with their fingers on the triggers for Musashi to touch his hilt. But in the blink of an eye, before anyone could even register the movement, two of the police's primary ranged weapons were sliced in half. Terrified, Otsuka scrambled to rewrite his orders on the spot, instructing his men not to wait for a sword draw, but to shoot Musashi the moment he made even the slightest motion, aiming directly at his legs to disable him. 6 heavily armed officers instantly closed the circle, weapons locked on target, at a range so ridiculously close that escape seemed physically impossible. Yet, without even needing to touch his hand to the hilt of his sword, Musashi effortlessly dismantled the entire squad. He knocked every single officer flat, using a terrifying mix of raw martial arts and pure, overwhelming force. In the aftermath, a trembling Inspector Otsuka testified that, in that exact split second, he felt as if his own head had really flown away. The scariest thing was Musashi's sword was still lying intact in the scabbard. He hadn't drawn it because the time to use the real sword was still ahead. Of course, the police group still had to rush up. Even though so scared their limbs were stiff, they were still doing their duty. He simply couldn't stand by and watch the suspect walk away like nothing happened. The final outcome went exactly as you'd expect. The entire squad was utterly dismantled by Musashi once again. However, what truly baffled Otsuka was the strange sensation everyone felt. They all felt as though they were locked in a one-on-one duel rather than executing a coordinated group assault. Even though they rushed him simultaneously from multiple angles, each officer suddenly realized that their own teammates had somehow become a major obstacle. It turned out Musashi was masterfully adjusting his positioning, his angles, and his movement tempo, forcing the crowded squad to block each other. This clever tactic isolated them one by one, turning each officer into an individual opponent. The very next morning, the news of this incident spread like wildfire across the entire nation. Headlines reported that a man claiming to be the legendary swordsman Musashi had refused to cooperate, clashed violently with the police force, and vanished without a trace. After his sudden disappearance, the scale of the manhunt expanded dramatically, with the number of search personnel multiplying in no time. The media went into an absolute frenzy, constantly questioning where this man was heading, what his ultimate goals were, and whether he was truly human or some kind of monster. Hearing Motobi's words again about the profound connections between human beings, Baki finally began to realize something crucial that he had completely overlooked from the very beginning. He had completely missed this vital truth until now. Whether strong or weak, every single person thrives on the relationships they build around them. They have families, loved ones, friends, rivals, students, or at the very least, a place they can call home. Even someone who is born and raised in the modern era can experience a deep sense of crippling loneliness if there is no longer anyone left for them to trust. When you have no one to rely on, the world becomes a dark place. But Musashi was literally ripped from his own era and thrown 400 years into the future, a time where every single person he ever knew has been dead and gone for centuries. Previously, Baki had been completely overwhelmed by Musashi's chilling aura, his cold, emotionless eyes, and his absolutely absurd level of power. He only saw a terrifyingly dangerous swordsman. He viewed him as a ruthless killer who would slash down anyone in his path and who operated under a code of conduct that no modern person could comprehend. Because Baki focused so intensely on that terrifying martial prowess, he never once bothered to look at the immense loneliness hidden right beneath the surface. However, modern society has no room for sentimentality, and they certainly weren't about to let Musashi roam free. The next ambush would not be ordinary. This time, they weren't sending a standard police squad, but a heavily armed force consisting of hundreds of officers equipped with the absolute latest tactical gear. Every possible escape route in the surrounding area was locked down tight, guns were loaded with live ammunition, and backup units stood ready at a safe distance, waiting for the signal to strike. Otsuka approached alone, advising Musashi to act wisely and stand down. He reasoned that even if Musashi was indeed the greatest swordsman in history, there was no way he could take on hundreds of highly prepared, heavily armed officers all by himself. However, as Musashi had made clear before, if they wanted to arrest him, they should just try it instead of wasting breath on empty threats. Hearing this stubborn response, Otsuka realized talk was over. Osuka slowly drew his handgun, admitting that although he had served as a police officer for many years, his marksmanship was far from elite. Even so, the distance separating the two of them was barely 30 meters. At such an incredibly close range, he was absolutely confident that it would be physically impossible for him to miss his target. At this moment, Musashi accepted this as a formal challenge to a duel between two warriors. Not far away, a tactical riot squad of over 100 men stood completely prepared, waiting anxiously for the signal from Commander Osuka. Yet they heard only a single gunshot ring out. Moments later, Musashi reappeared, casually holding that very same handgun. This could only mean one terrifying thing. Their commander was already dead. Musashi evaluated the clash as a fair duel. Even though Osuka was the one who drew his weapon first, the swordsman still acknowledged that the officer had put up a respectable fight. Once again, Musashi made it clear that surrender was out of the question. So, what on earth was the remaining squad of 100 riot police going to do now? How would they respond? Standing amidst the smoke and flames, Osuka had pointed his weapon at Musashi, advising him to surrender. Musashi showed absolutely no fear and calmly asked for his opponent's name. However, Osuka fired back with a question of his own, asking if wanting to know his name meant Musashi intended to charge forward and slash him to pieces. Musashi spoke of bizarre ancient philosophies, pointing out the simple reality that when a person aims a lethal weapon at their opponent, they should fully expect to be slashed down in return. Hearing this, Osuka declared it would be a true honor. What an incredible fate that the man preparing to draw his blade and strike him down was none other than the legendary Musashi himself. As the legendary Musashi took a step forward, Osuka panicked and shouted out loudly, warning him not to take another step. He declared that if his opponent advanced even a single inch, he would pull the trigger instantly. The choice was laid out plain and clear. Either drop the sword onto the ground or draw it and take a bullet. The outcome hung entirely on Musashi's next move. It was a high-stakes gamble. In response to the direct threat, Musashi calmly stated his choice. He would draw his sword and cut down his opponent. Without wasting any words, Musashi simply counted 1, 2, 3, and boom! He vanished instantly right from under Osuka's nose, only to reappear in a flash like a devastating whirlwind right in front of him. A single gunshot echoed through the night, but in that exact split second, Osuka's fingers were cleanly sliced off, and his entire body was severed in half with terrifying precision. Seeing that Musashi had absolutely no intention of surrendering, the surrounding police officers panicked. The police chief immediately gave the order to prepare to open fire on the target. They were preparing a special non-lethal weapon, a high-pressure compressed gun that fired rubber bullets hard as solid rock, carrying the impact force of a fastball thrown by a professional baseball pitcher. After explaining this and facing Musashi's overwhelming aura, the chief ordered his men to shoot. The weapons discharged, but the incoming rubber projectiles were instantly sliced perfectly in half. Cutting those dense rubber bullets was child's play for the master. Musashi openly mocked the speed of their modern projectiles, claiming that traditional battlefield arrows flew much faster than these toys. He calmly strode toward the police line. Meanwhile, the chief ordered his men to scatter and clear a path, wanting to face Musashi in a direct one-on-one confrontation. He was highly confident that no matter how exceptional a swordsman might be, there was no way to slash through a high-pressure water cannon that the police had prepared beforehand. The chief gave the command to engage, and the massive water cannon unleashed a torrent of liquid, aiming directly at Musashi. However, the outcome was utterly mind-blowing. Musashi evaded the high-velocity stream with incredible agility. He charged directly toward the water truck, drew his blade, and literally sliced the vehicle in half. The edge cut through the hose, the engine, and the heavy metal frame, bisecting the entire truck. Every single police officer witnessing this stood frozen in sheer terror. They were completely overwhelmed by Musashi's godlike power. At this point, Musashi stood tall, thoroughly amused by his own unrivaled might. It was a level of strength that those modern men couldn't hope to match, even if they tried every trick in the book. The fact that Musashi could use a sword to slice clean through a high-speed water jet was undeniable proof of his supreme skill. It proved his swordsmanship was at the absolute peak of human capability. However, the police chief refused to back down. arguing that the modern tactical armor and high-tech gear his force possessed offered durability and lightweight movement on a whole different level, far superior to the outdated equipment from the Warring States period. Furthermore, he insisted their greatest advantage was their sheer numbers. Although legends of Musashi fighting off dozens of opponents single-handedly have survived for centuries, the chief dismissed those tales as nothing more than exaggerated myths and bedtime stories designed to scare people. The atmosphere grew so suffocatingly tense that nobody dared to breathe. Musashi observed the massive assembly, noting that not a single officer in the entire battalion moved so much as an inch. He openly mocked the large police force, laughing at the irony that despite their numbers, not a single one of them had the courage to step forward. It was the unmistakable instinct of the weak. Boiling with rage and radiating a terrifying aura, Musashi let out a thunderous roar that completely silenced the officers. Yet, the police chief remained calm and drew a specialized high-voltage taser, firing it directly at Musashi. In an instant, the long wire probes shot forward and embedded themselves deep into his flesh. Musashi's entire body was immediately racked by violent electrical surges. With such an insanely high voltage, this weapon could no longer be classified as non-lethal, as its destructive force surpassed all safety standards. The intense current locked up his muscles, leaving him completely paralyzed, and you could practically see his skeleton flashing through his skin. Musashi collapsed to the ground, but Chief Yanagi showed absolutely no intention of stopping the current. It wasn't until his fellow officers stepped in to stop him that he finally turned off the device. As the officers surrounded the fallen swordsman, Musashi suddenly opened his eyes, whispering that he had permanently engraved the name Yanagi into his mind. The chief was utterly paralyzed with shock at the sight of this monster surviving the shock. He scrambled to fire the taser again, but Musashi was too fast, drawing his blade and severing the chief's head in a single stroke. The entire scene instantly degenerated into absolute, unmitigated chaos. Not a single member of the elite riot squad or the security forces dared to take a step toward Musashi. Standing beneath the vast night sky, Musashi looked up at the heavens and remarked on how exceptionally beautiful the moon was tonight. For him, a bright, clear night only served to fuel his deep, primal desire to swing his blade and kill. The brilliant moonlight illuminating the area only intensified his urge to slaughter. Looking at the disoriented police force, Musashi noted that 100 men without a leader are nothing but a disorganized mob. Their numbers meant absolutely nothing. Saying this, he advanced toward an officer and effortlessly sliced through his riot shield, terrifying the man. Musashi calmly but forcefully commanded the police to clear the path for him, casually reminding them to clean up the dead bodies as he walked right through the terrified ranks. On that very same day, the White House took extreme measures, completely shutting down all communication channels and blocking any media coverage of the incident. This was a top-secret matter handed down directly from the sitting president to the newly elected president. The incoming leader was completely dumbfounded to hear that a global superpower would have to issue an absolute declaration of non-aggression and treaty of inviolability toward a single individual. Obama calmly reassured him that there was no mistake, explaining that the mighty United States of America had to swear an oath to a single man, the legendary beast Yujiro. Every incoming president had to place their hand on the Holy Bible and swear to maintain a friendly, inviolable relationship with him. Trump questioned why a powerful nation like America had to kiss up to a single human being, assuming Yujiro must be insanely wealthy. Obama admitted he might indeed be the richest man alive, but stressed that wealth was irrelevant compared to Yujiro's raw street fighting capability. His sheer physical force was equivalent to the entire military might of a modern state. Even massive agencies like the FBI stood zero chance against him. Trying to arrest him would only result in a mountain of coffins. This bizarre and terrifying tradition had actually started decades ago. It began during the term of the 40th President Ronald Reagan, who was the first to make this oath. Obama advised Trump to swallow his pride and flatter the beast, as it was a hard-learned lesson that Obama himself had realized throughout his own presidency. 2 weeks later, on the penthouse of a luxury hotel in New York, Trump arrived with a firm determination to end this humiliating cycle once and for all. He marched to the room clutching the Bible, but the very moment he opened the door, his presidential pride instantly vanished into thin air. When he laid eyes on the massive, muscular figure of Yujiro, with rock-hard muscles and an aura so intense it felt physically heavy, Trump began to shake violently. Terrified to the point of wetting himself, he still forced himself to recite the oath clearly and precisely before the terrifying beast. Up in a helicopter, Captain Stridham grumbled that he was only carrying out orders because Hillary had insisted, but if she were his own family, he would risk his life to stop her. He warned that going to see Yujiro meant there was absolutely no guarantee of survival. Hearing this, she grew annoyed. Hillary ordered Stridham to be quiet, mockingly suggesting that perhaps his advanced age was making his hearing fail. Stridham sighed, warning her that she completely failed to comprehend the true nature of the opponent she was about to face, as this was no ordinary man. He was a literal monster. But Hillary simply smiled with supreme confidence, believing there was nothing for her to fear from any self-proclaimed monster. Ignoring the grave warnings, she maintained her pride and headed straight to Yujiro's room. However, when she stepped inside, she nearly fainted. She was met with the sight of a massive, muscular giant wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. Though she was terrified to the core, she insisted on making the oath even after Yujiro dismissed her. To persuade him, she brought up her close past relationship with his late wife, Emi. She praised Emi as a truly wonderful woman. However, Yujiro coldly declared that he had absolutely no use for her oaths. Out of respect for Emi's friend, he agreed to protect her, but he instantly followed it up with an incredibly terrifying threat that left no room for misunderstanding. He warned that if she dared to force the oath, he would violate her. This primal and horrifying threat instantly shattered her resolve, leaving both her and Stridham completely petrified as they abandoned their plans. Meanwhile, in another training hall, Baki and the Orochi father-son duo were practicing. Doppo unleashed a strike that cleanly sliced through the steel cable in Katsumi's hand. Examining the cut closely, Doppo noted that the frayed edges proved Katsumi's body and technique had not yet reached absolute perfection. Hearing his father's harsh critique, Katsumi could only chuckle. He assumed his old man was supposed to be in deep isolation training, but Doppo argued that for a true karateka, the dojo is their home. Shifting to a serious discussion, they noted Musashi had already killed 2 high-profile targets, forcing the police, who are supposed to represent law and order, to seek vengeance. The police were now driven by a deep desire to avenge their fallen comrades. Once the authorities stop caring about protocol or public image, they will deploy any weapon available, from bows to heavy firearms, to bring him down. Doppo worried that under such extreme circumstances, even Musashi might finally fall. Or worse, they would end up piling up another mountain of coffins. Facing this grim reality, Doppo asked his son what they could possibly do. Katsumi thought it over calmly, replying that if they wanted to protect anyone, it had to be one of their own warriors stepping up to the plate. Hearing his son's words, Doppo decided he could no longer remain in isolation. Meanwhile, during a walk, Baki had been contemplating the upcoming battle, preparing himself thoroughly. For instance, trimming his fingernails had to be done exactly 3 days prior to the fight, not a moment later. It couldn't be done today, and certainly not on the day of the match. It takes precisely 3 days for the nails to adjust to the fingers, ensuring no grip strength or battle power is lost. When they grow just slightly, they support the fingertips, locking in all his power without any leaks. Baki walked and plotted his strategy against a terrifying foe like Musashi. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister was shown a transparent riot shield that had been sliced clean in half. Initially, he couldn't comprehend why his subordinates were making such a massive fuss over a broken piece of plastic. That was until he learned this was a reinforced acrylic shield used by the elite riot police. While it wasn't bulletproof, it was designed to withstand heavy blows from clubs, pipes, and knives without ever breaking. Yet Miyamoto Musashi had sliced through it as effortlessly as cutting through a block of soft tofu. Suddenly, all the disjointed pieces of information in the Prime Minister's head connected. A man with the face of a legendary swordsman from centuries ago, possessing skills beyond modern comprehension, was now slicing through high-tech gear. He finally understood that Tokugawa hadn't hired some cheap impersonator. Through some sheer scientific madness, they had resurrected the real Miyamoto Musashi. Originally, the police had only requested permission to use firearms against a single sword-wielding suspect. But once the shocking truth reached the highest levels of government, the scale and severity of the operation skyrocketed. Regular officers and specialized riot squads had already been completely slaughtered by Musashi with terrifying ease. Such a humiliating spectacle could not be allowed to continue in front of the public, nor could they let the global community see Japan helpless against a single swordsman. Under government orders, a much greater force was unleashed. The Special Tactical Unit, SAT, designed for counterterrorism, was deployed. They arrived with an armada of armored vehicles. Their gear was practically military grade, and the ammunition provided was definitely not rubber bullets meant for crowd control. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister visited Tokugawa, warning him that he had gone far too open with his dangerous toys this time. If this scandal leaked, Japan would face global isolation. Although cloning technology advances daily, creating human clones remains an absolute taboo. Tokugawa understood this, but warned that the Prime Minister's hasty decision to use military force would only lead to a massive pile of bodies. Back on the battlefield, as the massive armored convoy approached, Musashi calmly watched them, wondering if there were actually humans inside those metal boxes. The vehicles tried to box him in, but Musashi slipped through the gap and circled behind them. The SAT squad immediately ordered everyone out. They dismounted to secure the perimeter and encircle him. When they couldn't spot him, the captain ordered them to check beneath the vehicles, ready to shoot on sight. But there was no need to look under the cars. The target was already standing right behind the captain. Because Musashi was hiding directly behind their leader, they couldn't fire without hitting their own man. This gave Musashi the perfect opportunity to make an example out of him and terrify the rest. The sight of their captain collapsing was the signal for a chaotic bloodbath. Musashi appeared, struck, and vanished into the dense formation like a ghost. Just as the police pinpointed his location, he was already gone, leaving trailing bodies and spreading sheer terror. They believed they were hunting down a single man, but the longer the fight dragged on, the more they felt like they were the ones being toyed with and led to the slaughter. With the unit on the verge of breaking, Vice Commander Tanuma stepped up to take charge, reorganizing the forces. He sent vehicles 1 through 6 forward while the rest secured the perimeter to block any escape. He ordered his men to work in tight-knit groups. They were told to cover each other's blind spots and aim only below the knees to neutralize Musashi's movement. It sounded like a solid plan on paper, but the legendary swordsman had no intention of standing still. Instead, he dropped from above, slicing downward. He instantly sent the vice commander to the afterlife. The remaining squad panicked once again, frantically screaming at each other to avoid letting Musashi get into the center of their formation. Even more terrifying, Musashi now drew both of his swords. This stance immediately triggered recognition among the officers, the famous Naiten Ichi Ryu two-sword style created by the legend himself. Images of this very stance had been preserved in paintings and statues for centuries. Now that iconic legendary stance was standing right in front of them in the flesh. Before the battle, the SAT commander had hesitated about deploying heavy armor and assault weapons against a single man, but his deputy had been dead set on it, stating his identity didn't matter. Since leadership identified him as Musashi, they had to fight with everything they had, using live rounds without hesitation. Yet, looking at the bitter reality, their modern training and superior numbers were absolutely useless against this ancient warrior. Despite suffering heavy casualties, they hadn't managed to leave a single scratch on him. After moving like a phantom, Musashi finally stood openly in front of the remaining forces, holding both swords in his signature stance, freezing them with fear. The sheer presence of the swordsman made the entire tactical squad freeze up completely. Musashi issued a chilling warning, stating that the very first person to move would instantly lose their head. Nobody dared to take his words as an empty threat. He asked for their commander, but received only silence. Realizing the squad was leaderless and broken, he commanded them to pack up, get back in their vehicles, and retreat immediately. Ironically, this withdrawal was their smoothest move. The retreat was executed with flawless coordination. No one argued, no one hesitated, and absolutely nobody wanted to test their luck against the monster. In the emergency meeting that followed, government officials had to face the disaster head-on. If the international press discovered that Japan had cloned Miyamoto Musashi and that he had wiped out their police force, it would trigger global outrage. Nations would launch investigations, condemning Japan and demanding to know what other secrets were hidden. This was no longer a simple case of a rogue swordsman, but a crisis threatening national security. Tokugawa asked the army chief of staff for his input. A proposal to deploy the self-defense forces was instantly raised, but the prime minister rejected it. He dismissed the idea because it would attract too much attention. Sending regular troops with heavy weaponry into the city center against a single man was impossible to hide from the public. The government wanted to sweep this under the rug, not start a war. Just as all legal options were exhausted, Police Chief Usumi thought of a certain individual with unmatched physical power and a legendary resilience against blades. However, this man didn't serve the law. He belonged to the criminal underworld. With no objections, Usumi visited Hanayama's hideout the next morning. Seeing him in person, Usumi realized the rumors didn't do him justice. Hanayama was young, but his sheer presence and cold gaze matched that of any veteran mob boss. Hanayama calmly asked why the police chief was visiting a Yakuza stronghold. Having no time to waste, Usumi got straight to the point, asking Hanayama to step up for the sake of the nation. This request immediately annoyed the young boss. He found it shameless to appeal to a mobster's patriotism. He reminded Usumi that the police and the Yakuza had always been natural enemies. Usumi admitted his approach was disrespectful and immediately bowed his head in apology. He explained that Musashi was unlike any criminal they had ever faced. They had exhausted every tactic, yet they failed to capture him while suffering heavy casualties. Hanayama cut him off, telling Usumi to leave immediately. Usumi accepted that his request was sudden, but before leaving, he revealed his personal motive for swallowing his pride. Officer Osuka, who was killed by Musashi, was a close colleague from his early days. After his friend fell, Usumi had wanted to seek personal revenge. However, his efforts had only led to more officer deaths without even scratching Musashi. Usumi knew he was helpless, but he couldn't just watch his men get slaughtered. Thus, the chief offered to kneel before him. Hanayama stopped him, agreeing to take the job and telling him that was enough. News of Hanayama joining the fray reached Tokugawa. Tokugawa noted that accepting such a desperate plea was highly characteristic of Hanayama's noble nature. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was the worst possible match. Kizaki, Hanayama's loyal aide, questioned if this Musashi was just an imposter. Tokugawa explained the cloning technology, confirming that the man roaming the streets was indeed the genuine article, Miyamoto Musashi. His sword skills were as lethal as they were in the past. In fact, even Retsu Kaio had been slain by his blade in a brutal duel. Kizaki confirmed this grim detail had been verified. He reported it to Hanayama, but the young boss didn't flinch. Instead, he grew excited, clenching his fist so hard that blood began to seep through his knuckles. He asked for Musashi's location and was told the swordsman was moving from Shibuya toward Shinjuku. With the distance closing, Hanayama decided to personally greet this legendary guest. The legendary tattoo of the Hanayama family dates back to a story from centuries ago. A traveler was given shelter by a Hanayama ancestor. The host treated him with hospitality, unaware that a dozen bandits would raid the estate that night. A brutal massacre unfolded, leaving behind a horrific tragedy that wiped out almost the entire family. Remarkably, only the young eldest son Kichi managed to survive without a single scratch on him. The sole reason this little child escaped certain death was thanks to a loyal guest staying with the family. Even though this brave man knew he stood absolutely no chance of defeating the entire gang of ruthless bandits on his own, he made a resolute vow to protect young Kichi with his very life. He took action and placed a massive, heavy bell directly over the boy's tiny body to shield him, and then stood like an immovable wall right in front of the incoming killers. With both of his hands fully occupied and unable to fight back or defend himself, he became a helpless target for their sharp blades and swords. Countless slash wounds quickly covered his body, numbering well over dozens of deep gashes. Yet, even when his breath faded and his heart stopped beating, this legendary warrior refused to fall, standing completely upright in that exact spot, using his own lifeless corpse as an impenetrable human shield to protect the child hidden safely behind him. The sight of such unparalleled bravery was so breathtaking that even the ruthless bandits themselves couldn't help but admire his heroic spirit. They actually paid their highest respects to the man who died standing on his feet before quietly leaving the scene, refusing to lay a single finger on young Jaichi. Many years down the road, once he grew up and learned the full devastating truth about his tragic origins, Jaichi entered the dark underbelly of the Yakuza world. To honor his savior, he had the image of that heroic man tattooed across his entire back. This legendary tattoo of the Standing Man, the warrior who endured countless blades but refused to fall, was passed down through generations of Hanayama family leaders, serving as the ultimate symbol of supreme resolve that only a true warrior of elite caliber could ever dream of bearing on their skin. Only those possessing genuine courage and unparalleled strength would dare to carry. However, by the time the lineage reached the 16th leader, Kaoru Hanayama, this sacred tradition hit a bit of a snag. Hanayama looked at his fully completed tattoo, but he felt something was fundamentally missing. He noticed that the heroic man depicted on his back didn't actually have any real physical battle scars or sword cuts carved into his skin. Because of this, he believed that a person who hasn't personally endured the brutal bite of real blades cutting into their own flesh cannot truly be called a standing man. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Hanayama acted instantly, marching completely alone straight into the headquarters of a rival syndicate. In less than 10 short minutes, he absolutely demolished the entire gang, walking away with a map of deep sword wounds carved into his own body, exactly as he wanted, perfectly matching his vision. And get this, Hanayama was only a mere 14 years and 2 months old at the time. From that monumental moment onward, the tattoo of the Standing Man truly fused with Kaoru Hanayama's identity. Now fast forward to the present. While cruising on their way to a designated meeting spot, his right-hand man Kazaki asked his boss if he actually knew who Miyamoto Musashi was. Who is Musashi anyway? Hanayama vaguely recalled that he was some famous samurai who always popped up in those old historical drama films, and he seemed to have some connection to a guy named Sasaki. Hearing such a ridiculously clueless answer nearly gave Kazaki a heart attack on the spot. I mean, the opponent they were about to face is the single most legendary and deadly swordsman in all of history, a master of slaughter who sits comfortably at the absolute top of every tier list. And yet, his boss only knew a couple of basic terms like samurai and historical movies. But Hanayama immediately told him to calm down. In his eyes, desperately training just to win or obsessively digging up every single detail and weakness of your opponent beforehand is an incredibly cheap and uncool way to fight. It's just not honorable. The random rumors he had overheard along the way were already more than enough. He knew Musashi had sliced Retsu Kaio to pieces and terrified the entire Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department into a full retreat. That alone proved beyond any doubt that the legendary swordsman was an absolute beast of a fighter. Knowing that much was plenty. Digging any deeper would only taint the pure spirit of the battle with petty calculated schemes. Hearing this, Kazaki was instantly reminded of why he chose to follow this man in the first place. Once Hanayama gives his word, he keeps it to the bitter end, no matter what. It didn't matter if the enemy was a legendary samurai, a holy monk, or some terrifying monster. Strength and status meant absolutely nothing to him, and the power level of his foe was completely irrelevant. Once they arrived at the designated location, a police officer nervously reported that Musashi was closing in from behind, only about 70 meters away. Hanayama wasted no time, spinning around to wait right in the middle of the bustling street. The striking visual of this absolute giant of a man facing down a legendary warrior carrying a sword immediately grabbed the attention of the massive crowd. Pedestrians quickly stopped in their tracks to watch the drama unfold. Some passersby recognized Musashi from the recent terrifying news broadcasts, while others whispered in confusion, wondering why on earth there were cops stationed all over the place, yet not a single one of them dared to step in and stop this crazy standoff. Standing directly before Musashi, Hanayama could sense an abyss of absolute bottomless darkness looming right behind the old warrior. It felt infinitely tall, endlessly deep, and stretching out in every single direction imaginable. Yet, at the same time, it could just be a crushing, claustrophobic wall waiting to swallow anyone who dared to step forward. From within that pitch-black void, nobody could possibly predict what kind of horror would strike. Whether it would be a blinding blade, a poisoned needle, hidden explosives, or some brutal killing technique forged in the bloodiest battlefields of the Sengoku era. Even while staring directly into that terrifying abyss of danger, Hanayama simply planted his feet wide, raised his massive fists high, and completely exposed his entire body to his deadly opponent. His stance showed absolutely zero concern for defense, utterly dismissing any threat of Musashi's lethal counterattacks. Honestly, it didn't look like any martial arts stance or combat pose you'd ever see in standard combat sports. It looked way more like an athlete preparing to chuck a heavy shot put, hurl a javelin, or throw a discus. Hanayama's only goal was to funnel every single ounce of his massive muscular weight and raw explosive power into one single devastating blow, launching it straight through the dark void ahead. Musashi carefully sized up his new opponent as well. But what his mind's eye visualized behind Hanayama was the exact opposite of darkness. When he faced Baki, he had envisioned a lavish banquet stretching all the way to the horizon. When he met Pickle, he saw a mountain of glittering gold and silver, and when he stood before Yujiro, it was a towering mountain of pure gold reaching the heavens. Yet behind Hanayama, there were no mountains of gold, no delicious feasts, and absolutely no terrifying darkness. Instead, there was only a blindingly pure, clean white space. Initially, Musashi assumed it was just empty void, but a young thug like Hanayama couldn't possibly have achieved a state of complete, zen-like selflessness so easily, especially not at his young age. Looking closer, Musashi finally realized that this pristine white light emanated from the sheer, uncomplicated simplicity and absolute honesty of his opponent's spirit. This purity was so brilliant that it actually made the veteran swordsman squint. Regular light is comforting because it still leaves room for shadows to exist. But when a light shines so intensely that it completely obliterates every single shadow, that gentle warmth transforms into something bordering on pure, terrifying madness. That ridiculously honorable, straightforward aura totally blinded Musashi for a split second. And in a high-stakes duel, a split second is all it takes. Hanayama's titanic fist exploded forward, smashing right into the legendary swordsman's face. The sheer force blasted Musashi backward, sending him flying nearly 10 meters through the air. The shocked onlookers thought the fight was already over after just one single punch, but Hanayama didn't drop his guard for a second. He walked over, grabbed the old warrior, lifted him clean off the ground, and bluntly asked if he was still good to go. Musashi found this question highly entertaining, stating outright that the previous punch was actually a bit on the weak side. Angered by this, Hanayama instantly delivered another brutal blow. This time, however, Musashi didn't just stand there and take it. His sword flashed like lightning, the sharp steel cutting deep into Hanayama's incoming hand. The crowd screamed in horror at the sight of splashing blood, thinking Hanayama's hand had been completely severed. Yet, despite the blade biting deep into his flesh, that colossal fist didn't stop or slow down for even a microsecond. The massive muscle mass just kept driving forward, crashing with such insane force that it fractured Musashi's bones. What was even crazier was that Hanayama kept swinging his fist even while the sharp blade remained deeply embedded right inside his hand. He didn't pull his hand back, he didn't retreat, and he couldn't care less that his wound was ripping wider with every movement. This absolutely savage display drove the crowd into a wild frenzy. Astounded by this suicidal resolve, Musashi quickly sat up and called for a brief timeout. Musashi pointed out that since Hanayama had blocked his path and initiated this fight, he must obviously know exactly who he was. Meanwhile, Musashi didn't even know the name of the giant who had just punched him 10 meters away. Realizing his bad manners, Hanayama politely apologized for punching him right in the face as a greeting, and then properly introduced himself as Kaoru Hanayama. He explained that he held absolutely no personal grudge against the legendary swordsman. He was simply repaying a deep debt of gratitude to the police force, which left him with no choice but to step up. Ironically, this honest and polite introduction gave Musashi the perfect opportunity to fully catch his breath and recover. It was a bit of a cheap advantage, but Hanayama didn't care about such trivial things. He pressed forward, launching another straightforward punch. Musashi quickly assumed his stance and thrust his sword forward, visualizing slicing the giant's arm clean in half. However, that perfect cut only existed in his mind. In reality, the blade barely bit a little deeper, far from causing any lethal damage. Instantly dodging the massive fist, Musashi backed away and swung his sword, delivering a devastating slash right down Hanayama's back. Throughout his lifelong career of slicing through flesh, Musashi had encountered bodies that were soft, tough, or hard, but this was his very first time encountering someone who felt like literal iron and steel. This shocking sensation instantly triggered a vivid memory from his past. This event took place back during the Edo period in a massive garden. Back then, a monstrous bull weighing a staggering 747 kilograms was brought before him, about 4 times the size of a normal bull. The surrounding crowd, despite having heard the wild rumors, was utterly speechless. They turned to Musashi and asked the undefeated swordsman if a mere human, no matter how skilled with a blade, could ever hope to defeat a beast as massive as a mountain. That skeptical question didn't faze Musashi at all. He smoothly drew his blade and delivered a single, effortless strike, slicing the gigantic beast completely in half. To him, asking if a swordsman can defeat a beast is as silly as asking if a chef can cut up a fish on a chopping board. The premise itself was completely flawed from the very beginning. No matter how massive the prey, when standing before a master who truly understands the edge of a blade, it is nothing more than meat waiting to be carved. And yet, right now, the absolute killer strike he was so incredibly confident in had completely failed to do its job. Hanayama was still standing tall. Sure, his skin was sliced open and blood was flowing, but far from being cut in half, not a single one of his bones was even chipped. Hanayama's flesh and muscle were actually denser and tougher than the colossal legendary monster bull Musashi remembered. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of reaction would a human being with hide tougher than a prehistoric beast show after taking such a blow? How would he react after being slashed like that? At that moment, Hanayama calmly raised his fist, which still had Musashi's sword firmly wedged inside the muscle. He politely apologized for holding onto the sword for so long, mentioning that it was completely useless to him anyway, so he'd like to return it. Musashi was completely speechless, utterly baffled by how to deal with this ridiculously straightforward kid. Musashi calmly declared that he wouldn't just take his sword back like this, mockingly suggesting that he wanted to let Hanayama's body keep it as a permanent souvenir. But Hanayama didn't care for such gestures. He casually yanked the sharp blade out of his own flesh and threw it right back at Musashi without a moment's hesitation. Showing off his godlike reflexes, Musashi caught the flying weapon mere inches from his nose, leaving the onlookers completely awestruck by his blinding speed. Meanwhile, Hanayama was losing a massive amount of blood from those deep gashes. Standing on the sidelines, Tokugawa and Utsumi watched the brutal spectacle unfold in heavy, tense silence. Tokugawa quietly asked Utsumi how he felt about the situation, and Utsumi could only respond with a deeply conflicted, hesitant murmur. He couldn't help but wonder if letting this bloody battle reach its natural conclusion was actually the right thing to do. Yet beneath all that agonizing doubt, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Back on the battlefield, Musashi had fully realized the terrifying, bone-crushing power of Hanayama. From this moment on, he knew he absolutely could not afford to let himself get hit by even a single one of those monstrous punches. Thus, he smoothly slipped and dodged every single swing Hanayama threw with masterclass evasion, before launching into a brutal counterattack of his own. Using his razor-sharp sword, every single one of his strikes landed with absolute surgical precision, carving deep red lines across Hanayama's massive body. A young bystander named Shuichi, just 22 years old, was right there in the crowd witnessing this entire bloodbath unfold. He could barely find his words, stuttering as he recounted the sheer horror of what he saw. When asked about the sounds of the battle, Shuichi shuddered deeply, recalling a horrific squelching sound that made him vividly realize that beneath human skin lies dense muscle and a body composed mostly of water. Because of that, when an incredibly sharp blade slices through such a complex organic structure, it produces a sickening, wet slicing noise that feels terrifyingly real, making anyone who hears it feel the cold steel slicing through living flesh. The duel raged on under the suffocatingly tense gazes of the gathered crowd. After absorbing several more deep, agonizing slashes, Hanayama finally let out a low, painful groan of absolute agony. Hearing that sound, Musashi was actually quite surprised, as this was the very first time he had ever heard an opponent groan in pain. Normally, anyone unfortunate enough to take his slashes would drop dead instantly, leaving them no time to even process the pain, let alone complain about it. The fact that Hanayama was still standing there, actively enduring and expressing that agony, was a testament to his freakish strength. It proved beyond all doubt that he possessed a level of physical endurance that was completely off the charts. Witnessing such unbelievable resilience, Musashi couldn't help but offer his genuine, heartfelt respect. Saying absolutely nothing, Hanayama calmly stepped forward, reached out, and firmly placed his massive hand over Musashi's own hand, mirroring the exact same bone-crushing hand lock that he had previously used during his encounter with Pickle. Instantly, the battle shifted from high-speed swordsmanship into a brutal, raw contest of absolute physical strength. Hanayama's grip was so blindingly powerful and sudden that Musashi didn't even have time to react before he was caught. Hanayama then used his other massive hand to clamp down on Musashi's face in a vice-like grip. The crowd erupted in wild excitement as they recognized the legendary ironclaw technique. This iconic move is famous in professional wrestling, once popularized as the signature finisher of Fritz von Erich, the legendary NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Back in the late 60s and 70s, those iron-hard fingers would sink deep into an opponent's flesh, drawing blood. The manga's creator recalled his own military days in the self-defense forces, when a bulky, low-IQ upperclassman applied this exact excruciating claw grip on him, forcing him to tap out immediately to avoid having his head crushed. To escape the agonizing pressure of that brute force hold, he had no choice but to surrender. Over the decades, as modern mixed martial arts evolved into a highly scientific and elite combat sport, certain moves became obsolete. There has never been a recorded instance of the classic ironclaw being pulled off successfully in a real-life, high-level MMA fight. It's widely considered a theatrical move that only works in the scripted world of pro wrestling. Yet here we are, watching this exact move unfold in a death match between Hanayama and Musashi. Hanayama's terrifying inhuman grip strength was completely crushing and disabling a legendary warrior as tough as Musashi, squeezing with enough force to literally shatter his skull like an eggshell. The spectators watching this raw display of power went absolutely wild, cheering at the top of their lungs as they sensed a historic victory was right around the corner. They genuinely believed this pro wrestling move would be the ultimate decisive blow to secure a legendary win, solidifying Hanayama's unmatched status. It was a truly magnificent and heroic performance. But just as Musashi was on the brink of defeat, a loud explosion suddenly echoed, kicking up a massive cloud of chaotic smoke and gunpowder. Out of the hazy debris, the crowd watched in shock as Musashi swiftly drew his blade and delivered a brutal slash straight across Hanayama's stomach. However, by some stroke of absolute luck, Hanayama's thick sarashi belt wrapped tightly around his midsection acted as a life-saving shield. If it hadn't been for that protective layers of cloth keeping everything together, his internal organs would have spilled right out from that devastating cut. Witnessing this horrific, bloody sight, a nearby police officer instinctively reached for his gun to intervene, but his partner immediately held him back. After all, their entire backup squad had already been thoroughly dismantled by Musashi, and standard-issue handguns with regular bullets stood absolutely zero chance of making an impact against a monster like him. Despite receiving a series of heavy hits to his body, Musashi still looked incredibly calm and composed. He casually asked Hanayama if he still had the resolve to keep this fight going. Realizing how dire the situation had become, Tokugawa and Utsumi desperately wanted to call off the match right then and there, knowing the outcome was already clear. But just as they were about to intervene, one of Hanayama's loyal subordinates rushed onto the field carrying fresh sarashi bandages. With Hanayama's nod of approval, the loyal follower quickly wrapped the cloth tightly around his boss's torn midsection. The entire crowd watched in sheer amazement, realizing that this meant Hanayama had absolutely no intention of backing down. At that critical moment, Baki, famously known as the son of the Ogre, stepped onto the scene, bringing a fresh wave of hope. Baki calmly explained to Hanayama that wrapping a sarashi tight around one's stomach before entering a life-or-death battle carries a deep symbolic meaning. It acts as a shield against amateur swordsmen, helps stem the bleeding, and literally keeps your guts inside. So, Baki casually suggested wrapping it just a bit tighter. He then asked Hanayama to raise both arms, pouring a cascade of high-proof alcohol directly over his horrific wounds to sterilize them. Witnessing this incredibly intimate, deep bond of respect between the two young fighters, Musashi couldn't help but make a grumbling comment, unable to hide a hint of jealousy over their brotherhood. Baki also pointed out that Musashi wasn't exactly in peak condition anymore, implying that it would only take one clean hit to knock the old legend out. As he stood there, Hanayama's mind drifted back to his childhood, recalling how he had been blessed with monstrous, unnatural strength from the day he was born. For someone who already had everything, he felt there was no need to ask for more. He believed that when you are already born overwhelmingly strong, training to get even stronger is a form of cowardice. But now, at the absolute limit, he realized true strength doesn't just come from raw, untamed instinct. It shines brightest when you remain completely true to yourself. As he stood on the razor-thin edge between life and death, Musashi noticed something incredible. Hanayama's eyes possessed a deep, serene calm and boundless compassion, resembling the eyes of a peaceful Buddha. This meant the young giant's spirit had completely transcended the petty boundaries of hatred and malice. Baki declared that the duel had officially entered its final chapter, and there was only one thing left to do. The only thing anyone present could do now was to stand back and witness this unavoidable tragic climax play out. Moments later, the watching crowd erupted in excitement as Musashi officially prepared to unleash his legendary signature dual blade technique. The clash resumed instantly, both fighters assuming their combat stances to launch their final assaults. Musashi blitzed forward, slicing into Hanayama's body with blinding speed, while Hanayama swung back with relentless fury. Unfortunately, every single one of Hanayama's massive strikes missed the agile swordsman. Instead, Musashi mercilessly carved up his face and back with a frenzy of cuts, to the point where the legendary tattoo on Hanayama's back was completely ruined and obscured by a crisscrossing web of bloody wounds, accumulating a staggering total of 10 devastating slashes. Exhausted and bleeding out, the young giant finally collapsed into a sitting position. Utsumi slowly walked over and sat down directly across from him. Keeping his promise and the solemn pact they had made, Hanayama quietly assured Utsumi that he had given absolutely everything he had, pushing his limits as far as humanly possible. Deeply moved, Utsumi replied with tears in his eyes, expressing how incredibly honored he was to witness such an epic and magnificent battle. He added that compared to a promise breaker like himself, Hanayama had fully honored his word. Utsumi bowed his head low, expressing his deepest gratitude for Hanayama's ultimate sacrifice. However, Hanayama quickly stopped him, reminding him that there were still countless eyes in the crowd watching their every move. Having experienced Musashi's terrifying power firsthand, Hanayama admitted he was simply no match for the legendary swordsman, apologizing to Utsumi for failing. Utsumi gently deflected Hanayama's apology, taking the opportunity to sincerely bow and offer his profound thanks. But the battle wasn't quite over, as Musashi still hadn't fully satisfied his bloodlust. He prepared to deliver one final lethal strike straight down onto Hanayama's skull. He stepped closer and began drawing his blade, completely ignoring Utsumi's desperate pleas to stop. But right as he was about to strike, Baki suddenly stepped in, standing as an immovable barrier between them. Musashi sharply declared that if they didn't finish this with a sword strike, this duel would never reach a proper, decisive conclusion. He warned that if anyone got near Hanayama, Baki would end his life right then and there. Yet, Musashi refused to back down or show submission. In response, Baki confidently declared that the violent era Musashi belonged to, where samurai roamed with sharp swords to settle matters of life and death, was long gone. "Your time is over," Baki proclaimed, before turning and gently comforting Hanayama, telling him he had done a phenomenal job and could finally rest. Before losing consciousness, Hanayama weakly looked up and asked Baki if the standing man was still standing tall. Baki firmly reassured him that the standing man would always stand proud, and would look even cooler in the future. The moment Hanayama finally collapsed, Utsumi immediately ordered all the undercover officers on standby to secure the perimeter and transport Hanayama to safety. He strictly commanded them to save the young hero's life at all costs. With Hanayama safe, Baki walked up to Musashi with fierce determination, declaring that he was going to erase the legendary samurai from this world entirely. Musashi assumed Baki meant he was going to kill him, but Baki clarified that it wasn't about murder. It was simply because Musashi didn't belong in this modern era. Hearing this, Musashi offered a knowing smile, admitting he was well aware of that fact, as this modern world is built for progress rather than slaughter. Baki sarcastically retorted that for someone who knew that, Musashi sure did a whole lot of brutal slashing. Musashi then asked if Baki was seeking revenge for his friend, and Baki bluntly confirmed that he was. Hearing this, the old warrior was absolutely thrilled and eager to fight, though he was already far too exhausted to deliver a clean cut, capable of slicing Baki in half. Despite being openly mocked by a kid like Baki, Musashi found the situation incredibly amusing. He still drew his blade and delivered a lightning-fast slash that ripped Baki's shirt clean down the middle. As Musashi continued to egg Baki on to fight, Tokugawa suddenly intervened, stepping in to suppress Musashi's rising bloodlust. Tokugawa gently told him to head back, mentioning that a nice, hot bath was already prepared and waiting for him. Hearing this, Musashi decided to call it a night, wrapping up the conflict to go get some rest. Utsumi immediately commanded his officers to escort the legendary samurai away. As he was being escorted by a massive convoy of police, Musashi actually felt quite pleased and excited, jokingly thinking that his deadly spree had earned him a major promotion. Meanwhile, Hanayama was rushed straight into the emergency operating room. He had lost such an insane amount of blood that it could easily fill an entire bathtub, and his body was covered in 10 massive wounds, each one of them terrifyingly deep. Dr. Kureha, who had treated countless monstrous fighters before, admitted this was his very first time having to apply over 1,000 stitches to a single patient. Yet, Hanayama miraculously survived, proving that his legendary monstrous vitality is truly in a league of its own. Tokugawa, hearing the good news, immediately advised the doctor to prepare for his next patient, as Baki had officially challenged Musashi. Baki stepping up didn't really surprise Kureha, but the shocking detail was that this upcoming match would have absolutely no weapon restrictions. Their opponent is a samurai master, and Miyamoto Musashi is only truly at his full potential when he has a live blade in his hand. Forcing him to fight empty-handed would be like challenging a fish to a swimming race on dry land. A victory under those terms would be completely meaningless. But Baki wasn't just planning to exchange a few friendly blows with the legend. He looked Musashi dead in the eyes and boldly declared his intention to make him disappear from this world entirely. Kureha knew such dark, lethal words were highly unusual for Baki's typical easygoing demeanor. He loves fighting and testing himself against the strongest, but he almost never talks about killing. Yet, Kureha knew Baki was no show-off. If he said those words directly to his opponent's face, he absolutely intended to follow through on them. Surprisingly, even as the day of the ultimate showdown loomed closer, Baki completely stopped training for several days. He questioned his own slack behavior and realized that Musashi, too, wasn't actively training. The old samurai just went about his daily life as usual. Therefore, to keep things perfectly fair, Baki felt he didn't need any special preparation either. He simply ate, slept, and lived his days exactly as before, believing that when the battle finally started, his body would instinctively know exactly what to do. It sounded like pure laziness, but his physical frame was actually growing larger and more imposing by the day. His chest, shoulders, arms, and thighs were visibly swelling with dense muscle, to the point where his regular t-shirts were starting to feel incredibly tight. Even though he wasn't working out in a way visible to others, his body never stopped preparing. Just imagining being punched, kicked, grabbed, or slashed at by a sharp blade caused his muscle groups to instantly twitch and react as if the threat were unfolding right in front of him. Baki visualized being completely surrounded. In his mind, lethal slashes rained down from every direction, and his body immediately executed the perfect movements to evade them. In just a split second, passers-by on the street felt as if Baki was literally vanishing and reappearing as he walked. The next major question was, what on earth would Baki use to counter a real razor-sharp sword? To an outsider, an unarmed fighter is at an obvious disadvantage against a weapon, but for a grandmaster fighter like Baki, his limbs are far more than just mere hands and feet. The secret lies in his absolute mastery over the extreme tips of his body, from his fingertips and wrists to his toes and ankles. By simply adjusting his posture, the angle of impact, and the flow of kinetic energy, an arm can serve as a fist, a blade, a spear, a whip, or various other weapons. Elite boxers and Muay Thai champions are undeniably terrifying in their own right, but sports combat restricts them to padded gloves, shin strikes, or basic kicks. True, unrestrained martial arts carries no such self-imposed limits. Fingertips can pierce like daggers, the edge of a palm can slice like a sword, knuckles can hammer like maces, and heels or toes can become lethal blunt instruments. This incredible versatility is the unique advantage an unarmed master holds against a weapon user. Right now, Baki was a literal walking armory. If he were to walk through a high-security airport metal detector, the machine wouldn't make a single peep. And yet, housed within that normal-looking frame was an array of biological daggers, swords, spears, whips, and even explosive power waiting to detonate. Every single weapon was completely legal to carry, because they were built from his own bones and muscles. If Baki ever wanted to start a fight, there is absolutely no way to disarm him. Meanwhile, Tokugawa paid a visit to Musashi, asking for his honest thoughts on Kaoru Hanayama. Throughout his long and bloody life, Musashi had always believed there was absolutely nothing he couldn't cut down. To him, humans, stone, and steel only differed in the tactile feedback they sent back through his hilt. Yet Hanayama had provided an entirely unique experience. Musashi had clearly struck him, splitting his flesh wide open, and yet he couldn't put him down the way he wanted to. That mortal body of bone and muscle had resisted his legendary blade far better than heavy iron armor. Hearing this, Tokugawa smiled and dropped a bombshell. Baki was actually even stronger. Even Hanma himself. But here is the real shocker. Musashi actually knew all of this beforehand. The old man, Tokugawa, was completely baffled and questioned him, pointing out that during their very first encounter, Musashi had absolutely crushed Baki with zero effort. However, Musashi bluntly corrected him, stating that it shouldn't even be called a match. Baki was completely unprepared back then, and Musashi merely capitalized on the young fighter's raw inexperience, using his overwhelming, suffocating presence to intimidate, threaten, and toy with Baki, completely paralyzing him and stopping him from unleashing his true potential. He simply snatched the upper hand before his opponent could even transition into a proper, fully realized combat state. But as far as old Tokugawa was concerned, this humble perspective from Musashi wasn't going to make Baki feel any better about his loss. For a prideful warrior like Baki, getting ambushed, falling into cheap traps, facing armed opponents, fighting against overwhelming numbers, or even going toe-to-toe with entirely different species are never valid excuses to deny the final result. If you take down your opponent, you win. If you get taken down, you lose. It is as simple and brutal as that. Baki absolutely does not need anyone to make soft excuses or try to sugarcoat his own bitter defeat, because doing so would basically be a massive insult to his own conscious choice to step into the arena. But wait, the old man wasn't finished, as he dropped an even more mind-blowing piece of information. Hanma Yujiro is widely feared as the absolute strongest creature on the face of the earth, yet Baki is the single living soul who has ever managed to defeat that monstrous man. This revelation instantly triggered a vivid memory for Musashi, reminding him of the bizarre vision that loomed behind Baki during their very first encounter. Back then, when he looked at the boy, he envisioned an unbelievably massive banquet stretching infinitely toward the horizon. Even at that moment, Musashi knew this young fighter possessed an immeasurable and terrifying power, although he didn't quite comprehend the true, profound value of that glorious feast. Now, hearing that he had actually overcome Yujiro, he felt that this upcoming clash was truly a magnificent blessing. A rare and exquisite delicacy had literally walked right up to his front door. Meanwhile, Baki had just finished demonstrating an absolutely mind-boggling feat of physical physics. He threw a punch at the front of a heavy training bag, yet the tape on the back instantly burst open and flew off. To think a completely casual, effortless strike could produce such an insane shockwave. If Baki were to seriously unleash a punch like that directly onto a human body, even the legendary Musashi would have a hard time remaining on his feet. However, Baki quickly corrected everyone, clarifying that he had no intention of merely knocking his opponent down. His actual goal this time was to kill and bury him. Hearing those dark words made the person standing beside him completely freeze in shock, because such murderous intent sounded incredibly foreign coming from Baki's mouth. Baki himself openly admitted that he rarely, if ever, speaks with such lethal intent. We should remember what Orochi once pointed out. Whether this man claiming to be Miyamoto Musashi is indeed the legendary swordmaster from the history books doesn't actually matter at all. What they truly need to focus on is the raw, terrifying power right in front of their eyes, a strength so profoundly genuine that it is completely beyond dispute. Because of this, Baki had no intention of using soft, sporting terms like defeating or winning anymore. His sole desire was to kill, bury, and utterly erase this ancient monster from the modern world forever. Of course, Baki knew all too well that these were extremely heavy words that one should never carelessly throw around. But now that he had uttered them, he had absolutely no intention of backpedaling or withdrawing his threat. While Baki was busy preparing himself in his own signature way, the local police force continued to covertly tail Musashi's movements. Suddenly, the legendary swordmaster descended straight into a sewer manhole, causing the frantic officers to constantly broadcast his coordinates over their radios. Nobody could wrap their heads around what he was up to, whether he was trying to hide, scouting the sprawling underground network, or gearing up to commit some other chaotic act. It was only when they analyzed the specific sector that they realized this underground sewer was the exact territory where Pickle, the prehistoric caveman, was currently living. Someone had apparently tipped Musashi off about this location, and he had deliberately sought it out to meet a fellow displaced soul who had also been violently ripped away from his own time period, just like himself. Navigating through the pitch-black sewer tunnels, Musashi soon located Pickle sitting comfortably next to a massive mountain of food. True to his primordial nature, the caveman was devouring raw meat, needing absolutely no fire to perfectly strip his prey until nothing was left but a clean, pristine skeleton. Musashi silently observed this beastly dining habit and couldn't help but marvel that it was absolutely no wonder his physical body had grown to be so unbelievably robust and powerful. While Hanayama was already a towering giant who completely dwarfed ordinary humans, even he would look noticeably small when standing right next to the massive frame of Pickle. Surprisingly, the prehistoric wild man didn't show any immediate signs of hostility. Instead, he actually offered to share some of his raw feast with his guest. Musashi, not being one to turn up his nose at raw meat, gladly accepted the portion and took a hearty bite. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the small piece of brain he had just consumed actually tasted incredibly rich and delicious. Sensing his guest's enjoyment, Pickle generously tried to hand over the entire remaining brain. Musashi was slightly taken aback by this raw hospitality and politely promised he would take it home to grill and enjoy later. After all, his real objective in coming down here was to have a conversation with the wild caveman. Old Tokugawa had previously mentioned to Musashi that Pickle was also an exile from an unimaginably distant era, with absolutely no way of ever returning home. In more ways than one, their existential situations were practically identical. Naturally, Musashi couldn't comprehend the complex scientific processes that had resurrected this prehistoric human, and truth be told, he didn't care in the slightest. All he knew was that standing before him was a creature completely incapable of human speech, whose origin was so unfathomably distant from the modern age that he possessed virtually nothing in common with any living person. Initially, Musashi himself wasn't even entirely sure why he had sought out this caveman. After all, how could he possibly have a standard conversation with a wild beast who couldn't utter a single coherent word? Yet, as these two temporally displaced survivors sat side by side in the heavy silence of the sewer, the legendary swordmaster slowly began to grasp the true, wordless significance of their profound encounter. Pickle didn't need to speak a single word to convey an entire lifetime of experiences. He communicated through the raw emotion in his eyes, his primal posture, and his simple act of sharing sustenance. Both of them had been abruptly cast aside into a completely alien world, forever locked out of the eras they truly belonged to, so merely sitting together in the dark was more than enough to deeply resonate with each other's profound isolation. Once he finally emerged from the sewer tunnels, Musashi was instantly confronted by a wall of police officers demanding to know what he was up to. He nonchalantly replied that he was merely enjoying a peaceful stroll, pointing out that it was actually the frantic crowd surrounding him who were blowing things way out of proportion. To drive his point home, he gracefully positioned his hand right against the lead officer's neck, paralyzing the poor man with such pure, raw terror that he literally wet himself on the spot. Musashi had absolutely no intention of trying to escape or hide from the authorities, because the absolute most crucial confrontation of his life was still waiting for him just on the horizon. Meanwhile, Shibukawa was completely unable to maintain his composure upon learning that Baki was genuinely planning to execute that ancient monster. He earnestly urged Baki to think long and hard about what exactly he would stand to gain, and more importantly, what irreplaceable parts of himself he would lose forever after taking a life, because ending a human life is completely different from merely knocking out an opponent inside a sports arena. No matter how dangerously criminal or monstrous the target might be, the heavy, dark consequences of taking a life will forever cling to the person who pulled the trigger. After listening to this grave warning, Baki quietly admitted that he hadn't given any thought to the aftermath. His mind was entirely hyper-focused on the singular task of sending Musashi back to the grave, believing that whatever happens next can easily wait until the job is fully completed, and only then would he figure things out. Hearing Baki's incredibly resolute response, Shibukawa suddenly extended his hand, inviting Baki to grab it before instantly executing a wild high-speed throw to test the young man's reflexes. Baki, however, effortlessly maintained his balance, showcasing his newly awakened and refined infinite instinct as his body fluidly dodged several lethal follow-up strikes that Shibukawa deliberately unleashed. Seeing this masterful display of reactive instinct was more than enough to make the old master greatly look forward to the explosive showdown scheduled for tomorrow. The following day, with only a few precious minutes remaining before stepping onto the battlefield, Baki was casually warming up just like any normal day. Masuo stood right beside him, completely unable to contain his extreme nervousness. He couldn't help but express his deep admiration, marveling at how Baki could face the legendary peerless swordmaster of the heavens without showing even a microscopic hint of anxiety. On top of that, he was even well aware of the shocking declaration Baki had made about sending Miyamoto Musashi straight to his grave. Hearing this, Baki was utterly startled and immediately demanded to know how an absolute outsider to the situation could possibly have such highly classified information. Masuo simply smiled and explained that he had actually been a devoted, silent admirer of Baki for an extremely long time. To a passionate supporter like him, even a legendary peerless title like Musashi's wasn't nearly enough to make a legendary young warrior like Baki take even a single step backward. Before they parted ways, he solemnly and with deep respect wished that Baki would be able to return from the brutal clash completely safe and sound. A short while later, Baki officially strode out into the roaring arena. He was quite surprised to find that Musashi was already sitting in deep meditation, calmly waiting for his arrival. Yet, the moment Musashi opened his eyes and stood up, he suddenly froze completely, utterly stunned by the bizarre sight that materialized right before his eyes. That incredibly lavish, endless banquet he had witnessed just days prior had now transformed into a chaotic, messy wasteland of scattered food scraps. Rewinding back to 30 minutes earlier, the underground arena was already packed to maximum capacity with eager spectators. Even Motobi, who was still far from being fully recovered from his severe injuries, had dragged himself out, asking Gaia to push his wheelchair so he wouldn't miss a single second. Because of the packed house, he had to be positioned at the highest and furthest vantage point of the entire stadium, simply because there were absolutely no other seats left. Yet, for an elite grandmaster of his caliber, that distant position was still more than enough to read the battle perfectly, as the fighters' expressions, terrifying auras, and underlying thoughts could be clearly felt. Down below, Orochi was sitting with Katsumi, pointing out the two sharp swords that had been driven deep into the arena floor. He predicted that Miyamoto Musashi would most likely walk out to fight completely unarmed, without carrying any physical swords on his person. Of course, trying to use modern-day logic to predict the erratic mindset of a legendary samurai from the Warring States period is an incredibly difficult task, so they decided that simply waiting to see what happens was the smartest move. Among the tense crowd, there were several fighters who by all accounts should have harbored intense, burning hatred toward Musashi for brutally killing Retsu Kaio. Yet, the moment they saw him slowly stride into the center of the arena, they realized they couldn't bring themselves to truly hate him. It was one thing for him to show up early, but the absolutely colossal, heavy aura that radiated from his body was so suffocating that it literally made the mighty Oliva break out into a cold sweat. Without even moving a single muscle, Musashi made everyone in the stadium instantly realize exactly why a man who lived over 400 years ago is still universally spoken of as the supreme icon of physical power. Every single eye in the venue was locked onto the legendary swordmaster, but since his actual opponent had not yet made his grand entrance, Musashi took the opportunity to sit down and quietly meditate for a brief moment. However, the very instant Baki finally stepped into view, Musashi sprang to his feet, walked closer, and was instantly struck by a shocking revelation. The spiritual imagery looming behind his young rival had undergone a complete mind-blowing transformation. During their very first encounter, he had envisioned an infinite feast stretching all the way to the horizon, offering a bounty that could never be fully consumed. That vision was a clear spiritual sign that Baki possessed a reservoir of potential and physical strength so incredibly vast and rich that Musashi could savor fighting him forever without ever getting bored. However, that seemingly endless, glorious banquet had now completely and utterly vanished, leaving behind not a single grain of rice, a scrap of meat, or a tiny drop of water. Not even a single microscopic scrap of food remained. What lay before Musashi's eyes now was nothing but a desolate, completely barren wasteland, as if some cosmic entity had aggressively devoured everything in sight. The legendary swordmaster was quick to formulate his own spiritual explanation for this phenomenon. In his eyes, Baki had consciously consumed that entire infinite banquet himself, sending a clear, defiant signal that from this moment onward, he was no longer a passive delicacy that Musashi could casually toy with and feast upon at his own leisure. Baki listened to this grand philosophical speech and could only stare back in utter bewilderment, genuinely having absolutely no clue what on earth this crazy old man was talking about. Naturally, Musashi didn't care in the slightest whether his opponent understood his metaphors or not. He firmly believed that if you decide to swallow poison, you must lick the entire plate clean. If you eat the plate, you might as well devour the tray, and once you've consumed the tray, you should go ahead and swallow the very person who served it to you. No matter what kind of chaotic aftermath his next actions might bring, the legendary swordmaster was absolutely determined to savor Baki down to his very last drop of blood. Immediately after, the official rules of this deathmatch were loudly broadcast. With the sole exception of modern firearms, any and all weapons were fully authorized for use. A selection of lethal swords had been planted upright right in the center of the arena floor, leaving it entirely up to the discretion of the two combatants whether they wanted to claim them or not. Old Man Tokugawa had also sent a very specific, ruthless message to both fighters, emphasizing that the absolute, most critical objective of this clash was simply to determine who would walk out alive and who would die. Any concepts of traditional sportsmanship, honor, or playing fair had to be discarded and placed far behind the actual brutal result. While that official announcement sounded incredibly intense, Baki honestly found the whole thing to be completely redundant and unnecessary. He boldly and bluntly pointed out that Musashi merely wears the deceptive mask of an honorable, upright martial artist, while on the inside, he is actually the most ruthless, rule-breaking monster in human history. No matter how beautifully or elegantly the rules might be drafted on paper, this ancient warrior would gladly trample over any concept of fairness just to secure a victory and conquer his opponent. Just as Baki finished speaking, he suddenly perceived a bizarre spiritual vision behind Musashi, a massive, towering castle completely made of rich, heavy whipped cream, a sight so incredibly sweet and bloated that just looking at it was enough to make him feel physically sick. The match was officially declared underway, but Baki instantly sensed that something was deeply wrong. Even though the physical distance separating the two of them was still quite significant, the sheer pressure of Musashi's immense power was already washing over him with absolute, crystal-clear intensity. Even more terrifying was the fact that, although Musashi's hands were completely empty, Baki felt an undeniable, vivid sensation that the swordmaster was already wielding both of his legendary blades. The actual physical weapons planted in the center of the arena had practically been reduced to useless decorations, because Miyamoto Musashi had already conjured his invisible swords long before. Musashi, however, seemed quite annoyed by the foolish notion held by some spectators that merely keeping him away from physical blades would make him easy to defeat. According to the legendary warrior, if an unarmed Miyamoto Musashi were truly that simple to deal with, his historical opponents would have had a much easier time. Baki immediately corrected him, stating that absolutely nobody in this underground arena was naive enough to underestimate his power just because his hands were empty. He fully acknowledged the sheer devastating threat of an unarmed Musashi. However, Baki quickly added that acknowledging his opponent's immense strength did not mean he believed the old swordmaster was completely invincible. The very moment those words left his mouth, Baki executed an insanely fast, lightning-quick kick, cleanly grazing a single strand of hair from the legendary warrior's head. Even though it was merely a passing graze, the sheer velocity of the strike was enough to open up a visible scratch right near Musashi's eye socket. Yet, Baki was simultaneously struck by an invisible, imaginary sword strike that instantly disrupted his equilibrium and sent him crashing to the floor. Seizing the opening, Musashi immediately delivered a brutal, heavy stomp directly to Baki's face, sending the young fighter rolling backward. Of course, a minor hit like that was nowhere near enough to put Baki down for good. He incredibly quickly regained his footing, stood back up, and casually licked away the small trace of blood trickling from his nose. He mockingly questioned Musashi, reminding him that he had previously dismissed the use of kicks in combat as completely foolish. Musashi proudly grinned and boasted that he had since learned the incredible effectiveness of kicking techniques firsthand, having tasted the bitter, painful reality of modern martial arts during his intense encounter with Hanma Yujiro. He was especially referring to those dirty, shameless strikes that don't hesitate to target the groin area directly. Speaking of the legendary figure known as the strongest man on the planet, Musashi noted that he had heard rumors about Baki managing to secure a victory over Yujiro, a monumental achievement that he genuinely found highly commendable. However, Baki flatly refused to take credit for that supposed victory, making it clear that he didn't view it as a true win. He honestly admitted that he had never once believed he had truly surpassed Yujiro in terms of raw physical power. Musashi, however, scoffed at this, viewing Baki's humility as nothing more than pretentious posturing, remarking that while refusing to admit defeat is common, refusing to accept an actual victory is just downright bizarre. Once their pre-battle chatter was fully out of the way, Musashi instantly returned to his terrifying stance, his aura flaring up once more. He slowly cast his eyes up toward the sky, completely relaxed his knees, channeling the natural downward gravity of his falling body weight into a single concentrated point, before suddenly pivoting and lunging directly at his opponent at a speed approaching that of sound itself. The entire maneuver unfolded in the blink of an eye, yet in that exact split second, Baki completely vanished from sight. He had initiated his legendary cockroach dash, striking his opponent with such unbelievable speed that Musashi couldn't even react before being slammed hard onto the arena floor. To the vast majority of the audience, it appeared as though Baki had only delivered a single punch. But the seasoned fighters in attendance with sufficient expertise instantly realized that 3 distinct strikes had been unleashed. He had simultaneously targeted Musashi's face, his solar plexus, and his groin, executing the combination with such blinding speed that all 3 impacts overlapped to create one singular echoing sound. This unbelievable speed could only be compared to the likes of Bob Munden, the legendary fast-draw gunslinger, who was famously capable of shooting down 2 balloons placed 2 meters apart in a mere 0.02 seconds. Those 2 gunshots were fired so rapidly that even if you strained your ears to listen, you would only perceive a single bang. In order to draw and fire a weapon at such a mind-boggling speed, Munden's arm had to withstand a staggering G-force of approximately 10 G, which is right at the physical threshold endured by elite fighter pilots during high-speed maneuvers. Such an extraordinary feat was only possible due to his monstrous grip strength and finger power, which was strong enough to rip a deck of playing cards clean in half vertically. Baki had just accomplished an equivalent physical miracle completely empty-handed. His cockroach-inspired dash allowed him to instantly accelerate to absolute maximum velocity from a dead stop, leaving Musashi with 0 time to utilize distance. His wrist and his entire arm were completely relaxed to execute his signature whip-like strikes, which are incredibly fast and virtually impossible to track with the naked eye. Consequently, 3 vital weak points on Musashi's body were struck almost simultaneously. These 3 sophisticated modern martial arts techniques were compressed into a single seamless moment, causing the legendary Warring States swordmaster to be knocked flat on his back before he could even comprehend what had hit him. This advanced technique was simply too modern for Musashi's era, representing a combat concept that had never existed on the bloody battlefields of Japan 400 years ago. Musashi quickly recovered and sat up, still clutching his groin in pain, and outright asked Baki why he hadn't seized the perfect opportunity to finish him off. Baki gave a pragmatic answer, explaining that he simply refused to take such an unnecessary risk, pointing out that an opponent who is merely lying flat on the ground has not necessarily lost their ability to launch a deadly counterattack. Musashi genuinely thanked Baki for his restraint, joking that if Baki had kicked upward instead of slamming downward, his precious manhood would have been completely destroyed. Baki completely ignored his playful chatter and immediately unleashed another lightning-fast kick, but unfortunately, his veteran opponent was already capable of dodging the strike and firing back with an identical counter-kick of his own. Musashi had successfully analyzed that high-speed movement and was already beginning to adapt to Baki's pacing. Up in the stands, Chiharu Shiba had been watching the entire exchange, and he couldn't help but shudder in fear as he instantly recognized the dangerous technique Baki had just put on display. Shiba still vividly remembered the excruciating pain of having his own eye sockets nearly crushed by Baki's fingers, and he realized that Baki had almost pulled off that exact same brutal maneuver with his latest kick. Even Musashi himself couldn't help but praise Baki, marveling at how the young boy seemed to completely defy the laws of physical acceleration. Normally, a human body requires a transition period to go from a state of rest, gradually speeding up until it finally reaches its absolute maximum velocity. However, Baki's explosive dash seemed to completely bypass that acceleration phase altogether. The very microsecond he left his starting position, he was already moving at his absolute top speed. To achieve such a physical miracle, one's entire body must be relaxed to such an extreme degree that it practically mimics the fluid properties of water. Even the slightest hint of muscular tension would be more than enough to slow down his initial burst and ruin the technique. Baki, annoyed by the analysis, immediately snapped at Musashi to shut his mouth. After all, Musashi had countered the attack with relative ease despite his praise. However, Musashi clarified his perspective, explaining that it wasn't as easy as it looked. He was only able to react in time because he had keenly sensed the subtle shifts in Baki's combative aura right before the attack launched. High up in the spectator stands, Motobi was also explaining to Gaia that older fighters like themselves simply couldn't compete with the raw speed of the younger generation. He clarified that he could only keep pace with such blinding speed by utilizing advanced prediction techniques forged through decades of actual combat experience, such as observing how an opponent breathes or shifts their center of gravity to anticipate their next move. However, even this high-level prediction hasn't reached the deepest recesses of the brain, where a fighter's true intention manifests itself before the attacker is even consciously aware that they are about to strike. Amazingly, both Baki and Musashi had already elevated their battle to that godlike realm. They weren't merely predicting the next physical punch or sword slash. Instead, they were actively reading the exact microscopic instant before the intent to attack even begins to form. Long before the conscious resolve to step forward is clearly established in the mind, the opposing fighter is already trying to intercept the raw, embryonic seed of thought that would eventually blossom into that action. After an intense, invisible battle of minds, Baki suddenly closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks aimed precisely at 4 of Musashi's vital pressure points. Yet the legendary swordmaster miraculously parried every single one of them. At this point, Baki could confidently confirm that his blinding speed had been completely neutralized and matched. One must realize that Baki had just delivered a series of strikes that completely transcended the visual processing speed of the human eye. It is highly comparable to a completely untrained ordinary person watching the pitch of a professional baseball player. Even if that person knows with absolute certainty exactly where the ball is going to fly, their physical body simply lacks the reaction speed to make contact with it. A professional volleyball spike or a standard straight punch from an elite boxer operates on this exact same principle, requiring absolutely no complex trickery or feints. The physical trajectory of the attack is practically laid bare right in front of your face, but the raw power and velocity are scaled to such an astronomical level that the human body physically cannot react in time. At that very same moment, Baki began to perceive a completely different phenomenon manifesting in the air. The heavy, oppressive pressure surrounding Musashi's body was becoming increasingly tangible, and the strange, imaginary glow radiating around his opponent's hands began to solidify with stunning realism. He finally came to understand that for Miyamoto Musashi, actions like stabbing, blunt striking, slashing or even engaging in raw grappling could be seamlessly and effortlessly interchanged at will. His legendary swordplay was not bound by the physical limitation of holding a steel blade and swinging it along predictable, fixed trajectories. Instead, his entire physical body, his consciousness, his bare hands, and his murderous aura had all fused together to become the sword itself. Disregarding the immense danger, Baki ignored the pressure and boldly lunged forward to strike. But before he could even comprehend what had happened, an imaginary blade was already positioned directly beneath his throat. Hearing Musashi speak of these grand philosophical concepts of swordsmanship, Baki coldly advised the ancient warrior to save those deep thoughts and carry them with him to the afterlife. While Musashi didn't quite comprehend the meaning of his words, Baki's intention was crystal clear. He was going to send this legendary swordmaster straight back to the spirit world where he belonged, as there was no place for him in modern society. With that, Baki suddenly launched a physical sword strike directly at Musashi. True to form, the master effortlessly caught the blade, but this was exactly what Baki had anticipated as part of his secret plan. Out of absolutely nowhere, an old woman, Tokugawa's sister Sabuko, aggressively rushed onto the field and locked her lips with Musashi in a passionate, shocking kiss, leaving the entire stadium completely speechless. As she fiercely kissed the legendary warrior, Musashi's eyes rolled back and he instantly lost consciousness. Without wasting a single second, the old medium began chanting a mystical spell, and from her open mouth she violently exhaled a massive spiritual mist containing the actual ancient soul of Miyamoto Musashi. Deprived of its vessel, his legendary spirit floated high up into the air before finally passing peacefully back into the afterlife. Outside the arena, the monitoring police division immediately updated their reports, confirming that Musashi was indeed officially deceased, clarifying that this was not some standard combat defeat, but an absolute and permanent death. A detailed report from an undercover tactical agent inside the venue confirmed that, following a series of highly bizarre and complex metaphysical events, Musashi's ancient soul had completely severed its connection and departed from his physical clone body. Inside the arena, Baki politely expressed his deep gratitude to Lady Sabuko, but she somberly confessed that the blame ultimately rested on her shoulders, as she was the one who had originally summoned the legendary soul of Musashi into this modern era, a reckless act that had thrown the entire world into absolute chaos and turmoil. Yet, she candidly admitted that her own overwhelming curiosity had made it impossible for her to resist. Unleashing such an incredibly violent and utterly ruthless monster right into the heart of a peaceful modern city, despite being fully aware of the potentially catastrophic consequences that would inevitably follow, was a dark temptation that she simply couldn't shake off. However, the raw truth was that despite the deep-seated terror that gripped their hearts, every single person in the martial arts community had harbored a secret expectation for his return. They simply couldn't suppress their primal desire to witness with their own eyes and verify the legendary absolute destructive power wielded by the blade of the legendary master, even longing to witness his infamous, inhumane cruelty firsthand. In that regard, every single spectator present in that underground arena shared an equal measure of guilt, and this nation had to handle the situation in the only way it knew how. Ultimately, Musashi was merely acting in perfect accordance with his true historical nature. Thus, the final departure of the Supreme King of Swords and the absolute strongest sword artist to ever live, a monumental predecessor of combat history, was not accompanied by standard quiet funeral prayers. Instead, his passing was honored with an incredibly solemn and grand ritual, showcasing the highest level of respect from rows of disciplined soldiers standing completely erect with their chests proudly out, remaining absolutely motionless in the presence of such an iconic historical figure. Back inside the high-tech laboratory, the basic vital indicators of Musashi's cloned body, including his pulse, respiration rate, blood pressure, and core temperature, were all officially confirmed to be functioning perfectly within normal, healthy parameters. However, on the main monitoring screens, his brainwave activity was completely flat, without a single trace of any cognitive electrical activity whatsoever. This stark medical data proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that his soul had truly departed. When questioned by Tokugawa regarding the safety protocols and overall progress of the preservation, The lead technical scientist confidently boasted about their thorough preparations, promising that they would permanently freeze and halt the flow of time for the legendary Musashi's physical vessel right then and there. The highly advanced fluid selected for this specialized cryogenic procedure was none other than liquid nitrogen. Although liquid nitrogen is famous for reaching ultra-low temperatures of hundreds of degrees below zero, at this initial stage, the automated system was carefully keeping the temperature stable at around 0.5 degrees Celsius. From this controlled starting point, the temperature of the vessel would be lowered in an incredibly gradual and meticulously controlled manner, dropping by exactly half a degree every 6 hours. In order to safely reach their final target temperature of -16 degrees Celsius, the entire cryogenic process would have to run continuously over a period of 6 weeks, strictly adhering to safety guidelines, addressing the major scientific worry that individual cellular structures could be completely ruptured and destroyed during the deep freezing process. The scientist confidently assured everyone that this complex barrier had been thoroughly researched and solved over 2 years ago. A specialized medical-grade tube was carefully inserted and positioned directly into Musashi's mouth. Although the highly technical details of this compound have not yet been disclosed to the public, it is actually a revolutionary proprietary agent developed entirely by their in-house research team. This state-of-the-art solution is being infused into the body at an incredibly slow measured rate of exactly 0.9 milliliters per minute. Through the body's natural digestive and circulatory processes, the total prescribed volume of 20 liters, equivalent to exactly 20,000 milliliters, will be completely and thoroughly absorbed over a span of 15 days. It is precisely due to this remarkably slow and meticulous infusion method that the specialized anti-freeze preservative fluid is able to thoroughly penetrate and reach the deepest corners of every single cell at a microscopic nano level, acting as a perfect protective barrier without causing any structural cellular damage. To successfully solve the next major engineering hurdle regarding preventing the freezing and crystallization of the vascular system and blood within the body, an entirely separate bypass system of tubes was surgically hooked up directly to the femoral region, connecting directly with both the main aorta and the vena cava. This setup ensures that the circulation of the antifreeze fluid proceeds in an incredibly smooth and unhindered manner. It is highly anticipated that after exactly 77 hours, which should be around the beginning of next week, the high-tech antifreeze fluid will have completely saturated and replaced the entirety of the blood vessels within his body. Upon hearing this detailed explanation, Old Man Tokugawa expressed his deepest, most sincere gratitude to the brilliant scientists for their truly extraordinary research efforts. The young technician excitedly replied to his gratitude, expressing that his team was driven by pure scientific passion to preserve such a priceless, once-in-a-lifetime historical specimen. Thanks to their work, Musashi's physical shell would continue to exist and remain preserved in the modern world. The liquid nitrogen preservation protocol was officially initiated, and by the 5th day of the freezing procedure, the system's temperature was being steadily and systematically lowered at a constant rate of exactly 2 degrees Celsius every 24 hours. The recorded temperature of the cryogenic fluid on this 5th day was currently sitting at -10 degrees Celsius. And the long journey to eventually reach their final target of -196 degrees Celsius would require approximately 5 more weeks of continuous cooling. All of these high-tech developments unfolded directly before the eyes of the gathered witnesses, serving as concrete proof that the legendary Swordmaster's physical form would continue to remain on this earth. Standing tall in front of the gathered crowd, Tokugawa solemnly declared that they would permanently preserve Musashi's body as an eternal monument to the legendary departed warrior. This sparked immediate debate among those present, with some wondering if this elaborate preservation was aimed at a future resurrection or simply meant to be a permanent museum piece. Baki himself directly questioned the old elder, asking if keeping the body was just a selfish excuse so Tokugawa could arbitrarily pull the Swordmaster back out to fight whenever he felt like it. Before the entire gathered assembly, old Tokugawa firmly declared that maintaining and preserving Musashi's physical body in absolute, pristine condition was meant to serve as a spiritual home that his soul could theoretically return to, which was the highest possible form of honor. Even if Miyamoto Musashi's ancient spirit never awakens again, preserving his physical vessel remains their ultimate mission to show deep, eternal gratitude and profound tribute to the legendary great Miyamoto Musashi himself.